But
Right,
No,
get ready to go live in 3, 2, 1. Take it away.
Well, hello everybody. We are. I do believe we're live. We've taken over now. I am. I am an Eternal Enigma. We're here for Resident Evil, the Darkside Chronicles, being done by TheLevelBest right here, and AtomicL as well. This will be the easy run on the PS3. Welcome everybody. Good to have you all here. This is part of NoReset Speedrun's Resident Evil Marathon to benefit the Bail Project. If you don't know what the Bail Project is, I'll tell you a little bit about them. They're a nonprofit organization designed to combat mass incarceration by disrupting the money bail system one person at a time. We'll be talking about them a little bit more, but if you want to go ahead and find out a little bit about them, you can go to bailproject.org and find a little bit about them out on yourself right now. But right now, LevelBest is here. AtomicL by his side, doing Resident Evil, the Darkside Chronicles. We're here, right? We're here.
Hello. Sorry, you were doing so well. I didn't want to steal the show from you.
I was leading you up.
Yeah, thank you.
Here, sir. You're on camera.
Yes, lovely host, an Eternal Enigma. I had the pleasure of, commentating and being present for one of his runs, lovely runs at DreamHack Atlanta. How you doing, man? Great to hear from you again.
Great.
I'm TheLevelBest. You guys probably heard me as a host and as a runner earlier today for Resident Evil Gaiden, Survivor, and Dead Aim. Choose your character. Just so we can keep it moving while we're talking. This is my lovely girlfriend of 5 years.
Hello.
Mike, let me lower it a bit. Thank you. I did raise it.
I have any game audio either.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. This is my lovely girlfriend of 5 years.
I'm sorry for cutting you.
Oh, no problem. I gotta mute the stream as well. So thank you guys for calling that out. That was really important. This is my lovely girlfriend of 5 years, AtomicL. And yeah, let's get this timer going. You wanna do the countdown, Enigma? It's fine. Yeah. We don't even need a countdown. We just start it. It's not that serious.
You sure? I mean, we could do a small one, a 2-second one.
I just started the timer.
No, it's okay.
Way ahead of you.
There you go.
So just to talk a little bit about the game, this is a Resident Evil marathon. If you guys have paid attention to the schedule, exclamation point skeleton in the chat for if anybody wants to see it. We tried our best to include every single Resident Evil game in the series, but unfortunately there's only so many speedrunners. But we're still here. Certain people still have the game. So my girlfriend and I have taken the liberty to, try to get through it as fast as we can, just for the sake of the event. She's never played it before. I've played a decent amount of it, but I haven't finished. This particular category we're doing is easy %, but again, we're just trying to, kill zombies, try to move it as fast as we can. This game is on rails. That means that we can't control our movement whatsoever. The only thing that we can do to progress is eliminate the enemies, so the game keeps going. So the faster we kill the enemies, the faster we can, move on to the next chapters. Do you want to say anything, Atomic?
Well, you already mentioned it.
Can we get rid of these lasers, or do you like the lasers?
The lasers are fine. It doesn't bother me too much. I'm currently blue, and like Level said, it's my first time playing, so be easy on me.
How do you guys in the stream feel about the lasers? Because there's crosshairs, but we also have like these. Yo, don't cross streams. Don't cross streams.
Oh, cool! There was things stressed.
Yeah, a nut shot is just an alternative headshot.
Oh, that's so cool.
So did I hear you're going to donate $1 every time you cross stream?
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Lasers are cool. Okay, cool. Yo, lasers are a go.
Speaking of donations, during the RE5 main run, we crossed $7,000 already, which is fantastic. But don't let it stop there. I've got the donation ticker right here. If you got any donations, bring them on in. I'll be sure to float them to Level and Atomic. And let's get as close as we can. If we can get to $10,000, we'll get a Resident Evil 2 Tofu run added to the schedule. So don't stop there. Keep them donations coming in.
Yo, I have a challenge for you guys, by the way. I've had quite a few challenges throughout the event, and fortunately, every time we've had a challenge, it's been met. So let's do this. For every cross streams reference we have in a donations message, Atomic and I will both donate another $1 to the event.
Sounds great.
All right, so there you go. The offer is on the table now.
Any donation mentioning the laser beams, an extra $1 from the two of us.
Well, that's cool. I wasn't able to shoot because I was over the fence.
Oh yes, anybody who'd like to donate, there's a direct donation link. Just do ! Donate, and it'll take you to that page. We support PayPal and various different means of payment methods. So there's something for everybody. And for those of you who are very humble, you can choose to donate anonymously if you'd like. You can use your display name. You can use a joking name. It's up to you.
Speaking of donations, we just got a $10 donation from Christian Rippin that says BLM. Thank you very much, Christian.
Yes, that's very right. That's very right. Black Lives Matter. Thank you so much for supporting this great cause. Right now, for the first couple chapters, I do want to, just keep it on the run. But I do intend to speak a little bit more about the Bell Project as well as the Black Lives Matter movement. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but I am a person of color myself. Black or African American, whatever you want to call it.
And I myself am Mexican.
Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of topics I wanted to talk about in regards to the Black Lives Matter movement, things such as like injustices and inequality in America. This is where I live, this is where I was raised, so I've known active as a black male. I'm sure she has some things that she's encountered as a Mexican female, and Eternal Enigma here as a host, as a white male in America, and I'm sure he could attest or add on to some of the things that we have to say. I think this is a really great opportunity for people, as while we have so many eyes on us, to educate one another and just speak on these really sensitive topics that for a long time people don't want to hear about. But the fact of the matter is that there are people out there who are uncomfortable with their mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters not coming home at night, right? You have to remember that there's different levels of uncomfortability. So
absolutely, like that's a perfect way to describe it. You got to keep things in perspective because some things are definitely there's a lot worse things going on out there for sure. Perspective is a very, very important thing to keep in matters like this for sure. So that is an excellent point.
And so yeah, for those of you who don't know, this game, it's called Darkside Chronicles. It's one of the two rail shooter games for the Resident Evil series, the prequel predecessor rather being Umbrella Chronicles. Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles covers the events of Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 1, and Resident Evil 3 with a couple of side missions and lore that digs into Ada and Wesker and Rebecca. Darkside Chronicles covers more of Leon, Krauser, Steve and Claire, the events of Resident Evil 2, Code Veronica, and very new to the Resident Evil series, Operation Javier covers the events of Jack Krauser and Leon Scott Kennedy. If you guys have, if you played Resident Evil 4, oh, this is a cutscene, we can skip this. If you guys play Resident Evil 4,
I don't know.
They kind of they have this sudden introduction of Jack Krauser, a new character to the series, and this game here in the Operation Javier chapters, dig a little bit deeper behind the scenes on the relationships that they have. Oh yes, the end of Umbrella as well, in Umbrella Chronicles, it covers a journey that Chris and Jill, you pick.
Right.
It covers a journey that Chris and Jill take to further take down Umbrella in their European facilities, if I'm not mistaken. What am I saying though? But yeah, that's a little bit about these games. Again, they're on rails. They're shooters. We don't do any of movement. All we got to do is take out these zombies. It's a really interesting game. When your performance at the end earns you different varying amounts of gold you use that gold to purchase upgrades for your weapons. So you could say this is technically like New Game Plus, because we already played a little bit through on this profile and like upgraded our handguns and different weapons. So yeah, we are playing with upgraded weapons and on easy difficulty to try to make it smoother, try to get through this game as fast as possible, just to, you know, keep the event on track. And you know, and just to make it fun as well. It is a speedrun marathon, but what really matters the most is you know, we get these donations in, we raise this money for such a great cause, and you know, we have a conversation that's long overdue. Anybody else want to touch on anything I had to say?
A reminder of the donation challenge and a warning for the flashing lights.
Oh yes, by the way, disclaimer, so there are times later on in certain levels where we get into darker rooms and stuff. I noticed it in the Resident Evil 2 segments. You gotta press them both together.
Okay.
I noticed in the Resident Evil 2 segments that there are times when, like, in darker rooms there is like the flare from the guns, muzzle flash, or I think that's what it's called. I'm not sure, but do beware that there will be like flashing lights at times. Nothing too serious, but you know, some people are more sensitive, and there will also be a lot of camera movement. This game is notorious for how crazy the camera likes to move around in comparison to Umbrella Chronicles. There'll be times when, like, you know, you're getting thrown all over the place. It's a little ridiculous. So if any of that concerns you guys, you know, maybe you know, lurk the stream and come back on the next game. You know,
Sit in a bright room.
Or be in the bright room. Yeah, to take whatever precautions that you need to, you know, not let it affect you. Thank you for bringing that up.
And speaking of donations, we got a few more that have come in. Kaishi with $5 donation says, $5 train? Let's do it. If we can make this $5 train half as crazy as some of the Eternal Enigma sub-trains get, we'll be on our way to saving so many people. Kaishi, I like the way you think. Thank you for the $5. Pagan Zero with $10 says, so instead of sharks, it's friggin' laser beams on Leon and Frankl's head.
Oh my goodness.
Says, together we will stand united. If we don't stand for something, we will fall for everything. Very well said, Pagan. Thank you for the $10.
Yo, thank you. And that's another dollar towards the laser beam challenge. Once again, guys, any donations we get in, if somebody could keep track of the laser beam donations, that would be great. Any donation in reference to laser beams, lasers, crossing streams, Atomic and I will donate an extra $1 to the marathon. So thank you for that.
There you go.
Know, I'm gonna follow on that.
Oh, another one.
Well, let's go.
Yep, we got a $5 donation from Jack. Says, I'm a firing my laser. That works.
Thank you so much. I feel like this boss is like meant to play out a certain amount because it's been way low forever.
Look at that.
Yo, high five. Crushed it. Totally not level 1 on easy mode. Oh, we did crush it! No pun intended. Oh my god.
Nice.
Right.
So
this the way this game goes is there's a little bit of back and forth. Normally, like, you'll do like a chapter of Operation Javier, and then you do Memories of Lost City, and then you'll do, which is Resident Evil 2, and then you do a chapter of Operation Javier, and then you go back to Code Veronica. We have some chapters unlocked already, so we will be doing that. Pick whoever you want to play first. Look at her wanting to be the girl.
She's cute.
I always appreciate it when games do include female characters, especially in like old school beat 'em ups and things like that. Like, there's always that one female character, and then, you know, I don't know what it's like, you know, to be a woman and like recognize that there's some inclusivity and like diversity.
Well,
So
as a girl, playing games with female characters in them was I never really understood it as like empowerment or things like that, but I know I enjoyed it more than having to just be one of the other guys, because all the other guys were like big white burly dudes, right?
We should be able to find out something there.
It was nice. That's all I can say at this moment.
Yeah, you say that, but you like to play Chris in Resident Evil 5.
Well, yeah, but that's only because I get to see what's her name?
Sheva?
again? Sheva.
Oh, you do it so you can see Sheva from behind?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
She's cute. She's got cute outfits.
You also get to punch
the
boulders at
Ready-
the end
Ready
too, so
outfit.
if you want to,
Boulders.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
man.
true.
Just fight night round 4. Wait, which one am I? Oh, I'm red, dude. I was like,
Red.
man, I'm doing pretty good. Shoot. You showed me out. Oh, whoa. So yeah, this is one of those moments, or this chapter, as you can see on the outside, and there's flashes. Unfortunately, there aren't, as far as I'm aware, any settings to disable it. I wish we could. But again, if it doesn't really get too much worse than this. So again, like, take whatever precautions you need if that's something that concerns you. Dude, Sheva is the best Resident Evil girl, I think.
Oh yeah, she's cool.
It sucks. It sucks when they have like such cool side characters and things like
And they
that.
never bring 'em back.
And then and then you never see him again.
Never show up again. Yep.
I know a lot of people don't like him, but I like Billy from Resident Evil 0. I like his attitude, like, you know, I don't care and things like that. Carlos as well.
Hey, are you alright?
Is he serious? Hey, are you alright? That hit too close to home just now.
Don't taste the glass.
I can't believe he really asked if he was okay.
I mean, you never know. Sometimes.
This guy's eyes wide open. He has a pretty big belly. I'm sure he would have noticed it if he was breathing. Oh, also, by the way, this game has like a lot of hidden items and things. A lot of the lore of the Resident Evil series is uncovered in the Umbrella and Darkside Chronicles games, because when you destroy the environment, there's these umbrellas that appear, and they're like files and things that tell you a little bit more about, give you a deeper insight on Umbrella or like certain items and certain enemies, and it's pretty cool.
I just got here.
Do you smell that? Oh god, it reeks!
Something must be rotting.
Something must be rotting.
We'd better be careful.
Totally not the zombies.
What that smell?
Also, look at all these bags of garbage, dude. They're in that alley. I think we just walked past the dumpster.
We were about to go in the sewer, right?
What?
They were mentioning going in the sewer.
Oh, look, someone left a shotgun on the wall.
You know, just casual shotgun.
Also,
Where did you leave your shotgun?
You know, the kitchen counter. You know,
yeah, you gotta have
not
it on
an
hand.
alleyway. I'm kidding. I don't even have one of those.
Under my pillow. No, I don't have a shotgun either. I've never fired a weapon in my life.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I would like to learn though. Just for the reason, like, you know, when you watch movies and things, like zombie movies, and like you see people struggling so hard, I just want to wonder, like, I always wonder, is it really that difficult? That's the only reason I'd like to like try it out.
It's more tense than anything. For my friend got married about 6 years ago, and the dudes all wanted to go to a firing range. So I was like, okay, I'll go with you. And it felt more tense than anything. It wasn't. It really didn't seem that difficult to me. But that's the only time I've ever fired a gun, and it was just like, okay, we're eating pizza. That's all I cared about.
By the way, guys, for those of you who donated $5 or more, I hope you entered the raffle for a giveaway that we have. Oh, we have 2 raffles going on, actually. We have a Resident Evil Essentials bundle for PS2, sealed, brand new, never opened. And that includes Resident Evil Outbreak, Resident Evil Code Veronica, and Resident Evil 4 on PS2. So if you guys want to have that, it's something, it's nice to look at if you already have the games. You know, see your collection is, you know, You can have the loose ones to play, and then you can leave those, like, you know, maybe a long time from now you might be able to like resell it, or it's up to you whatever you do with it. But that is something when we have a raffle. And I said that we also have another raffle going for a Steam key for Resident Evil 3 Remake, provided by DD Gaming. Thank you so much, DD.
Yeah, right on. And there's a link right there in the chat that'll tell you. Speaking of $5, we had another $5 donation coming in from NPC Wendy K. No message, no problem. Thank you, Wendy, for the $5 as well. But yes, the information for the raffles right there in the chat.
Strike at any time.
Definitely get in for those as well.
Yes, thank you. And I don't know if I said it. How you doing, Rebecca? I was talking a little bit about you earlier,
If we can get through here.
because I know that you used to do some sort of speedrun for Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles. I do recall that a long time ago.
Yeah, but this place is in ruins too.
One of the few people who have experience doing that.
I hope so. Raccoon City Police Station is only 2 blocks away.
Big shout outs to Rebecca RE, a longtime member of the Resident Evil speedrunning community, and a Chilean speedrunner at that. There's a lot of diversity in the Resident Evil community, so if you speak Spanish, you know, that's someone that you can look to for some Resident Evil content if you
Saved your life.
feel more comfortable in you know, different languages.
Absolutely. And I can vouch for Rebecca as well. Pleasure of meeting her, I think, at 2 events, and she's an absolute sweetheart.
And she dresses really nice.
She does. She's sharp. She's very sharp. But I've had the pleasure of meeting her twice. She's great. Absolutely.
Ooh, I like this music.
They won't let us through.
Why do I have the feeling everybody running Unreal shooters are Spanish?
Oh. No idea.
I mean, there's literally only 2 person in the world running Darkside Chronicles, and they're both Spanish.
Well, maybe
only
they
2
inspire
person
one
running-
another. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, they do know each other, though.
Okay, that's cool.
Oh, okay then.
Oh, okay. There you go. There's the connection.
And
There
there's
we go.
2 person running Umbrella Chronicles, and one of them also run Darkside Chronicle, but not the other one. And yet again, they're both Spanish.
Are you sure?
Maybe it's more popular in Spanish
Yeah.
populated areas. Maybe they have better
Maybe 'cause
commercials or something.
Yeah.
Cause like these games, I didn't even know. Like Umbrella Chronicles came out, I think, in 2007. I want to say, like a couple years before Resident Evil 5, and then Darkside Chronicles came out the same year as Resident Evil 5 in 2009. And I didn't play this until maybe 2013. I didn't know it existed.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. Umbrella
God.
Chronicles came out in very late 2007. So, a little bit before RE5 did.
Head robbing is intense.
And once again, guys, to remind you about another incentive we got going on, for every donation we get that includes lasers in the message. You just want to go to the right all the time. But any donation we get that includes lasers, the word laser in the message, Atomic and myself will donate $1,
Oh,
as well as DD Gaming. So even if you donate and you don't want to leave anything clever, or you know, just throw laser in there. It doesn't matter.
Well, I've got one for you. The other DW with a $10 donation says, "Time to cross laser beams for a cause." Smiley face. Thank you, other DW. Thank you for the $10.
Thank you for mentioning laser. Yo, don't cross streams.
And that's 3.
I do believe, yeah, that is 3.
Nice. We're gonna get lame headshot scores. It's not about the headshots.
I was gonna ask, like, if you get headshots, does that make them die faster, or how does that work in this game?
So in this game, I'm not sure, there's like the center of the crosshairs like start to flicker for a bit, and that's when you're in like the critical zone. You have to like shoot them right in the forehead to get a crit.
Oh, shoot him in
Gotcha.
the body then. It's easier.
If you'll allow me, I've just been informed that we're ending a little early, actually, so you guys are gonna have some time to breathe, because this run is gonna last 30 minutes more.
Oh.
Wait.
Wait,
so
wait.
5.5 hours?
Wait, we're ending early? Wait, what do you mean?
No, actually, the marathon was ending a little too early.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
because we did not take into account that we forgot to put the post show in at the beginning. So this run is not going to be 5 hours. It's going to be 5:30.
Okay,
Oh,
cool.
so that's good. We'll have plenty
We'll
of time
rush
to
through
discuss
it
things and
yeah.
Yep.
go through the game.
Because I know the world record for this was on. There was only one player. I don't know if there's like difficulty adjustment for multiple people, but it was also new game. But that time is like 5 hours and 40 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll see. And yeah, it is.
Shout out to Blink78. Blink78, who is the only person running this game.
No, shout out to Link.
I was about to go look that up myself.
But yeah, that too cool. It's very similar to House of the Dead, but you know, something that I admire about the Resident Evil series, as much like crap that it gets from the communities, like there's very few series with like I feel like this is probably up there with like Mario, with like the diversity that it has, the variety rather, and like the different game types, because like you have first person shooters, you have on rail shooters, you have Game Boy Color games, online games. And even in the main series they experiment with different play styles, like, you know, pre-rendered or third person shoulder, and then first person again with like Resident Evil 7. So there's a lot going on with this series. I believe there's maybe like, I know at one time there was like 23 games. I know we've had more since last I looked, but we're probably close to 30 games in the Resident Evil series.
Yeah, I just looked this up. 5 hours and 24 minutes is their time on this. So yeah.
So we'll
they're
get
the
around
only
that.
one on the board playing it on easy mode.
Oh, that's me.
Cool.
Just beat world record and you finish the game.
Just world record, smile. Just world record, smile.
Well, we're already, I don't know if there's a new game plus category, but we can't compete with that particular one because, well, there's only one run, so we can put it on the board.
Yeah, my first speedrun.
I don't see a new game plus. I see new game 100% and then tofu. Somebody actually does have a tofu run, I think, on a Wii emulator. It's 7 minutes and 4 seconds.
Where'd it go?
Right. Our run's
Come see me.
disqualified. I like this game because if you guys ever read like the SD Perry novels for the Resident Evil series, it tells the story differently than like they do in the games, because, you know, a lot of the, especially the earlier games, you have a choice to play between the two different characters, and you know, different things happen, and there's a lot of plot holes and stuff because of it. Some characters, like when you play as Jill, Rebecca's never makes an appearance, and when you play as Chris, Barry never makes an appearance. So to play these games, it gives like a different. Maybe these events as they play out aren't true to like the game's lore, but it is like a different take on, you know, a story that we're already familiar with. My favorite Resident Evil game is the original Resident Evil 3. I refuse to talk about Resident Evil 3, not because I dislike it, but just because I don't want to go down. I don't want to go down that road or like start anything with anybody in chat.
My favorite Resident Evil game is the mod on Left 4 Dead.
Oh, the mod. Yo, Left 4 Dead 2 has some really great Resident Evil mods. Shout out to the guy who creates them, Roku, who might also be Spanish, if I'm not mistaken.
There's also a pretty sweet Silent Hill mod for Left 4 Dead, I think. I don't know which one it is, but I've seen that one too, which is pretty interesting.
Let's go upstairs.
Pretty great.
Someone might be there.
Shout out to the Spanish gaming community in general, because if you ever look, especially to the modding communities, there are a ton of Spanish creators.
Yeah, super passionate, super dedicated, without a doubt. I've definitely noticed that as well.
Which would be your favorite, Enigma?
My favorite, the one that I've put the most time in. My tastes tend to shift over time. The one I put the most time into is Resident Evil 4. That's the one that really kind of. Because I've always been a little bit more of a Silent Hill guy, but Resident Evil 4 kind of got my attention pretty hard. Others that now that I've gone back and played, like the original RE2, I really enjoy. But RE4 is probably the one I put the most time into, so I would have to default to that one.
Mr. Ouija says Boricua #1. That's a country. I know it's a place. I don't know if it's a country or not. Sorry about my geographical sense. It's not that good. Geography, yeah.
Forget about them. Yeah. Let's go.
Oh, it's in Puerto Rico? When I used to work at Sam's Club as I used to push carts and things, so I used to like see everybody as they come into the store and have a lot of conversations because I'd help them load their cars and things. There was a lady I saw. Her shirt says "Straight out of Boricua." That's the first time I ever heard of the place. Boricua is a term for Puerto Rican people. Oh,
Cool. I didn't know that.
I remember I used to be a wrestling fan, and I remember in the late 90s there was a stable named Los Boricuas. Savio Vega was in it, so that's how I kind of cheat. I kind of knew that a little bit, only through pro wrestling knowledge. So. We have a few more donations if you want to go.
Oh,
those real quick.
go ahead,
Go for it.
please.
All right. Well, we got a $5 donation from Danny who says, "Pew pew pew." Is that enough laser sound for a $1 donation? Does that count?
That
That counts.
That counts. There we go. So there's number 4. $5 from Tyler Swank who says, "I'm laser focused on donating to a good cause right now."
You guys are great with these messages.
You really are.
Creative. Very creative. We've got a $20 donation from Insomnia. No message, but no problem. Thank you for the $20, Insomnia. And speaking of $20, the star herself, Rebecca R.E. with $20, who says, "To help the cause, there's nothing more important than respecting each other. Good luck in the marathon. Love you all." Very well said, Rebecca. Thank you for the $20 as well. And we're over $7,100 now. Look at that. We're
Wow.
Look at that.
Well, I'd clap, but
Absolutely. I got you both covered with this.
thank you. Clap
We're
controllers.
marching $8,000. Thank you, everybody, very much.
See you guys what I'm doing? Clapping. Cheeks.
Count. That's good. That's good.
I just want to say I did clap, but I forgot my mic was muted.
Oh, well, we heard it in spirit, so we'll go with that.
Oh, there's a guy behind him.
There's what?
There was a guy behind him. I didn't even notice.
Oh, Marvin. Poor guy.
Damn it.
All Marvin.
Starving Marvin.
I'm sorry too.
I like how obvious it is with it. Like, yeah, let's take the camera off of this guy. That happens all the time in this game. Like you'll come into a room and there'll be a bunch of dead zombies on the ground, or dead zombies, and they like look around for no reason, and then you turn around and all of them are all of a sudden standing up. All the time it happens.
That's such a great cliche.
All right, here we go. Watching you guys making this Time Crisis. Fun fact, Mr. Ouija, I actually have a copy of Time Crisis for the PlayStation, as well as a Namco GunCon for it. We just two.
Non-favorite. Ooh.
Oh, I picked a girl. My bad.
It's okay. Fine.
What is your favorite non-Resident Evil game? Oh, that's a really good question. I'd say probably it's a toss-up between Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 and Tekken 3. Those are really I love fighting games, and I'm like one of those people who get into the fighting game lore and things like that. Like, go to like the Mortal Kombat wiki or like Tekkenpedia. If you've never been to Tekkenpedia, Oh, do it, because that storylines they're so deep. I don't know where people get the information from, but like, you know, Tekken games and fighting games in general aren't known for their lore. And like you get those really short endings and things like that. Like they look cool, but they don't really tell that deep of a story. So reading about like all the different characters and their relationships and stuff. Again, I don't know where people make the connections or whatever, but just reading about it is really awesome. Was that Marvin again?
I think so.
Did they just use Marvin for all black zombies?
Either that or Marvin's just a beast.
A relentless force. That's Mr. X right there. Who's my main? Asked Sub-Zero.
Me too. Oh my goodness, dude. I have put so much time into Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, and that dude for me is Unmasked Sub-Zero. I don't care where he is on a tier list. I can rock and roll and strut and stroll with Unmasked Sub-Zero all day long.
I love Sub-Zero. You know, when it comes to gaming, I got into gaming at a very young age. Even the Resident Evil series I got into pretty young. The first time I played, I'm pretty young. I was born in '97. But
you make me feel old.
I come from a family of gamers. My dad was a gamer, and all of my you hold A, you shake your remote, and you can use a knife.
Oh, that's so cool!
So when the crows come at you, you just cut them up. But that's not working.
It's like Fruit Ninja. Remember Fruit Ninja?
Oh
yeah.
Fruit Ninja. Fruit Ninja on the
Sub-Zero is cool. You know what? I'm gonna add another $1 just for that pun. I'm gonna add $1 for that pun. Even if you didn't donate, much appreciated. That made me laugh. Sorry for the hiccup. I refreshed the feed. It should fix the slowdown. Oh, okay. Well, the game is like, one, it's on the Wii, and two, these are like really big, like fully 3D environments, and there's like a lot of gunfire and things going on, like particle effects and whatnot. So
yeah, I noticed that in the beginning when you guys were outside. It looked like the frame rate was choking a little bit in the beginning.
But there is like some frame rate issues, like minor. Every now and then there's some slowdown when there's a lot going on just from the game's end. It might not be the stream. So I guess just pay attention closely to like the webcam, more specifically for like see if there's any inconsistencies with us. But like according to chat, there's been some slowdown. So sorry about that, guys. But our tech team's really thorough, and you know they fix situations really quick. Shout outs to all the behind the scene guys at NoReset. Much love and appreciation for you.
Yeah, right on. They're on top of everything. Great folks at this event, and I've worked with them in person as well. Like Level, you remember DreamHack Atlanta? You remember all the EDM music? You all right?
Oh man,
it was great.
Oh my goodness, yeah, these guys are troopers. And keep in mind, guys, not only are these guys, you know, putting this cause together, you know, they did what it takes to get all the runners together to maintain it and do the stream, but it's also it's non-stop. You know, usually at DreamHack in these events, you know, there's only so much time they can spend on the show floor, so you know they have time to go home and like rest up and come back at it. This particular event has been going, as far as I know, non-stop. So definitely shout out to them again for you know maintaining it and do what it takes to go back to back to back.
The stream's been running since Friday noon.
Friday at noon.
Non-stop.
It's so great how many people are here at all the various hours of the day.
Yeah, it really is. Shout out to you guys in chat for coming through. What is it, like 3 in the morning?
Yeah, I know.
You guys are
so lively.
Awesome.
You wanna do some more donations? We've got some interesting.
Anytime. Feel free to stop us anytime.
All right. Let's see here. We've got a $5 donation from I think I address you as Nico MK Wee, who says, "I lied earlier. I just saw there was a second prize, so let's try to snipe it with the laser scope."
Oh my god. What is happening?
$5, Nico.
Oh, we gotta shoot the sprinkler.
Oh.
I'm sorry for cutting you off.
It's fine.
Oh, you're fine. Hey, you gotta shoot those sprinklers. It's no big deal. But we've got a pretty good one here. We just got a $200.
Woo! Yo, no, put the remotes down. Let's go. Let's go.
That's right. We just got a $200 donation from Exploded Soda, who says laser beams, great.
Wow. Wow. That is
Soda,
amazing.
you're amazing.
That
They
is
got $200. Unbelievable.
That
Thank
is
you very
beautiful.
much.
You know what? I don't know who's keeping the laser beam tally.
I think we're up to 5
But-
now.
That's 6.
That's
Six.
6.
Okay.
All right. And for the $200, I'll even throw in an extra 5 because that's beautiful. So that's 11
Yeah.
from me.
Yeah, let's make it 11.
Yeah.
That's excellent. We're over $7,350 now. Unbelievable. Thank you all very much, and keep it on coming. We'll be here all night. We're here for the next few hours.
By the way, LevelBest, you're at 12 because you said you would donate one more for the pawn earlier, and I
Oh, yeah?
refused to get it on that.
Do I look like
Wait, I donate for what?
For
Oh, for
the
the pun. Yes, you're right. You're very correct.
Sherry? Hey,
Yeah, as
where-
long as somebody's keeping
where are
track.
you going?
Thank you. I
Oh, yeah, I
appreciate
will.
it.
Yes, thank you.
My mommy and
See, they
daddy's
got you.
lab
That
is
we
in
got the tech
basement.
stuff covered. We got the puns covered. We got it all covered here. It is all covered.
Don't.
I mean, I know nothing about tech stuff, so I need to be useful otherwise.
If you if you guys really want to raise some money, make a bet with Atomic. I'm not saying this is she would have to agree to it, and she probably won't.
What's the
You make a bet with Atomic to make her every time she laugh donate $1.
$1 is too much.
She'd be broke. She'd be broke like so
she'd
quick.
already be broke.
My bank account is already
right
empty at
now.
this point. If I were to take up that challenge,
How do you reload? Do you shake it?
I just shake it.
Do every reload? That's how we have to reload from now on.
Are you alright?
And you gotta make a mean face too.
I can't make a mean face.
You gotta everybody has a dance face. There's a happy dance face, but there's that face people make like when you really get into it, dude. Like, ooh, you be feeling yourself. A dance face? No, a dance face. Press B! Oh, we just got hit with a table.
I'm good.
You also reload when you run out of ammo. As long as you shoot again, it'll reload. So the shaking is only for like a preemptive reload.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oops.
I don't think that's the case in Umbrella Chronicles.
It does reload, so it's fine.
Oh my goodness! What are these? They have faces. All right, we gotta shoot those guys. Press the plus button. When you pick up herbs, that's how you heal. Oh, we gotta shoot these guys on the ground. Yeah, that's where they're coming from.
Hell, it's like the torpedo thingy from.
Tortilla?
No,
Oh, Torpedo Kids from
Torpedo.
Resident Evil Dead Aim. I was like, yo, I ain't never eaten it.
I don't want to eat tortillas anymore.
Tortilla, no.
Wait, do we have to shoot his arm?
Just shoot him anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Shoot it. Shoot his arm.
I thought that he said. shoot
No,
arm.
the big eye like on his right on his back. Shoot his arm.
I can't hear the game very well. All I heard was all the
Oh,
shooting noises.
poor innocent Atomic, thinking the crit zone is the arm.
Stand for.
I mean, the subtitle said "Watch out for its arm," but I think it was just it would hurt you. So
Yeah. Okay.
Like yo,
I
if
think,
you,
I think that's where the idea came from. It came from a good place. It came from an analytical place.
yo, if you really want to hurt somebody, go for that arm, dog. Go for the arm. They'll never see it coming.
They never will.
What?
Here we go.
Just stands for gross.
All right. I don't know why it's so random, but I was thinking arm, firearm, brothers in arms, brothers in your arm.
Stop. Just stop.
Sup, bro? Yo, Dr. Maxtermind. Yo, shout out to
hello.
Dr. Maxtermind. So glad you're awake this time around. You may have seen him earlier in the marathon running some Resident Evil Outbreak. He's also commentating for Resident Evil Survivor and Resident Evil Dead Aim. Really great guy.
Ooh.
Really great speedrunner. Definitely check him out. You're going to bed? Oh.
Oh, well, good night.
Yo, she had her tongue out, dude. Why is she being? Did she? Honestly, I would have preferred she shot him instead of stunting on him like that.
She's obviously evil.
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you. You saved me some bullets.
She's obviously evil, and then you try to see if you can kill her. What?
Hey.
Oh my
I
goodness.
mean-
Here, right? Do you know what
I don't
band,
know.
Bertolucci? I'm looking.
See how slowly she got back up? She's like...
She was like, "Oops,
She
I
couldn't
dropped
do
my
the
pen.
snap.
I dropped my pen."
Not sure exactly.
So you're a cop, huh?
Hey,
Oh no, the shells
Sorry.
fell out my gun. Let me pick them up.
wait a second.
Behind you.
Oh, hello.
Wait. What is it?
Speaking of gun shells in the Resident Evil series, if you guys ever played Resident Evil Resistance, if you aim up with a there's one of the machine guns. It's either the LE5 or
The only survivors left.
the MP11. If you aim up slightly, the shells come out of the gun like rapidly, and they actually land on top of your character's hitbox, which is like slightly above their head. So like all you can walk around and just have like bullet casings
This way.
on
Oh, yeah.
above you, just sitting on your head. That's a large thing you have there. Oh. Uh-oh.
You gotta get him in the arm now.
It's brothers in arms.
Yeah.
It doesn't know we're here. I think it's gone. Wait, is that thing?
He's
that
clearly enlisted in the army.
No idea.
What about you? Do you know anything?
Huh? No. This is all new to me.
But that scream.
I like how they were just like talking all loud and he's right around the corner and all three of them just like wait. I don't know if I was in view or not. Did you guys get it?
This must be.
I think one of my favorite things is people
Getting
explaining
that
really
peak,
bad
yeah.
jokes.
Yeah, that is it's the best. Oh my goodness.
That scream.
Because I totally know this game because I'm totally a speedrunner for it. This is a really good time for donations if we have any.
Yeah.
We've got a good one here. There's no message, but General Vicinity donated $50.
Wow.
Which has now put us over $7,400.
Let's
Thank you
go.
very much,
Let's go,
General
guys.
Vicinity. Thank you.
Probably headed for the sewer.
Great.
That's awesome. You guys are really doing a great thing. And I said before, we wanted to talk about the game and things, you know, and have a lot of fun. This is a marathon. You know, their entertainment is a part of it, but we're playing video games. But at the end of the day, you know, we're people. Once the camera's off, and you know the console's turned off, powered down, we have to, you know, go back into the world. So, you know, spending all this time on Twitch, you know, watching people, it's important to have fun and, you know, enjoy your breaks when they're there. But I think it is important that we acknowledge like a lot of things going on in the world right now, and you know what we're really here for. This is a platform or like a vessel for, you know, some much deeper rooted issues, And once again, thank you to NoReset for, you know, being bold, brave, courageous, and righteous enough to even, you know, to put spotlight on it. There's a lot of different marathons in the past or marathons or game companies, video game accessory companies and things like that, whatever you want to call it. You know, a lot of people who for a really long time have been afraid to touch on issues or, you know, or just blatantly didn't care. It's a shame things like, you know, when you see tweets from Call of Duty or like, you know, sorry guys, we're finally gonna remember all those racist names and things you guys been yelling about for, you know, hundreds of years. Let's flip this switch and take care of that for you. No big deal. You know, it's a shame. It's a damn shame. It's taking, Target and all these different businesses and things getting destroyed. You know, it goes to show that they don't really care about the lives that are being lost. They care more about, you know, the stuff being destroyed. You know, they care about their games not being sold and things like that. It's not good. It's not cool at all. So again,
it's almost, yeah. If I can jump on.
Oh, go ahead.
Remember when COVID started and we started getting all the corporate emails and stuff?
Yeah.
It almost seems a little copy paste in some instances with some things. But yeah, with the Call of Duty thing, I can kind of resonate that as well. In fact, you know, someone earlier asked me, like, what game is it that you like to play that not necessarily stream? And I said Call of Duty. I've been playing Call of Duty for a long time, like at least since Call of Duty 4 or 13 years ago. And man, those early days of Xbox Live was full of so much trash and garbage on voice chat and text messages and stuff. And I agree with you completely. It is a complete shame that this is what it's taken to get somebody to flip the switch and say, "Oh, we're gonna better moderate this stuff." You know, on one hand, it's good that it's happening, but the second time, like you say, it is a damn shame that this is what it takes. But
exactly.
You know, this is, like I said, this is the world we live in now, and it's just what it is.
Yeah, and it sucks to see.
It is unfortunate, and it is something that we do have to acknowledge and we do have to talk about. You know, there's time and a place for everything, and right now, this time, talk about it for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And it's.
I know, kind of piggybacking off of that. I know a lot of females that really enjoy playing online games, but are too afraid to speak when it comes to like voice chat and things like that. And I can kind of relate on some sense of that.
Ada, is that you?
Yeah, there's a lot of times when, you know, as soon as you find out girl grill, you know, it's, you know, making people uncomfortable because of their age, making people uncomfortable because of their race, because of their gender, because of their sexuality. There's a lot of things that are happening and have been happening, and it's all being addressed, like, you know, in bulk. And it's unfortunate, and it goes to show who really cares and who really doesn't when it comes to these game communities and all this kind of media that we consume. And I hope that, you know, after this all, well, I don't want to say once it all blows over, but if there's always a pattern. You know, people get upset. You know, everybody's talking about it, and then there's always things dying down. I really hope things don't die down until they change, but in the event that things happen to die down, I hope everyone's paying attention and, you know, taking notes on who's really about the causes and who's just, you know, saving face. And in regards to saving face, it shouldn't be a thing. You know, it should not. Saving face shouldn't be a thing when it comes to these matters, because these are people's lives that are at stake. You know, why save face when you can save lives, right?
Beautifully said. Absolutely. As I was talking about with somebody earlier today too. There's a difference. There's a difference between disagreeing on like what's your favorite food and then issues like this. There's clearly the honorable side and the other side, and we're all working on the honorable side of these issues. I mean, it is just to me. There's no debate. I mean, it's pretty obvious, and I wish we lived in a world where it was obvious to everybody, but we don't, and we're just doing what we can on the side that we're on. And I'm very happy that they invited me to be a part of this event as well. It was kind of short notice, but hey, I couldn't say no to this, so I'm glad to be here as well, for sure.
Well, I'm glad you are.
And,
yeah, then thank you. Didi was the gentleman that grabbed me a few days ago and said, "Hey, you want to do this?" I said, "Heck yeah, bring me on." So I appreciate it very much.
And while we're talking about like, you know, this experience and like just everything, and you know, things that happen after the event, you know, not just these game companies and things like that pay attention to, but pay attention to the different runners and things of this event, the people who, you know, who risk you know, that the arguing with their families and just like the potential disturbance or uncomfortability, is that a word? I keep saying it, uncomfortableness, whatever, who discomfort, thank you, who risk discomfort, you know, speaking on these topics and things. I appreciate it. Sometimes I know it's hard to say things and to put your feelings into words, but to come through, you know, there was a lot of people who, some I can't remember his name, I believe it was Mango Punch, you know, an Australian speedrunner way out in Australia, you know, fighting for, by the way,
Mango Punch.
Yeah, a white male from Australia fighting for, you know, Black lives in America. Like there's power behind that, and I appreciate him, you know, coming through. You know, at the start of the conversation, I could tell he was like a little bit, he was a little uncomfortable just because, you know, there's a lot of times in these events, not just these events, but just in like casual conversation where people are afraid to speak up because, you know, you never know where it's gonna go. And so, but you know, he spoke out, and I really appreciate people who, and that was on the front page of Twitch, you know, these people coming through with the, you know, a stream with hashtag Black Lives Matter, and you know, as soon as you have that tag, you're already a target for some of the nasty people that we have to deal with on a daily basis. So
and we've been pretty lucky with that since the beginning.
Mm-hmm,
People have been overall very classy on the chat.
Yeah, shout out to chat. Shout out to the moderators who oh yes. So this is a very dark. Sorry to cut it short. But this is a very dark area.
Yeah, go for it.
There's some like flashing lights. As you can see, we have flashlights. I don't know if it's too bright but again, this is an area I would say if you have issues with like flashing lights for whatever reason, take whatever necessary precautions you need to you know, not let that happen for the time being.
If you do have sensitivities, you know, make sure that you're in a well-lit room, and that might help a little bit, and you know, any little might help.
Yeah, always. Anytime you're on a device or electronic device with like a screen, you should be in a well-lit room. I know we love to like sit in the bed on our phones and things like that, but you know, it's that tweet or that Facebook message, you know, it's not worth your eyes.
We just can't seem to catch a break in this place, huh?
Don't worry, we will tell you when it's over.
Sure will.
In the meantime, I've got another donation if you want to read the.
Go for it.
All right, we got this is a good one. We got a $5 donation from Tyler Swank who says, donating again because I've been in a laze erroneously thinking that we shouldn't be doing what we can to help. Thank you for putting this together, everyone, and for donating your time. Also, laser.
Oh my god!
Tyler, thank you for the $5.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
And once again,
it still only counts for one.
Yes.
Yeah, it still only counts for one. But again, guys, we have a challenge going on, or an incentive rather. For every donation we have, no matter what size, as long as you include laser in the message, we'll donate $1 to the cause. I hope. Well, is there a minimum to which you can donate? Is it like $1 or something? I would assume.
It's $1.
I think it is $1. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. So whatever size.
Less than a bag of chips, people.
So right now we're at 12.
No, we were at 12 already.
Yeah. You're at 13 though. You're +1.
Oh yeah, I'm +1. Okay.
So we'll
Sorry.
just do it and then +1 at the end for level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, just I am blue beam. He is red beam. And yes, I've been choosing Claire this whole time because she's a badass.
Oh man, we gotta.
Oh, yeah. The frogs.
It's like cursor off screen, cursor off screen. Sorry, we've been shaking it and we ain't been breaking
We haven't
it.
been shaking it.
We should even turn the chair to the side.
My chair doesn't turn.
Turn your body.
Just get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so back on the topic of Black Lives Matter and things like that. In regards to this event, I'm not sure if you guys knew, but I'd like to address because I think it's very important. Originally, this marathon was going to be in support of food banks for COVID-19 relief. You know, there's a lot of people going on. In addition to all the protests and things that are going on at the moment, a lot of people are stuck at home, unemployed, and just all kinds of things just because of COVID-19. Something that's beyond people. Like, even if everybody was equal and things like that, this is something in the world that we'd still have to worry about. So keep that in mind, that there's just so much going on. So the fact that on top of all these things, you have all these people out here like putting their lives on the line, not just for fighting for their rights, but quite literally putting their lives on the line just from being around each other. Like, there's a lot of power behind that, and I really hope you guys recognize how dangerous it is, and people still go out and fight for what they believe in.
I think now is a good time to talk about the charity with that note.
Yeah, and in regards to the charity that everybody has been lasering it up for, the charity is the Bail Project. And if you guys are unfamiliar with the Bail Project or the bail system, if someone hits !charity in the chat, you can go to their website and find out more concrete information and detail. But basically what it is, it creates a fund, like a revolving fund that allows the bail for one person to be used for multiple people time and time again. A little bit about it, when you pay a cash bail in America, from what I understand, once the court case completes and the person that was bailed out handles all their court dates and things like that, you get the money back. So by donating to the fund, you're this $20 or $5, know how much, once it goes into that fund and it's used to help somebody with their bail, when they get that money back, they can put it towards another person and another person and another person, and it repeats itself. There were a lot of people who had questions about who is it for. If I understand correctly, you can check on the Bail Project, bailproject.org, in their frequently asked questions section if you want more answers. But as far as I'm aware, the Bail Project only benefits those who were already proven innocent.
Mm-hmm. If you need me to, I do have the blurb here. If you would like me to read the entire thing.
Oh, go for it. Do it.
Okay. I had it ready. So you guys focus on lasers. I'll tell you guys a little bit about the Bail Project. So what they do, Bail Project Incorporated pays bail for people who are legally presumed innocent and whom a judge has already deemed eligible for release from jail before trial, contingent on paying bail. Their local teams receive referrals from community members and public defenders, and conduct interviews in jails. They determine eligibility for free bail assistance based on a person's bail amount, the reliability of contact information, and a track record of prior court appearances, if applicable. They also conduct an individualized needs assessment to determine whether they can adequately support the person through their network of community partners and social service partners. Bail Project does not disqualify people based on the type of charge alone. People held on cash bail are presumed innocent by law and have been deemed eligible for pretrial release by a judge, contingent on paying bail. At the point where they come in, The only factor keeping a person in jail is poverty. Their intervention allows people who cannot afford bail to return home to their families and communities while awaiting their court dates, something that a wealthier person or someone who can pay a commercial bail bond agency would be in a position to do. And as Level said, if you have any other questions, you can find out more at bailproject.org.
Yeah, thank you.
And what I would do, I would kill to have that voice.
Yes, that was a great readout.
Yes, this is very great. That was
Probably
very
one of the
great.
best.
I don't know. I didn't do anything. I didn't have surgery or anything. I just born.
No, but you know what? You know what? There's people. No matter what, there's people who do things better than others, like just naturally. And I'm glad that you're using that talent for a good cause. So
absolutely,
thank you
That's,
for offering your
that's
voice. And quite literally offering your voice, speaking up for the cause. I truly appreciate
that's what
that.
it's all about. That's even in simpler times. I'm big on distractions and trying to take people out of reality and maybe make people feel a little better if they're having a bad day. But there are some days we have to elevate our positions and do a little bit more, and that's what I'm here to do.
I do the same, but
No.
I mean, this
I
is
can't move my chair.
You can still
this
just
is some
ready.
Markiplier's level of radiophonic voice.
Well, I appreciate it, and I'm glad to be using it for this. We got a few more donations.
Oh, go for it. We're just looking at this guy die.
We have a no name, but we have a $1 donation that just says laser. So thank you for the $1. And we have a $20 donation from Sciensomnia, who says 1 beam, 2 beam, red beam, blue beam in tribute to your beam setup there. So Sciensomnia, thank you for the $20.
Wow. I honestly didn't expect. So I knew it was gonna be a good turnout, but you guys are going above and beyond with these messages. I love it so much. Thank you.
They're great. Thank you.
Wonderful.
And we're at 14.
Okay.
It's us.
Aha. Okay, we're at 14 references. Thank you for keeping count.
I'm be broke. Be doing a charity stream of my own.
Yeah, we're gonna have to cut this off. What's the photo?
It's like,
There's a
oops,
maximum ceiling.
So this run is back to 4 hours.
Okay.
Okay.
No, just kidding.
Obviously, our pockets only go so far, so we're gonna have to cap it at something. But trust, it will be a hefty donation on our part. Whatever we can give in regards to the the messages that you guys keep providing. And also, again, in terms of providing and there being a ceiling, I said it a little bit earlier today, or well, actually yesterday, to be exact. Keep in mind, these causes are super great. There's a lot of people who need the money, but don't be afraid to just support the stream by watching and trying to get the message of the event and the foundation, the fundraiser, out to other people. If that's all that you can do, that's completely fine. Just let it be known. Word of mouth is a really great form of advertisement, so don't feel bad if you don't have another dollar or another penny to give. It means a lot just that you're here and supporting the cause.
Word of mouth is very, very powerful, so don't think it's not. I agree completely. If you don't have financial means, word of mouth is very important, especially these days. So
and if you if sign language is your thing, that another form of word of mouth. Just, I don't know what to say for you guys, but I see you too.
And real quick, I see in the chat, Rebecca RE is taking off for the evening. Thank you for your donations earlier, Rebecca. We love you, and take care of yourself.
Yo, yes, much love to you, Rebecca. Thank you so much for coming through and for donating as well. You're awesome. Have a good night. We gotta shoot these canisters.
Oh, well then, why didn't you tell me that?
Because he zoomed in on them. It was like, yo, shoot these, dog.
I wasn't paying attention. I was reading chat.
Oh, my thing. Shoot it in his mouth.
Oh.
He gonna throw it at us.
No! I was pressing the buttons.
Ah! Okay, we gotta shoot the guys.
Holy
Yeah, his head's supposed to come off, but whatever. See you later, alligator.
Go away.
Literally.
No, come back.
By the way, I've just been doing some quick math, and if the donations keep that pace throughout the entire run, it would round up to about $70.
Nice.
That's great. That's
Nice.
great.
Quick
So
maths.
there you go. Little bit of an estimate there for you.
Oh, we just did that one. 6. Why did they do this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, why'd they have to be so? No one cares about glass shards. This is a thing called UI, I believe. You gotta be better about this. Or user accessibility, something like that.
Yeah, I was just about to say it. Yep, you're right on.
UX? What's
old
UX?
Like user experience, I think, or something along those lines. User interface, user experience, UI UX.
Cool.
Well,
Oh, I remember.
they decided on glass shards.
Glass shards sporadically.
Not even in order.
They're not. Yeah, I was going to say they're not even in order. Wild. I noticed that too.
Let's go.
I mean, why would they even use glass shards for that? Give me a break.
Maybe they were Stone Cold Steve Austin fans. I saw him trending on Twitter today. Maybe they just were fans of Stone Cold. I don't know.
Oh god. When we hit him in the face, his head goes back and forth.
This game just seems like a cameo of everything ever in a Resident Evil game.
Yeah.
All-in-one adventure.
Well, I mean, it's they tell that they're retellings of the events. So I mean they're told in a like different order and things like that, but you know they make sure with Resident Evil 2, you know, you see Mr. X and you see Birkin and stuff, even if you don't fight them in the same locations. And by the way, to touch on that a bit, all of these locations, if I'm not mistaken, are based on the Resident Evil, some of the Resident Evil Outbreak maps.
I have not played Outbreak enough to be able to identify. I've only played, I think, File 1 of Outbreak. I never even played File 2.
I believe definitely the police department is based on Resident Evil Outbreak. But I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure. Even on Umbrella Chronicles, the predecessor to this one, some of the character models are from Outbreak.
I don't think it's either one.
And many of the maps.
Yeah,
let's go.
I don't know if they're the same in this, but probably some of the assets. But you know, Capcom loves not just in the Resident Evil series, but Capcom loves to like reuse assets. Like if you play Onimusha or like some other Capcom games, you're like, oh, you know, I heard this sound in Devil May Cry, or you know.
Yeah, like not even audio. You know, in the original Devil May Cry 1, when you open a door and it does that little zoom in on the door, RE4 does that too. So they like reusing some things. It's just artistic vision.
It does that on the doors with the green text, right? The one that takes you into new areas.
Yeah.
Oh, someone asked way back, does my girlfriend, is she a fan of Resident Evil as well? You want to talk about that?
Before meeting Level, I was only familiar with the movies, and at that point, only like the first couple of movies.
Did you know the games existed?
I knew they existed,
Okay.
but I had like never seen one. I've never seen one played. I just knew they existed. After meeting you,
I guess he's not.
you were still speedrunning Resident Evil at the time.
Do you think he's going
And because of that, I didn't really get much of the story until like watching go through 100 runs and just picking up little pieces here and there. And because of that, I didn't really get to enjoy the story for what it was or for what it is. And then the first Resident Evil game I played was Resident Evil 5 co-op with Level, and I did not like it. I did not like it at all. So I would say I'm not a fan of it just because I haven't really played much. What is this? My second Resident Evil game?
You played a little bit of Resident Evil 1.
But I never completed it.
Yeah.
And I guess this will be the second game I completed. Although we did play the mods on Left 4 Dead, and that is fun.
All I'm gonna say,
that's my opinion on it.
All I'm gonna say is, if you did not like Resident Evil 5, don't play Resident Evil 6. Just don't do it.
I mean,
don't do it.
Well, you know what?
I consider myself part of the community, and even I know not to play 6.
With that being said, though, about 6, a lot of things she disliked about Resident Evil 5 was, even though it's a shooter, like an action game, there is like a severe lack of control over your characters. You know, you can run around and like there's some designated locations where you can like take cover and things later in the game. But aside from that, you're just, you know, when you're shooting, you have to stand in place. Like, it respects a lot of Resident Evil like laws and mechanics without being like true to the series and its content. So maybe she would enjoy 6 more, since that has like a much like more fluid paced.
Yeah, it was very restricting.
Just play Leon's campaign.
Yeah. Chris maybe as well, yeah.
Chris, I don't know.
I mean, in regards to action,
Leon's was all right, but the other ones were.
Don't get me wrong. I could care less about the game, but in regards to action, I'd probably Leon and Chris are probably like, because like Chris, you get to operate the jet fighter and things like that. You can do a lot. Oh yo, how was he so quiet? It makes no sense.
I like how his head twitches when we
This
shoot
man
him.
is like 8 feet tall.
It's so funny.
So, I mean, since you were talking about Resident Evil 6, we're just going to mention that after your run, we're going to play through the entire 4 campaign of Resident Evil 6.
It's a roll from Solus Persona. Am I correct? Or is it Texan Red Wolf to start?
Solus Persona is going to do the first 2.
Okay, yeah. Shout out to Solus Persona. She's a long time Resident Evil community member. I got in a few games of Resident Evil Resistance with her lately, and yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah, definite shout outs for doing that. Solus is going to do Leon and Chris campaigns for RE6, and Tex and Red Wolf's going to do Jake New Game Plus and Ada New Game Plus. So, yep, that'll be a nice little Resident Evil 6 block. I'll give you this. It's fun to watch. I'll tell you that. It's one of those games. It's good to watch. So definitely stick around after this run, because it's going to be a lot of Resident Evil 6 coming up after this for sure. And we got another donation if you want me to go through that.
Oh, go for it.
All right, we've got a $10 donation from Willow the Whisper, who says, "I'm so glad that I got the opportunity to meet G-Virus and be introduced to NoReset. The absolute flood of support from the speedrunning community has been amazing, and everybody coming together to help out really warms my heart. I'll match these laser donations for you guys. Much love."
Awesome. Thank you so much, Willow.
Awesome. Wait, that's +1.
Huh?
That's +1.
What?
Laser.
Oh, yes, that is true. That's another one.
It said laser, so there you go.
So, 15. By the way, I'm just going to give a shout out to Willow the Whisperer, because this is one of the person that made this whole thing possible. He's the one, along with a video game roulette, who set this whole thing up. What you're watching now wouldn't be possible without these guys.
Yeah, round of applause for those guys. Thank you so much. A long time streamer of 8 years, which I might talk a little bit about But you know, I've seen a lot of things in regards to streaming. I've been to plenty of events and things. Much respect for the setup that you guys got going on. I've seen what it's like in person, and the fact that you can still maintain like the same energy. And I'm glad to see that you guys have a little bit more control over what happens now that you're not restricted to like, you know, show floors and things like that. So yeah, thank you, Willow, and thank you, VGR.
I also want to say thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. That's it.
Oh yeah, yeah, and by the way, so a little bit about, I think I already said how we managed to play. Oh, but no, let me just reiterate it for anyone who wasn't here before. So we wanted to be able to include all of the Resident Evil games. Unfortunately, there aren't enough runners for every game, and these two are some of them, the Umbrella Chronicles and Darkside Chronicles. I believe this was going to be run by some of the showrunners just to fill the space, but I thought it would be a good idea to have myself and my girlfriend do it for a couple of reasons. I know it's not too much of a speed run, but a couple of reasons. It's a very long game. You know, it's about like 4 to 5 hours of just on rail, so it's a lot of time where, you know, while we're, you know, aimlessly shooting, just pointing at zombies, you know, it gives us we don't really have too much tension, or, you know, we can place a lot of our focus on talking about the charity and talking about the
reason why we're here.
The cause, Black Lives Matter and the Bell Project. I think that's important, and I feel like for future marathons should probably have more of that, honestly, like just something where it's kind of like more relaxed, still on the whatever the theme is, but just like a relaxed, I guess maybe a really good thing for that, maybe like the really long Final Fantasy runs and things like that. But I don't know, I think this is nice to have, like, even though it's a speedrun marathon, to have something where you can just, you know, engage with the audience and the host and actually talk about what's going on. But yeah, I thought it would be. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say it for me, just as a viewer, it's very cool to see all of these games run in their order as well, even if some of these aren't like speed runs, because, you know, this is a rail shooter and things of that nature. So, but for me as a viewer, I'm fascinated with being able to see every RE game in its I guess storyline order or release order. Yeah, it's storyline order.
Storyline order. Yeah.
So yeah. As a viewer, I'm fascinated by that too.
And so
every main games are in chronological order. We couldn't do the same for every spin-off, simply because of time constraint, the runners' disponibilities, and also the fact that, let's face it, if we went totally chronological, Darkside Chronicle would have been prime time, and the Resident Evil 3 remake would have been at 3 a.m.
Yeah, and those are things you gotta keep into account too. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
definitely.
Still here for entertainment.
Definitely have to take those things to consideration when it's in a marathon format. But big shout out to the other voice you're hearing. That's DDG or DD Gaming. He's one of the showrunners, and one of his responsibilities is actually getting the runners to come and perform. You know, there's a lot of games of the Resident Evil series, close to 30. So, you know, the fact that he took time and actually managed to not only you know, help to create a schedule that accounts for, you know, this order, like we acknowledged, but, you know, he actually had to get a runner for every single game, and with all this going on at the same time, it's pretty amazing. So, yo, thank you from the bottom of my heart, Didi. Really appreciate it.
Wow. Thank you for that. But I'm gonna say, though, I was not alone in this, because there are a lot of people on the speedrunning Discord, Resident Evil speedrunning Discord, that pointed me towards other runners. And while you're talking about it, I'm gonna give a huge shout out to somebody you know, like Dices, who is the person who actually introduced me and invited me on the Resident Evil speedrunning community Discord.
Yo, awesome.
He's one of the main reasons why I did manage to find all of these people.
Let's go.
Yo.
Yep, I know Igdices very well. Very good guy. He loves speedrunning, loves all the people in the community, and I can vouch for him as well.
Yeah, like Dices is really cool. One of my first interactions with him in person, he was literally dancing to Zombies Ate My Neighbors music. I played it. We were waiting in line, or not. We were waiting for somebody's run at SGDQ, and no, not SGDQ. Sorry, GDQX at TwitchCon. We were just all like gathered up. And I just pulled out my phone and started playing it because I'm a big fan of Zombies Ate My Neighbors as well as many like SNES and Genesis games. But I played the music and he just started dancing to it. He loved it. But yeah, shout out to Igdices. We've been seeing a lot of popularity lately. I'm really glad to see it. Been crushing a lot of world records. And yeah, if you like Clock Tower, another survival horror series, definitely look into Igdices. Definitely,
he might be the best clock tower player in the world.
If we could get just for people who are unfamiliar with like how to spell his name, like a shout out in chat, like to his channel, that would be very much appreciated. And the same for everybody, supporting the event. I try like when I'm modding to like give a little bit of recognition. I mean, of course, ultimately the focus is the event, the fundraiser, and this is just a platform for us to like, bring people in and like, we want you to have a good time, but we also want you just to support the cause. But everyone running and doing what they can to support it, I believe they deserve their, support separate of the event as well. So if you like anything you see, whether it be me or the next guy, definitely take that extra step to go and throw them a follow and maybe continue the conversation.
So like Dice's link is on the chat right now, so give the guy a follow, he deserves it. And I mean, you were talking about Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Like Dice's actually closed our marathon in Dallas with this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I had the pleasure of being on the couch for that. I wasn't too familiar with the speedrun, but co-commentaries, and it isn't always about the run. Sometimes it's just like, just having a conversation, being entertaining. I like to think I'm a entertaining person.
I think you are too.
I was gonna say,
I confirm.
Yeah, you know that very well with me, don't you, Level? We did Silent Hill 4 at Atlanta.
I know, and I've never seen that game. Well, I've seen some parts. I love the wheelchair part. I love the evil wheelchairs.
Yeah. The wheelchair bumper cars. Yeah, very familiar with those.
I love it.
Look at this.
So yeah, I got a little bit off topic in regards to speaking about the cause and why I decided to play. So yeah, we didn't have anybody to play this game. No one designated. And when I noticed that, I thought it'd be a good opportunity because, the showrunners and the organizers for this event, decided kind of pretty last minute to switch what this marathon was originally going to be benefiting because of more what they felt were more important matters, and I completely agree with their decision. But unfortunately, in changing to such a much more like, I don't want to say political topic, but I'd say a much more sensitive topic. There isn't too much representation in the marathon across the board in regards to, people who can speak up about the black experience as well as I can. So, I thought it'd be a really good opportunity for an event that's dedicated to supporting Black Lives Matter and the Bail Project to help those protesters going out and fighting for equality. Oh my god, can we chat?
Yeah.
But people going out there fighting for equality. I'm glad that I have, a platform to speak about it. I'm glad it's someone like me who is, who pays attention and acknowledges, this is a movement and a cause that I care about very deeply, like to the point where, like I said, during the first day of the event, and I hosted for 4 games in a row, I was running on like 1 hour of sleep from like the previous day, like, simply because I can't sleep at night, it's crazy to be at the point where you can't sleep at night because of, you know, just constantly watching people you don't even know, but like you're meant to care about because they're you know, other human beings. Like no matter what, you should be sad that there's a life lost. Like even if it's a bad person, it's sad that they're bad when they don't have to be. So like if not being sad for the fact that they lost, but be sad that it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way. No one should have to get to the point where they lose a life, good or bad. But you know, so it sucks and it's terrible. It's something that, you know, you guys might see me on Twitter being very, very outspoken about these things because it's serious. It's something that transcends video games. It's something that transcends you know, Twitch and the internet. It's something that even affects you know, our daily lives and like relationships. I wanted to bring it to the attention that, you know, this is my girlfriend, again, a girlfriend of 5 years, AtomicL. I met her on Twitch, actually, by the way. I met her on Twitch. I was in Georgia, she was in California, and we met up for the very first time at TwitchCon 2015, the very first TwitchCon. And she is a Mexican woman, and I'm a black man. And there are, due to the inequalities and injustices and across the world, not just in America but across the world, you know, there are things that need to be talked about in regards to, like, you know, having a relationship with somebody who will never be able to experience the world in the same way that I do. You know, when we first got together, I've always been you know, I was 17 at the time, you know, but I've always been about this cause and, you know, always been, you know, trying to educate myself. Fortunately, I come from a family, I was homeschooled, and I was fortunate enough to have that education at home from caring parents. Yo, shout out to mom and dad for taking the time, you know, raising 6 kids and things like that, and just educating us on being righteous. And not a lot of people have that luxury. So, you know, knowing what I was getting into, you know, we had a conversation. I let her know, I was like, you know, we care about each other, and that's really that's super important, that we care about each other. And if this goes further, you have to know that there's a world, and she can attest to this. Like, we had almost probably word for word, we had this conversation coming from 17-year-old me. I'm 22 going on 23 now. Oh, you gotta pay attention to your health. we had a first aid spray, but yeah, so we had a conversation. I told her, if we decide to take this further and actually make this a thing, there's a world that you might not be comfortable with. You know, I always, as a black man, I'll always have a duty. No, as a man, I'll have a duty to, you know, I feel like, and then some of these are my own opinions and morals. So don't get it twisted, guys. I'm all for peace, but I said, as a man, I feel like, you know, I have a duty to, you know, raise a son to you know, who hopefully grow to raise more sons, you know, to teach them right and teach them how to be a man in the world. As a brother, you know, as an older brother to 3 siblings, you know, I have a responsibility to make sure I set an example and, you know, and go about the world right, because, you know, everybody's always watching, but even more so, you know, those close to us are watching as well. So we always have to pay attention to that. We always have to pay attention to that and realize that, you know, something that we might see as like harmless or something, it may directly or indirectly affect another person. So, you know, I have brothers and sisters who I could talk a little bit more about in the future, just like if it comes up in conversation. But you know, I have a duty as a son. Why don't you don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. And I don't want to ban on that guy. I like to explain I do believe it's important to have balance when raising a child, but I was just speaking, I didn't thoroughly express, but I think there are experiences in the world that, like, I'll never know what it's like to be a woman. She can explain it to me, I can do research, and I can try to understand it to the best of my ability, but I can never understand that. The best thing I could do for a daughter is to set a good example for what it means to be an adult man. So when they grow up and they're looking for, you know, a partner or something like that, they have a higher standard, and they know, you know, they don't settle for bullshit. That's my goal. I feel like that's what my goal would be as a father to a daughter. You know, to not just my daughter, but any children, whether they be my nieces or nephews, to you know, to keep them loved and protected, and to make sure that they don't let these people who don't care about them affect their views of the world. So I'm sorry, I apologize for not elaborating on that. I didn't mean any disrespect to it, but you know, there's a lot of topics to cover, so some things might be missed. But I thank you. You felt some type of way about it, and you spoke. Speaking is important. Speaking is important. There could have been. There's always a lot of people. We're all different, but it's easy for us to have similar mentalities and views. So if you recognize that I said, why don't you want to raise any daughters, if you had that same feeling, 9 times out of 10 there were like 5 or 10 more people who had that same thought. So I thank you for speaking up and allowing me to, you know, have the time to address it, because somebody, you could have easily just been like, oh, this guy's sexist, let me get out of here and go, you know, I never want to see him again. That's why it's so important to speak up, because, you know, there's a lot of confusion, and there's so many topics and things to address that if you give people the ability to prove themselves. Misunderstandings are very dangerous, whether they're misunderstandings in text or things like that. I'm sure we've all had conversations where, you know, you say something in text because you can't see someone's face, or, you know, we get in our heads and we imagine this ill intent just simply because, you know, that's how we want to feel, and it's not always that deep. Yeah. And you know what? And that's important that you say, Francisco the Mage. It's very important that you point that out. It's hard to misunderstand racism, but somehow people do it daily, hourly, minutely. People really easily misunderstand racism. So, and in a time like this, where technology, and it's so easy to shine a light on the injustices that are happening, and I said it yesterday, it's at the point where if you're on the wrong side of the fence about this, and I do believe there are sides, like you're either for equality and peace or you're against it. Like it's that simple. So if you're on the wrong side of it, I know it's a PG-13 stream, but I'm gonna use my one word limit or whatever. You ain't shit. If you're on the wrong side of all this that's going on, you ain't shit. It's plain and simple. But now again, that doesn't have to remain the case. You know, I believe in change. I believe everything in the world that's happening right now can change. And somebody who's uneducated, everyone's uneducated at some point, right? But it's people who refuse to seek education that are a major problem in our society. It's the people who say they're stuck in their ways, and, you know, this is how I feel about it, and there's nothing you can do to change my mind. And again, at this time, it's very, very plain to see. It's very, very plain to see, and to find, if you're willing to seek it, you can get the answers. You know, these aren't the times where, you know, you have to go to the library or sit down at the TV at certain times and watch the news and things like that. You know, you can get anything you want at any time except peace. That's crazy, ain't it? So yeah, Google's your friend. Twitter is your friend. Like not everything you see or information that you find will be truthful, but it's our job as people to seek that truth and not just ignore it because it's hard to understand. Because the sooner everyone understands, it's the sooner we can make the proper changes to
and to jump on that, if you see stuff like on Facebook or Twitter and you don't see a source with it, question it. Go look up the source. Go look up where they're getting their information from. I mean, on any side, that's something I'm always big on as well. When I see these shares on social media, especially Facebook, where it's literally just somebody that's typed on a color background and it's got like a ton of shares, but I don't see a source anywhere. Like, the internet is your friend, but it can also be your enemy if you let it be. Always research things and look for sources as well. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, that's very important, and thank you for saying that. I was raised, my parents, as wise as they are, and as much as you're supposed to trust and love everything your parents say, and they're very trustworthy, and a lot of their teachings, they always told us, they stressed, don't even take what we say as law. Do your research. You know, whenever we got in trouble or anything, they'd sit us down and be like, if you think there's a better way, let us know. The floor is always open for change. Maybe we are doing it wrong. Nobody's perfect. Our parents, they do the best that they can in giving certain, situations or whatever. But again, nobody's perfect. So I remember one time, it's kind of on a tangent, but I used the word learnt with the T instead of learned, and my parents tried to tell me, that's not a word. And I went and got it was quite an experience to go and get the dictionary that they taught me how to use, to be like, there you go, mom and dad, that says learnt. And it wasn't like I mean, English is forever changing, but that's just, that's something that, it wasn't to stick it to them or anything like that, but I was just doing what they taught me, and and challenge everything. And there might be people who you like, even right now, like, if you guys like what I'm saying, that doesn't mean everything that I'm saying is correct or shouldn't be investigated. There's a lot of people who get comfortable with like certain people as like being the spokesperson for like particular things, but that doesn't mean just because it's someone you trust that said it means that it's what's right. So again, remember to challenge and research everything, no matter who it comes from.
Yeah, because most of the time people who are gonna spread lies or whatever you want to call it don't have ill intents. They're just misinformed. So no matter who shares something on Facebook, on Twitter, or whatever, if they did not do their research, they can just be misinformed.
We have a question. So yeah, sorry about that. We have a question from Yellow Submarine. He says, I completely agree with everything going on here. My only question is, how are the people who are bailed out selected? How do we know our donations don't go to bail out a rioter who caused damage and hurt other people's lives? I'm not interested in helping people who are committing crimes at the expense of peaceful protesters and our community. And fortunately, we have that prepared this time around, thanks to our lovely host, Mr. Eternal Enigma. Would you be able to shed some light and provide some answers for that question?
Yeah, I can actually read that blurb again. So if there's anybody that's just joined us, because dang, we're almost 2 hours into this run already, dang. So yeah, that is a very valid question. So what I'll do is I'll give you some information on how folks are selected for this, and I'll read the blurb from straight from bailproject.org. Says the Bail Project Incorporated pays bail for people who are legally presumed innocent and whom a judge has already deemed eligible for release from jail before trial, contingent on paying bail. Their local teams receive referrals from community members and public defenders and conduct interviews in jails. They determine eligibility for free bail assistance based on a person's bail amount, the reliability of contact information, and a track record of prior court appearances if applicable. They also conduct an individualized needs assessment to determine whether they can adequately support the person through their network of community partners and social service providers. The bail project does not disqualify people based on the type of charge alone. People held on cash bail are presumed innocent by law and have been deemed eligible for pretrial release by a judge, contingent on paying bail. At the point where they come in, the only factor keeping a person in jail is poverty. Their intervention allows people who just can't afford bail to return home to their families and communities while awaiting their court dates, which is something that a wealthier person or someone who can pay a commercial bail bond agency would be in a position to do. So there's a lot of factors that go into place but to determine these sorts of things. And the most important thing is, and I'll say it again, the people that are held on cash bail are already, they're presumed innocent by law, and most importantly, they have already been deemed eligible for pretrial release by a judge. So there's a system there. But if you want to find out more, the link is in the chat right there. It's bailproject.org. There's definitely a system to this, and the right things are being done. So don't worry. But of course, if you have any questions, like we just said, do your own research. Look it up yourself. There's the link right there, bailproject.org, and you can see it for yourself. So it's all there for you to consume, and you make your decisions based on that. Absolutely.
I would like to answer Francisco the Mage on the chat, who says, what if this is all for nothing and nothing changes? Well, of course, we cannot know for sure something is going to change with what we are doing right now, but what we know for sure is that if we do nothing, nothing is going to change. So we gotta try at some point.
You gotta do something. It's just one of those things you can't just sit idly by.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And thank you.
Doesn't the bail project extend further than what's happening?
Oh yeah, yeah. And by the way, the bail project is not just limited to the Black Lives Matter movement or or the protests that are currently going on right now. The bail project is, like as he read, it's used for just people affected by poverty who can't afford. The only thing keeping them from being released is the fact that they can't afford to pay that cash bail. And if you guys are unfamiliar with how bail works, is when you pay cash bail and the process is completed the way it's supposed to, the money goes back to where it came from. It's almost, just think of it as like a security deposit of some kind. I mean,
it's a deposit. That's a good way to put it. Yep.
Yeah, okay. So do your own research on that, but from what I understand, and hopefully I'm explaining it properly, it's like a deposit to make sure that person goes to their court cases and they properly follow the steps of, the law. So what it does, it's supposed to serve as some kind of a bail reform, because the money that they take to get that one person out, once the process is complete, it goes straight back to the fund, and they can use that for one more person and another person and another person. So don't think of this the money that you're donating to the bail project is a one-time thing. This is a forever. It's a cycle. It's recycled. Yeah, it's recycled money that's constantly being used to bail out people who can't afford it, unfortunately. But it's especially.
That's a very good question, though. That's a very valid question. So thank you for posing.
Fair, yeah. And again, if you guys have questions, ask. There's bound to be people, throughout this event. We've had hundreds, thousands, a lot of the time, not hundreds of thousands, but sometimes thousands people come at a time watching, and so maybe they had those same questions, and we aim to provide answers. If we ever reach a point where we can't provide answers, sorry, but we do the best we can to making sure we do the right thing.
We got some donations if you want to.
Oh, go for it. By the way, can you guys let me know how is our voice to game audio? Let me know if I need to lower my game audio.
This is a bit loud.
Yeah, this ending is super loud. I'm gonna turn it down a bit, but yeah, go ahead for those donations. I'll take care of this.
Sure. We've got 2 new donations that have come in. We've got a $5 donation from Diano Nunez, who says, just found this channel, and as a guy who is about done streaming Resident Evil 4, I enjoy watching others playing Resident Evil games, but this for a cause is just a fantastic way to get community together. I am a Latino, but I agree that Black Lives Matter. I will do what I can to help out with this. One love to all.
Yo, one love, peace, and hair grease. Thanks, much love, man. I really appreciate that, and I thank you for addressing the fact that you are Latino, but you're still for Black Lives Matter. This is my girlfriend, again, a girlfriend of 5 years, AtomicL. She is Hispanic as well. She's of Mexican descent. So yeah, but in response to that, oh wait. Yeah. I'll finish before we get back to the nations. In response to that, there are, as everybody's gonna have their struggles, you know. As much as we try to stop it, there's prejudice. Prejudice won't probably will never go away. But what we're fighting for is we're fighting against a systemic prejudice, a racial prejudice that goes beyond just, you know, getting weird looks. As much as great as it would be to never have to get a weird look, you know, like when, you know, this is bad to some people. This is bad. Simply this offends people. The fact that I'm a black man dating a Mexican woman, this offends people. This keeps people up at night. This alone. And it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way. Black Lives Matter, it transcends just, you know, the police violence and things like that. It's a fight for equality for everybody. Black Lives Matter means all lives can't matter until Black Lives Matter as well. So, you know, there are things with, you know, our relationship, you know, when coming from Georgia. I was born in Buffalo, New York. I wasn't raised there, but I was born in Buffalo, New York, and it's a segregated city. I don't know if anybody's familiar with it, but it's a segregated city. You know, you have a ton of black people in some area, you have a ton of white people in some area, and just, you know, and so on and so forth. So, you know, our parents recognizing the injustices present, and, you know, how hard it is to, you know, make something in that particular environment, you know, they moved us away from it, and I'm glad they did. Again, I come from a family of 8. My parents had 6 kids. I'm fortunate enough to have the same mother and the same dad, like, across all of us. All of us are 100%. You know, I touch on that just because of, like, the stereotype of, you know, I have my father in my life. You know, not just with black people or anything. You know, not everybody is fortunate enough to have a mother and father for whatever reason. I was fortunate enough to have not just both, but both, you know, that are caring. Also, we're on the wrong chapter.
You're the one who chose it?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Man, no, but yeah, I was fortunate enough to not only have 2 people to help us, to help raise me, but 2 people who care. So once again, shout out to mom and dad, because otherwise I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have the ability to use this platform for good. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so, you know, going to Georgia, you know, speaking a little bit about Georgia, you always hear about Southern hospitality and things like that, and it's true. There's Southern hospitality is strong. You know, I would honestly say in the 4 years that I spent in California living with Atomic in the city of La Habra, which has a 3% black population, you can immediately tell the difference, you know, when you come to not just somewhere surrounded by you know, people who are like me, but just Georgia in general. I'm speaking to Georgia. I travel around a lot, you know, going to these different events. I participated in NoReset Dallas. You know, I went to PAX East in Boston. You know, I've been to different parts of the U.S. And when you travel, you see the difference between people and their interactions. Georgia specifically, Southern hospitality, it's real. It's a real thing. I'd say in the very first day I moved back to Georgia after 4 years in California, I probably spoke with more, or had more, like, customers and employees just speak to me for whether it's like saying excuse me or have a nice day and things like that. It was refreshing. But with that being said, you know, with I'm not saying that Georgia's like this super peaceful place. You know, I'm just addressing the Southern hospitality thing. But you know, regardless of that, you know, Georgia, if you don't know the history, I won't get too into it, but Georgia it's a southern state, and the southern states weren't too happy about like the abolishing of slavery and things like that. So, you know, there's a lot of things that people still are holding on to across the state, and so that, you know, it's not perfect. It's not perfect. When I was 7 years old, I told the story a little while ago. When I was 7 years old in Georgia, the place of Southern hospitality, I unfortunately had to be called a certain word that begins with an N and ends with an R by this drunken white man while me and my brother were just, you know, walking our dog.
There's some information I need to find. Were there any computers
And that hurts. And even though it hurts, it didn't hurt as much because my parents had the conversation with me that, you know, this might happen in your life. This might happen to you. It might not be today or tomorrow, but there's going to be at some point where people don't like you just because of the color you were when you came out, when you were born into this world. And some people, you know, some people aren't fortunate enough to have that conversation before they deal with these injustices and this inequality and this prejudice and things like that. You know, and not just when I was 7, you know, but, you know, I came onto Twitch when I was 14 years old. I was pretending to be older than I was for a couple reasons, though. I'll admit to that. I was 7. I was 7. I was 14, pretending to be like 21 or something. I can't remember. I got the voice changer and everything, and, you know, just to like deepen my voice a little bit, because for a couple reasons. I played a lot of Call of Duty. I was very active on the internet. And, you know, not just because of your race, you know, people treat you differently because of your age. You know, things like, you know, they see you playing Resident Evil or like these old school games. Oh, what you doing, youngin? Go back to playing Call of Duty. Go play Minecraft. You know, I was trying to avoid that kind of thing. So, you know, I did pretend to be older than I was to show like, yo, I might be 14, I might be born in 97, but, you know, I know about Streets of Rage, I know about Sonic the Hedgehog, I know about Anita Ward, or I know about all these different artists or whatever. Like, I can speak on these topics. Just because I'm young doesn't mean I'm not educated or I haven't been exposed to, you know, good art is art. Art is art, and fortunately we live in a time where it's, no matter how old it is, 9 times out of 10 it's accessible. So never treat somebody different because, you know, they aren't supposed to know about that. And I know it's used jokingly a lot of times, but some people are more serious about it, and still I believe, coming from somebody who had to experience it, it's a little insensitive at times. Gatekeeping, yeah. Don't gatekeep art. But yeah, so I was 14 when I started on Twitch, and I didn't use a camera for plenty of reasons. One, because I was I was a lot younger than I was saying I was. So like, this guy don't look 20 to me. He probably looks 40. He looks 14. But somehow, you know, bless genetics, I looked exactly the same the moment I decided to, you know, turn on my camera when I was like 15 or 16. Some people still joke with me like, "Oh, Level, you're still 17. Shh, hush, look, the Level baby, shh." But yeah, but yeah, believe that from the moment that I turned that camera on, you know, people who thought and we can speak a little bit about things like, you know, AAVE or, you know, Ebonics and things like that. If you guys are unfamiliar with AAVE, you can look it up. It stands for African American Vernacular English, if I'm not mistaken. but basically in reference to, you know, the way people talk, the way people carry themselves. There's a lot of times, like growing up, maybe if you're not even if you're black or if you're Mexican or a person of color or just anybody who questions the quote unquote norm that shouldn't be the thing. There's a standard in America specifically, and I can only speak for America because that's where I live and that's what I know. You know, that, you know, to be educated or to sound intelligent or to speak proper or to enunciate your words or to articulate properly is associated with, you know, being white or sounding white. And it's a shame. It's a shame that intelligence and the way that you carry yourself is associated with, you know, race or anything. So, you know, before I turned that camera on, you know, once I turned it on, a lot of people were like, oh, I thought you were a white guy, or I thought this, I thought that. And, you know, once it's clear that I'm not, because of, you know, the color of my skin, you better believe it started. You know, get off of Twitch, monkey. You know, you remind me of this, monkey, whatever. There's a lot of other words that I don't want to use. Monkey's the most tame of them all. So, but you better believe that happened to me from the day that I turned my camera on, and it's still every now and then it does, and not just me. I'm speaking from my experience. You know, there's a lot of people out here who, you know, females who don't want to turn on their camera because they don't want to show me your breasts, or like the guy who was in here earlier. I'm not going to bring it up exactly, but, you know, we see it all the time. And nothing can happen if people don't speak about it. If one, people don't speak about it, and two, if people who are affiliated with those same people don't stop it. Because sometimes we might see our friends doing things that are bad, and because our friends, we go easy on them or we let it slide. But no, we can't let it slide. We can't let it slide. I was having an argument with my and again, these same parents that raised me to know better. I'm not gonna throw them under the bus, but, you know, a lot of us who consider ourselves, like, you know, one with the world or peaceful or for righteousness, sometimes not on the same scale as maybe my parents, but, you know, you might support Black Lives Matter, but your parents might hate Black lives. I don't want to go as far to in this particular conversation, Coffee. I will say though, while I mean, yeah, a lot of problems, whether you like it or not, are caused by, or in relation to what I'm talking about, like what I'm personally talking about, systemic prejudice and like the racial injustice. It's without a doubt. It's a lot of it are. They're white people. That's it's happening. I'm not going far to say all white people are bad. No, a lot of these people doing this marathon, they're white, and I love them to death. Eternal Enigma, I love you, dog. Thank you so much for offering your voice and speaking up. But, you know, you got to give credit where it's due, and you got to call out bullshit when you see it. And if people can't understand that, then oh well. I'm well aware. There you might be, if we refer to like these rioters and things like that, some videos you might see white people taking skateboards to glass. Sometimes you might see black teenagers, you know, taking things like evil acts or bad acts, negative acts, whatever you want to call it, aren't limited to a particular race. It's always going to it's always going to happen. But you can't ignore that, you know, good can come from anybody as well. You know, it's you gotta give credit where it's due. You gotta give credit where it's due.
speaking of giving credit where it's due, we got a few more donations.
Oh, go for it. Yo, I was on a roll, huh? I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
Go for it. I'm not stopping you. You're on a roll. We got a good one here. I think you'll know this one very well. We just got a $100 donation from Sue.
Sounds like
Sue.
Who says, I rub you fellas like a chicken to corn. Let's go.
Oh my god, yo, the infamous Bakba Sue. Thank you so much for $100. Also, by the way, for those of you guys donating, you may not have been here before, but we have an incentive that for every donation that includes a message about lasers in reference to these lasers on the screen. But yeah, it doesn't matter as long as the word laser is in the message. Myself and a few others will be donating $1 additional to the cause. So yeah, if you're gonna donate, definitely be sure to 1, leave a message with lasers included, and 2, we have a couple raffles going on at the moment. We have one for Resident Evil Essentials bundles for PS2 provided by myself. It's new, it's sealed, it's in the box. It contains a copy of Resident Evil Code Veronica X, Resident Evil Outbreak, and Resident Evil 4. Even if you already own those games or have them on yourself, you know, why not own a brand new copy that you can look at and, you know, love and adore. And we also have a Resident Evil 3 remake copy being provided by DD Gaming. But yeah, thank you guys for donating, and yeah, feel free to read some more.
Yeah, we got one more. We have a $5 donation from Taishi, who's donating again. Says, just dropping another $5 to remind everyone that Black Lives Matter, because it will never be said enough on here. Also, lasers.
There's a question by the Tin Man in chat. He asked it before, but I overlooked it, and I apologize. I'm not personally familiar with that particular case. I don't want, while I'm here, I don't want to speak about particular cases, because one, there's so many. It's really easy to go out and learn about them. I'm not familiar with it, and I'd rather not discuss particular cases, because the same things are happening to so many people, and especially to those people who look like me, to black people. So yeah, because I speak on topics that I'm educated on. If I'm uneducated, then I take the time, you know, after the stream to go look into it and things like that. So if that's a conversation you'd like to have after the stream and talk to me about, you know, my DMs are open. You can also, you know, check out TheLevelBest or twitch.tv/TheLevelBest, or on twitter.com/I'mTheLevelBest, and hit me with it. You know, there's a lot of opportunities, but I don't want to use this time to speak on specific cases. As much as I believe everybody deserves like the time, I just due to lack of education, I don't want to do it. It's not something I feel comfortable with, and that's saying a lot. I like to speak on the topics. If I can't give it 200%, I don't want to give it any time at all, and that's my personal. But you better believe if you hear me talking about it, then it's something I'm passionate about. And again, I apologize for yesterday when we had someone ask the question in regards to the Bell project, and as a host, I wasn't prepared. I didn't have that answer prepared. But you know, we learned from it, and fortunately, you know, Enigma came prepared as well. Thank you again for, you know, holding it down in regards to being informative, and
Yeah, you're being such a great host. Thank you.
Yeah,
you're welcome. Had a little experience, but you know, I'm always learning too. Never perfect, always learning new things. This is definitely something new for me, and you always have to challenge yourself, do some different things. And I'm very proud to be a part of this. And we just got another donation that came in. If you want to read that one as well.
All right. Just one more thing.
Sure, go for it. The floor is yours.
How do you say it? KXO. I'm not sure how to say your name. I apologize. But he said they said we need to stop labeling ourselves as white, black, Mexican, etc., and start labeling ourselves as human beings and Americans, or wherever you're from. The change will never happen if we keep doing this. We have to change ourselves inside, or we're going to keep hurting others mentally and physically. I feel shame being an American. I shouldn't. And yeah, I agree with that. I agree that that's a stance that we should take. At some point, that's a stance that we should take, but we're not there yet. It needs to be recognized that, you know, I'm black and she's Mexican, because as long as racism and white supremacy and, you know, systemic prejudice and all these injustices are occurring, it's important to know where we all stand on the matter, not just like from a cultural standpoint, or you know, our backgrounds. It's because here's the thing, right? Economically, in a perfect world, and I was talking with her a little bit. Oh, let me get a little bit of water.
Claire, look at this.
Excuse me. Again, I don't have all the answers. No one's perfect. But here's my what I think. You know, money. What is at the end of the day? What is money, right? People are paid for their labor, and they use that money to pay their bills and to buy food, so they can provide for their families, right? In a perfect world, everybody would have everything, and you know, the only work that would be done is the work that needs to be done to keep things going. You know, nobody should have to worry about whether or not they can feed their family at the end of the day, whether or not they can have the internet, whether or not they have electricity or hot water or things. In a perfect world, nobody should have to worry about that. Technically speaking, nothing outside of the labor it costs, nothing costs anything. We as a society put a price on things, and you know what we value and stuff. So, and in regards to that,
I guess no one's here.
Speaking on the economics alone,
What the hell is this?
there's racial inequalities there.
What's it doing here?
You know, and if you don't believe me, here's a challenge for you.
Something's not right about it.
And you don't have to do the challenge, but just think about this. If for 1 week, I know Enigma is hard to hear. Turn the game down sound. Don't know it's connected. I don't believe it's not connected. No, the game sound in Enigma, but I will raise him a bit. I don't know. He's not on my end at all. He's not on my end. Sorry. But yeah, what I was saying.
That Alfred?
Imagine this.
Is that her brother?
If for 1 week you could only buy and sell from people of your racial background or ethnicity, whatever you want to call it, right? Think about that, and then think about who would have the hardest
I've
time
seen enough to know that this isn't a good idea.
making that happen.
Yeah.
And that lets you know that there's tiers to it, and not to say it's because, you know, maybe black people don't have anything because black people are lazy or black people or anything. It's there's a system, and you can do the research if you don't believe me. You know, there's systems in place. Things like when slavery was abolished, and you know, land and things were divvied out to all different people, and then you have like all these slaves and things with nowhere to go. Things like, you know, and again, I'll mention it's something that I'm not 100% educated about, but I did read recently, and this is in the UK, not even America. I read something along the lines of when slavery was abolished in the UK, you know, there was money to be paid to slave owners for like each of the slaves that they owned, and that money like took a long time to get paid off. That particular one in regards to the UK is something I'm not 100% educated on, but I did think it worth mentioning because that's something that I need to look into, and something other people should look into, to, you know, to help push the narrative that racism and inequality doesn't just exist in America. A lot of people think, oh, I'm glad I'm not in America because that doesn't happen here, but it happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. From the things we buy to the things we sell, from the way we, you know, from the music we listen to, and you know, there's so much. And that's why it's so great to talk about these things, because it's just, I feel like Black Lives Matter covers it's a movement that's meant to cover everything, but there's so many topics. It's too much. We could go on forever about this stuff, and it's sad that people only wait until people start dying to talk about it. And again, if it's uncomfortable, if everything we're talking about right now makes you uncomfortable, just be grateful that you're alive. Be grateful that you're alive. It makes people uncomfortable hearing it, and it makes everybody. It makes me uncomfortable to have this conversation, because it shouldn't be that way. We shouldn't be having to raise money to help people out of jail who shouldn't be there, right? It makes me very uncomfortable, but still at the end of the day, I do what it takes, and I speak, I put my money where my mouth is, and I try to be the best human being I can. More donations, please. I'm gonna shut up and let you get through these donations.
Well, there's only one, but just to jump on your comment of being grateful to be alive. I always, every time I start my stream, sure, Son of Liberty will tell you. Every time I start my stream, I use a line from one of my favorite Soul Asylum songs, because we lived through another day, and it's a good excuse to celebrate. So I echo that. Be very grateful that you're alive, for sure. But we've got one more donation that's come through, and it's a $5 donation from the guy Greg, who says, "Code Veronica knife only runs bring everybody together." Sure do. Thank you, Greg. And I just want to go ahead and point out as well, with all these recent donations, we have passed $7,500 in total donations, and we are well on the way.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. We are well on the way to $8,000. And just to remind everybody, if we pass $10,000 total at any point before this marathon is over, we will get a bonus run of Resident Evil 2 Tofu. So that is the goal here. We want to get to 10,000, but we got to get to 8,000 first. So we are $438 away from $8,000. Thank you all very, very much for contributing during our shift here. Just want to thank everybody for donating for that. Absolutely.
That is really amazing. And I was considering doing this. I didn't speak too heavily about it, because I thought I would save it for another marathon. But I'm feeling really a really good vibe from the chat, really good vibe from the showrunners, really good vibe from all the donors. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It warms me, because like you can ask her, this last week, man, has been rough. If you think COVID-19 and having to just look at these riots have been rough, imagine how it feels to feel that you're a target on top of it all. Like a lot of people you can watch as we're watching as spectators, but we're watching as players in a very deadly game.
It's too quiet.
And that's crazy, dude.
No.
Nobody seems to.
It's crazy. It's so crazy. I've lost.
It is crazy. And just to jump in, I that's why I'm not really, when you're on a roll and you're talking, you're telling how you feel. That's why I'm not really jumping in to stop you, because for someone like me, we talk about privilege and things of that nature. As you said, I'm white dude. I was born with that privilege. And there's going to be things that you experience that I'll never have to, because of the color I was born with. So it is very important to me to listen to folks like you and give your perspective of things. And this is a very important thing. And I also agree with you that I really enjoy the vibe of this as well. These topics in their inherent nature are not comfortable, but we have come together and we've made it a somewhat comfortable thing. Like you said, the vibe is really good, and I think you're a big part of that. So I just wanted you to know that as well.
Thank you. But yeah, I wanted to say, this past week has been really hard for me, and a lot of people. But it's speaking from my personal experience. I haven't been able to sleep at all. There was one time, and I'm gonna get into a little bit about us shortly, but I haven't been able to sleep like the last 3 or 4 days, just from, you know, absorbing and consuming so much, trying to understand everything that's going on, you know, and even if, now when I say try to understand, like, you know, I know what it is, of course I know what it is, but it's always a constant effort to try and understand, because it's just like looking like, how can people possibly be this evil? Like, how can you sleep at night, dude? How can you sleep at night knowing this is going on? That's the kind of thing that I have to try to understand. But I already know what it's about. It's about people being power hungry and just want to be in control of everything. Like I said, in a perfect world, and again, and this is just speaking economically, obviously we'll always need some kind of law, and we'll always need some kind of enforcement and things like that. But it definitely, this ain't it. This ain't it, Chief. This ain't it at all. So, you know, you see that? And y'all see that, guys? You see that? We just, I won't call it out, but, you know, as peaceful as this has been, you know, with permission from the showrunner to, like, you know, I don't want to say it exactly, but allow me to bleep out whatever it was. Didi? Who's here?
Excuse me, I was reading the chat.
Oh, no problem. I said permission to just kind of dance around what it was that was said that was blocked. Okay, yeah. So somebody just sent a message in chat. As peaceful as I am, you know, I don't hate nobody. Ex Mira. Somebody can link her to really important a group of not just black creators on Twitch, but black partners on Twitch got together. And you know, they were given the platform, and I will say again, I don't believe everyone's evil. I don't believe all white people are evil. You know, I think if there's potential for good in everybody, but yeah, 7 black creators. You know, there was a white creator who gave seven more black creators the platform on his podcast and to speak on these issues. It's so hard to hit this guy, but yeah. And you know, the whole time, yo, thank you for linking it. That's a 3-hour podcast. It's really good. You should watch it. But yeah, he gave, you know, he used his, what, you know, his privilege or his platform, whatever he had, to let it be known what we experience, right? And I appreciate him. From the bottom of my heart, I'd appreciate him. But the girl, Mira, she said there's a clip. I'll be glad to, if somebody can get it from my Twitter, because I tweeted out recently. But it was a clip, and what she said was, I don't hate anybody. She said, I don't hate anybody. People think because she doubled down on racism, and she always speaks up against, you know, when we speak out, and I'm paraphrasing now, you know, when we speak out against white supremacy and white people, we're not talking about our allies. We're not talking about the allies. We're talking about the people who you see when you turn on the news, when you go on Twitter, when you watch these videos. We're talking about those evil ass cops, and then and sometimes you see some black cops too. You see some, and that I said I didn't want to talk too much about specific cases, but because it's the one that, you know, kind of sparked this all. It was like what is it when the thing that tipped the barrel, is that a thing? There's an analogy here. You know what I'm trying to say. It was the last straw for a lot of people. When George Floyd was murdered, you know, if I'm not mistaken, there was an Asian cop. So it's not only white people. A lot of times you watch these videos of people getting beat down and things. They're black people as well. You know, not everybody's not. There's a saying. It goes not all skin folk is kinfolk. That's a phrase. I don't know if you ever heard it before, but it's true. The straw that broke the camel's back. Thank you. Not all skin folk are kinfolk. So just because somebody look like you don't mean they about that life. You know, evil comes in all shapes, sizes, and colors. So but yeah, so when we speak out and we're saying bad things about, you know, white people, it don't always mean you. There's another saying, it's like you throw a rock into a pack of dogs or whatever, the one that hit hollers. That, you know, if it ain't about you, just let it be. If you know it's not you, then what you mad for? But anyway, so back to what Mira said, and it was really it almost made me cry. She said, you know, people think because I double down on racism, they want to joke around and say things like, I hate white people. And she was like, I don't hate white people. I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anybody. I don't what did she say? She says, I hate ignorance and I don't hate myself. That's what she said. And that shit was so powerful to me. Cause it's ignorance, dude. Whether it be these people out here doing this nasty shit, or the people who sit idly by, it's because they're uneducated. So I hate ignorance too, and I don't hate myself. She says I hate ignorance and I don't hate myself. I love myself, and when you love yourself, there's some shit that you can't let rock. And that's extremely powerful. When you love yourself and you know what you're about, and you know you stand for righteousness, you just can't let it happen. You can't see people do wrong and just be with it. It's as simple as that. If you're truly for right, you'll never stand for wrong. And that's what it is. Once again, shout out to everybody in that podcast, but specifically to X Mira. I'm a member of the Sims community, a really powerful member of the Sims community. Much love to her. But yeah, I don't know where I was before that. I know I did want to talk about us though.
Let's see if there's any donations first.
Yeah. Do we have any donations before I continue?
We've actually cleared them for right now, but I just want to remind everybody that we are we're about $438 away. Well, I take that back. You had tremendous timing because literally one just came through. A $5 donation from Pagan Zero, who says, Level, just again want to say respect for you. The passion in your voice rings so true, and I can hear and see it. Thank you for being so open with us. Also, one last time from my end, because I was the first who did it, laser beams. laser,
oh,
laser. Man. And one last time, I'm a firing my laser.
Oh my God. Yo, thank you so much,
Pagan
Zero. And thank you for everyone who's like Pagan Zero. Huh?
Are we at 16?
I don't know. 17, okay. Oh, shoot the target. And be careful. There's like glass and things. Make sure you're shooting the target. I don't know if there's like fake. Okay. I don't know. But and I'm talking. You should be on it. I see your score. You're like 1,000.
Not good.
Anyway, you got the Wiimote Plus, the Motion Plus. You should be killing it. But anyway, thank you to everybody like Pagan Zero, and pay attention and and recognize. We gotta shoot the target. So yeah. And recognize, how passionate I am about this cause. I was on the brink of not even coming through for this marathon, but I'm glad DD reached out to me. There was like there was a process to what we had to do to submit our runs and things. And he reached out to me again to make sure. I've been really, really terrible about multitasking lately, and so, at one point I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get to it today, or I'm gonna do it right now. And then like a day passed and I still hadn't done it. So thank you, Dee Dee, for reaching out to me and make sure I got that done. And the fact that you even like cared at all to say it to me, it might be like, what, maybe this is something I should be doing. And then on top of that, to let me pause this. I need to pause this for a second. And on top of that, when I recognized that they switched from, you know, the COVID-19 relief, as important as that is, you know, and I don't know. I love to believe that COVID-19, as bad as it is, you know, eventually it'll pass, or it won't be as bad as it is right now. But, you know, racism, white supremacy, and things of that nature is something that's been going on far before COVID came into the world, and far before I came into the world, for that matter. So the fact that they changed and was like, this is what we're gonna support. But again, much love to you guys for doing that. It means so much. I never thought I'd be in this position right now, like so soon in my life. Like, maybe it's not my own channel or whatever, but the fact that you guys have a platform, you know, you recognize that there's voices that need to be heard, and they might not have that platform. So you take a step back and say, yo, pull up, you know, maybe I can't, I'm all for what you're saying, but I can't say it. I can't speak from experience, and I can't say it as good as you. So let me step aside. Let me work on the tech. Let me read some donations. But, you know, here you go. And I appreciate you, Enigma. Even though we have these donations that need to get read, and people are coming out of their pockets supporting this cause, you know, when you realize I'm saying things that need to be heard, you know, you just, you know, you give me time to.
Yeah, you let his voice be heard.
Yeah, you let my voice be heard, and I appreciate it.
Yours.
I appreciate it. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so I really appreciate you guys, you know. And again, this is all of this is coming from somebody I can't, who hasn't been able to sleep this week. The first time in like 4 or 5 days I haven't been able to sleep. I slept last night. And it's a little story, and I'm sorry we're pausing the game a bit, but there's a couple things I wanted to address from the chat, and that I couldn't do while playing. So just shortly after we were talking about how great it was, and the vibe in the stream and stuff like that, we had a comment from somebody, and they said, effing in words, shut the F up, right? And it was banned, you know. And then just recently we just had another one, and they say they actually took the time to make an account, why knows in word, and they said, shut the F up, you black ass white nose, right? You guys have been here. Some of you have been here all the time, the whole time. Has any other streamer during this event, any other runner, had anything like that during their shift?
Yes,
No,
there has
man.
been. There has been.
Right? And you know, and it is because they're here supporting Black Lives Matter. No.
Yeah, but these kind of people don't even...
Yeah, whenever you come, when you're on the front page, when you have, you know, the trigger words or target words, whatever, in your title, you know, it's what you invite to yourself. That's part of what it means to be uncomfortable, and that's another reason why people are afraid to speak out, because the moment that you speak out and that you show allyship for a good cause and for good people, now you're a target. It's not just them anymore. It's like, oh, you know, it's like if you ever seen a dog, like a dog fight, or like a dog fighting something, and I'm not to call these people dogs, like, you know, I'm gonna keep it peaceful. As bad as I feel, I'm not that's not what I'm here for. But just for the sake of an analogy, you know, if a dog is attacking something or biting something, if you reach your hand in to try and prevent it, now you're at risk. A lot of people just try not to get bit.
Yeah.
So they rather watch somebody else get bit, and you know, knowing that they aren't in a fully capable position to defend themselves, because they're afraid to get bit themselves. And that's what it is. There's some of it is. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say.
I wouldn't put my hand near a dog's mouth, but I get what you mean.
Yeah.
But someone random on the internet is not gonna scare me.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not scared.
They don't even deserve our time.
No.
Yeah, I noticed someone responded to a negative comment or.
Yeah, don't
just
even
don't
don't comment.
Let the mods do their job. They'll get to it.
Thank you.
They don't deserve your time.
Right. That's right. You're right.
I mean,
so
I'm gonna say exactly what Eternal Enigma said before the stream. As soon as you acknowledge a troll, you won.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So yeah.
Don't even do it.
So yeah, I'm not gonna continue calling out. I just wanted to let you guys know that it's happening. It's all these things that I'm speaking out against. I'm dealing with it right now, as we speak. So that's like, just to show the same way people post these videos. You know, I'm so thankful for technology and things. I'm glad everybody has cell phones. I'm glad everybody has cameras and things, because we can finally shed a light on these things that, you know, where back in the day, as long as it's not happening in your circle, maybe you are 100% ignorant to it. But it's like it's to the point where it's irrefutable. Like I said, it's there. You can't ignore it. You can't deny it, and if you are, then you're not for righteousness. So yeah. In regards to that, the first night, the reason I haven't been able to sleep is because I've been doing this so much. If it's not necessarily on the stream, but you know, I take to Twitter and talk. I read what my friends have to say. I listen to their podcasts, and not just my friends, but my friends or anybody who's for the same shit I am. And I'm for peace and righteousness. I want the world to be a better place. I believe that it's everybody's job as human beings. People always talk about, and I'm getting a little bit off topic. Not off topic, but like
Rambling?
Huh?
Rambling?
No. I don't know what the word is. I got bad memory lately, but I'm glad I've been able to speak and I feel like articulate my thoughts very clearly up to this point. But it's my personal belief that, you know, people always talk about what's the meaning of life and things like that, and I believe the meaning of life is to make sure when you leave this world, you left it better than when you were in it, or well, you know, better than it was when you came into it. That's what I think. That's what, you know. And just evolution. I think evolution should always be getting better, not this spiraling descent into whatever this is outside, where you can't you know, browse the internet without seeing somebody got killed. Like it ain't supposed to be like that. So anybody who's against that, you know, we're friends. You know, we don't have any right now, but I know at some point I would like to do my job, or what I feel is my job, and have a kid and raise them so they can do the same thing. You know, it's not guaranteed that they'll have the same morals or the same intensity towards this cause as me, but at the end of the day, we can only do our part. And that touches on things like when people ask questions about the foundation and stuff like that, you know. And I don't want to take any attention, and I don't want you guys feeling any type of way, but you know, they build the foundation, or the organization, like the Bell Project, something like the Bell Project. You know, they let you know how it's done, and then you donate to it. Like as we do our part by supporting that cause, right? And then they have to do their part to make sure that they're truthful in what they say, and they, you know, do, and that not just with the Bell Project, but with any foundation, there's that risk or whatever. But you know, we can only do our part. So if they say, you know, this is where what we're about, this is what we're trying to do, if you're with it, you know, here's the link. It's, you can only do your part as a human being. And like Dee Dee said, we know that doing nothing won't change anything.
Gets you nowhere.
Yeah, doing nothing gets you nowhere. So the least we can do is try. And so yeah, I've been seeing a lot of stuff. It keeps me. I'm awake because I don't want to miss out on some important piece of information. I stay awake because the more I think about what we can do as a people to change, it angers me that we have to be thinking about it anyway. I stay awake because, even when I feel tired enough to fall asleep, the moment I close my eyes, I'm dreaming about all those people that I see wrong on a daily basis, on an hourly basis for that matter, because it's come. If you use Twitter, or any of these platforms, I say Twitter because that's what I use when I'm like absorbing this information. It's very easy. You get, not only do you get the content that people want to present, but you also get their responses along with it. And then if it's something that's wrong, there's a lot of times I saw like a video where like the headline or whatever, and somebody put the wrong information in the headline, and then you get somebody in the comments like, hey, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but this part of it is wrong. There's a lot of, and then they link their source. It's easy to get that chain reaction of responses and things like that, people trying to better educate you, like, I appreciate what you're trying to do showcasing this, but just make sure you get the facts straight, because the moment you get, it's so hard to explain your struggle to somebody who doesn't care. And sometimes it can be hard for people who are trying to care, but it's hard to get accurate information. There's a lot of misinformation on the internet, and so I said beware, be thorough. When you see a video, look for, and I'm sure you guys have noticed, when you see videos of these riots or wrongdoings, whatever, there's like 5, 10, 15 different angles of people. That wasn't the only dude on the street recording. So try to find the beginning, try to find the end, try to find that top down side. There's so many different perspectives, and make sure that you get all of it. And that's kind of the reason why it's so hard, because you can never be too sure. Sometimes it's real, sometimes it's staged. We have these peaceful protesters, and then you have agitators, people who come through and do riots and vandalism and things like that. Sometimes, as far as I'm concerned, from my personal perspective, the protesters are the people out there talking, trying to have a conversation. If people believe that vandalism and rioting or looting is a form of protest, I don't personally believe that, because it mixes up the message. It makes it hard to focus on these group of people. So I really wish people would take a step back and understand what's happening there, because if everybody doing good was those protesting, it would just in general, if everybody doing good was gathered together, then it would just leave everybody doing wrong. And then it's easier to handle from that point. So that's a big reason why people might not believe it, but do research. There's agitators who come out and try to deter the message, just to get some stuff started. There's videos of like people showing, and sometimes they're valid, sometimes they're not, but there's evidence of people leaving piles of bricks and things like that at sites where people are supposed to be protesting, to try and encourage people to use them. Kind of the same way people use y'all seen the TV show like bait car and things like that, where you go into a, like, even that, something like that is terrible, dude. I mean, it's terrible, but just think about it. You go into a bad neighborhood knowing there's people here to do wrong, and then you give them something to do wrong so you can, there's a lot of different, I won't talk too much about that, because there's a lot of different aspects, but I feel like it's in the same like realm of of setup and things like that. Just trying to start something, I think. But yeah, so I see all these videos, and when I'm sleeping or trying to sleep, like I close my eyes and that's all I see. I see everything I've been absorbing all day. So I get mad again. I get mad again because it's nonstop. It's nonstop. So, there was a time the other night, and this is the important reason why I wanted to get, my girlfriend on. Not only are we an interracial couple, but pay attention to us. Not only are we an interracial couple, but as I said before, I'm a black man. And because I'm black, there's a lot of things that I I can't control, that I have to be knowledgeable about and I have to be aware. So just so I don't go into this world and get caught up in something that I can't, that I can't control this dude. There's a lot of things for a lot of people, traits or whatever, but you can hide it. There's a lot of things that people don't like in this world, and they, even though they shouldn't have to hide it all, you shouldn't be afraid to be, as long as you ain't hurt nobody, you shouldn't be afraid to be yourself. But there's a lot of nastiness in this world, and some people have to hide who they are just to get through the day. But unfortunately for black people, what you gonna do, dude? It's there. It's something. It's a tattoo or whatever. It's something that you have to wear all the time, always. You're not gonna make me cry in the dark side. I almost cried when Pagan Zero did that donation. I almost cried. I will say. And speaking of crying, there's been a lot of times when I've seen so much stuff, like I can't help but want to cry, but I haven't. I promise you. I mean, and it's not because I'm a man, or I got to be masculine or toughen up or nothing. It ain't nothing like that. There's nothing wrong with crying, and ain't nothing wrong with being emotional. You should share it. More people. I feel like a lot of relationships, not just intimate ones, but like relationships between family members, parent and child, relationships with friends or whatever. It's because people are afraid to be emotional. You got to speak up. You got to speak up, not just when it comes to these injustices and things like that. You have to speak up. But if you are and if you're gonna cry, just don't, make sure crying is not the only thing you do. I hope while you're crying, you're talking and you're being vocal, and it hurts. It hurts so much, and so I completely understand those who need to cry. But I haven't cried because, speaking for my people specifically, black people been crying too long, and I'm not trying to give anybody who don't give a shit about me or what I stand for, or what all these people coming through on this stream, donating, sitting here and listening to what I have to say. I'm not trying to give any of those people the satisfaction by letting some tears roll down my face. So George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Mike Brown, Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, like all of y'all, like wherever you are, if you believe in heaven or whatever, I ain't trying to get on religion or anything like that, but wherever you are, know that I care deeply. But I'm not shedding any tears because I'm gonna try my best not to shed any tears, because the people who did what they did to y'all is wrong. Man, man, it's hard to keep it together. It's hard, dude. It's hard. And again, like, drink some water, yeah. Shout out, and pay attention when I'm about to say next, because it's important. But firstly, shout out to AtomicL, my girlfriend for 5 years. We're an interracial couple, but she don't do anything. She makes sure I got water when I stream. She come through, make sure I drunk some water. Sometimes when I'm streaming, she come through. She make me a plate or food just to make sure that I'm taking care of myself. Cause streaming's hard, dude. And yeah, it's easy to let time pass and to get ahead of yourself. A lot of people don't understand that for a full time, I wouldn't say I'm a full time streamer, but I'm not. It's not about me. I'm just in general. For a full time streamer, you have sometimes hundreds and thousands of people watching you, and they expect you to sit in a chair and just stare at this game and just be entertaining for 8 hours straight. But when you work hold this please. When you work a real job or whatever you want to call it, if a real job is being unhappy and having to deal with people who don't care about you and being somewhere you don't want to be, then I never want a real job again in my life. This is coming from somebody who worked retail for like 3 years, and I've done warehouse jobs and things. But yeah, so in a real job, every couple hours you get up, you take a 15-minute break, 4 hours, you take a 30-minute break, 2 more hours, 15, etc. Like, there's places to, there's times for you to take breaks and to take care of yourself. But there's a lot of people out here that don't understand that and don't give people the respect. And I'm sure Eternal Enigma can speak to that as a Twitch partner.
Sure can. I echo all of those sentiments for sure.
Nah. I'm not here for no crowns. I don't need a crown. I just want to. Oh, we're not continuing this. I don't know why. I don't even. Did you hand this to me?
No, you picked it up. I thought.
Sorry. No, I can't keep going yet because I gotta keep talking first. I gotta finish off.
I'll put mine down as well then.
And to those of you, I understand this is a speedrun marathon, Resident Evil event, and I apologize if you guys are here to see the game, but I feel like it's more important that you hear what I have to say than watch us shoot some zombies, dude.
Zombies aren't a problem here.
Right. While what you sitting here, you want to anybody who feels like what I'm saying isn't as thinks is less important than this game. That means you'd rather see people shoot zombies than try to stop real people from getting shot. So think about that. But yeah, I don't need no crown. I don't need nothing like that. I just want peace like everybody else. I wanna be able to, go outside. I want to be able to do this and not get weird looks. I want to be able to, just to live. What we got going on. We alive, but this ain't living, dude. I'm sorry. Whatever. So anyway. So yeah, keep the crowns, keep the gold.
Can I tell you something?
I like crowns, but I don't think I deserve one.
Can I tell you something that may keep you away from apologizing so much?
What's up?
You're talking about, sorry, we're not talking about the game, but I'll tell you what, at certain points we've exceeded 6,000 viewers on the stream. So people are listening to you. So don't apologize for that because people are listening to you right now.
Yeah, and I appreciate it.
Wanted you to know that.
I once again appreciate NoReset. This is we all know. Again, back to the topic of I'm come back. Remind me.
Okay.
I'm talking about. I think you have.
Oh, it might have been one night.
Yeah. You might want to switch some water or something or whatever you got to do. Sorry, but remind me to talk about us. To talk about that night. But yeah, what Lord Panda said. I wanna breathe without being scared. That's I don't want no crown, dude. I don't want no crown. I want stuff to stop. And so, if I deserve a crown, everybody here in this chat deserve a crown. Because y'all sitting here listening and taking the time, everybody who in chat, everybody who donated, anyone who supported this marathon in any way, y'all deserve crowns too. We all kings and queens right now. So I again, thank you, from the head to my toe, from the bottom of my heart, whatever you want to call it. much love and appreciation to No Reset, because there's a lot of, I said donors, but everybody who supported, that everybody in whatever way, whether you mentioned it or you advertised it, you taking me off topic. So so see
I'm sorry.
don't stop.
Make sure everyone
That's a, what is that, inertia, when something's like in movement and like it stops, the force when it stops.
I don't think
I'm gonna, whatever, there's something like that. What is whatever.
Doesn't matter. Keep thanking everybody.
When you're on a roll, you can't just be like No Reset, thank you, because there's a lot of game companies, there's a lot of people out here who love our money, but they don't
love who we are.
They don't love. Let's go. No, give me the other hand. Yo, give me a hug, give me a kiss. Yo, finishing my sentences. Let's go.
That's that wavelength, dude. You're on that wavelength.
Love a lot of people out here and companies or whatever. All kinds of media stuff we consume. There's people who love our money, but they don't love who we are, and that's messed up. And I can personally speak for No Reset. You know, when I was out in California, and Dee Dee reached out to me because, you know, they had an event going on in Georgia, and I actually wasn't available to make it that first year. He invited me. But, you know, I had on speedrun.com that I lived in Georgia, because I did, but I don't really speedrun too much anymore. So I never changed the profile, whatever. And I was in California, so he was like, "Hey, I saw you're from Georgia. So, you know, we have this event going on. Would you like to pull up?" And I was like, you know, unfortunately I moved a couple years ago, but I would love to. I have family out in Georgia. I'm back home in Georgia right now, by the way, with my family. I'm fortunate enough to have like a family home that I can come to, and you know, it's really helping me to get my life together again. I went out for 4 years. When I turned 18, I moved out to be with Atomic and her family. Things didn't work out as well as we thought. I ended up moving out. We stayed together after a couple things. So yeah, I moved out. I tried to do the thing, but it wasn't living. It wasn't living. I was making money, but I wasn't living. So, you know, fortunately, I have the opportunity to, you know, come back, collect what I have. You know, we just moved back here to Georgia, maybe like it'll be 4 weeks on.
Getting a little off topic here.
No, it's not. It's on top. But you interrupted me. No.
I'm
sorry. No, it's because I gotta get there. Okay. Have anything I said to this point led you to believe that I don't have a point?
Well, no. I just feel like you're going off.
No, but it's relevant.
Okay.
I'm fortunate enough to be someone who has like something to fall back on when I'm trying to get my life together and do what it takes to you know, make this stuff happen. You know, if I was working, you know, day to day, you know, maybe I wouldn't be here to support this marathon and things like that. You know, maybe I wouldn't have time. Maybe I would have to schedule some time off to be like to stream and to host and things like that. You know, but fortunately enough, I'm in a position right now to where I can be like, hey, you guys are here for what I'm for. Take whatever time you need from me. And I'm glad I'm in that position to be here. You know, I'm glad I don't have a job to go to at 5 o'clock in the morning, because it allows me to be here talking to you guys right now. That's what I wanted to say.
Sorry.
So yeah. So yeah, about the two of us and our relationship. Oh, go ahead.
It is very late, and I want to thank you guys in chat viewing this, giving us your time to listen to what he has to say, to what we all have to say. And I just wanted to say thank you for that, because there'd be no point of us being here if you weren't here.
And I hope you paying attention, Enigma. Like when you move on from this, your mod skills and just what you've seen, all our moderators and things like that, blocking the blows.
yeah.
I hope y'all paying attention, because we out here, we being peaceful. This is a protest right now. This is a protest. This is education, a class, a seminar, whatever you want to call it. And once again, I encourage and I implore everybody to, after this event, to go out and look and research. And it might be hard. It might be hard to stomach the things that you read about and what you see, but just always remember that at the end of the day, it's a choice for you to go and get educated about it. But it's not a choice for you it's not a choice for the people you learn about to having to experience it. I didn't ask for these people to come into chat and be helpful, and hurtful. Sorry, to be hurtful. It just happened because how I came out, and that's sad. So what am I saying? So yeah, so our relationship, I once again, before we even got together 5 years ago, 17 years old I was, and I let her know. I was like, I love you. We wouldn't have to have this conversation if it was with a black woman, but I happen to fall in love with a Mexican woman. So it would be a different conversation if it was a black woman, but still, I love you. And if you love me too, and you want to take this somewhere, you have to understand that there's a world that you will never be able to truly experience. It's something that I can try my best to educate you about and make sure that you're knowledgeable and aware, because at the end of this, the end goal, my end goal, I like the idea of having kids, and I believe that's a part of, evolving. And I think, like I said, I think we should try and make the world better for our children, whether that be, somebody that came out of me, or, somebody that came out of my brothers and sisters, our nieces and nephews and things like that, the kids down the street, kids like Tamir Rice, I care about my nieces and nephews just as much as I care about hers. And if I'm not, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I've proven time and time again that I truly believe that.
I believe you.
Like, come on, dude. She's like, yeah. But I care about them. It pains me to see, like, when people, not just, not white kids or black kids or any kid who's, to see them like being steered the wrong way. Like, you don't want to see it, because that kid's gonna grow up and he's gonna be an adult, and you don't want that process to repeat. And that's why we have to speak, dude, because it goes so far beyond us personally. You might not think you're hurting anybody by being quiet, but you have to, dude. You have to, because if you let it slide, just look outside. That's what it becomes. This is the result of being quiet. So we can't do that. We can't do that. But yeah, so I told her, this is a world that you'll never be able to understand, because as a man, and there's some things about her world I'll never be understand too. I'll never know what it's like to be Mexican. I'll never know what it's like to be a woman. I'll never know what it's like to be a mother or a daughter, or a sister. There's a lot of things that I'll never be able to experience. And so I told her, I have a duty. I have a duty as a future father. I have a duty as a brother, as a son, and and all these things. But most importantly, because of the way the world is right now, I have a duty as a black person, as a person of color, to stand up for what's right, and to fight these injustices. And and it's everybody's duty. It's everybody's duty. Everybody has a job to do. Everybody has a part to play in making the world a better place. But as I said, as wrong as it is that you have to choose, or that you have a choice, I mean, I believe you know what I mean. Like, it's not necessarily a choice, but we're human beings, and human beings, we're not instinctive, so we have, we could we could decide, we could be lazy, or we could put things off and things like that. But yeah, but I can't, because me making the choice to be uneducated and to let it happen means, I'm putting my sister in danger. I'm putting my 2 sisters in danger. I'm putting my 3 brothers in danger. I'm putting my mom and my dad in danger. I'm putting my 2 nieces and my 2 nephews in danger by letting it slide. I'm putting my future kids in danger. But, I'm not saying you don't have your own shares of struggles, and if you would like to talk about those, you can, but I can't speak on those. But if we were to have children, we'd be putting them in danger. And that's something, these things that I'm talking about specifically in regards to the injustices toward Black people. Everybody, at the end of the day, everybody got their share of problems, but not everybody got Black problems. And I hope y'all understand that, and do your best to understand what that means. And I hope whatever I've talked about helps you to understand that, or has helped you. But yeah, she'll never understand these Black problems. And we got into a big fight 2 days ago, maybe, I think it was. We were laying down, and this is one of the biggest reasons why, when I saw the opportunity to do this shift, I saw there was a lack of Black representation in the event. And as much as I believe, as these are probably the kindest people, some of the kindest people hosting this event, it was unfortunate that it's unfortunate that it had to be this way. I'm not saying it's their fault.
They didn't have enough people to
yeah
personal perspective.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we didn't have the personal experience being, articulated and spoken about by more Black people during this event. But I'm proud that everybody who came through to support Black Lives Matter did so, and again, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. So I want anytime possible to be able to speak. I was happy when he asked me to host. I'm like, yo, that's not only, it's because it's something I love. It's a passion. I'm passionate about all these things. I'm passionate about games. I'm passionate about Resident Evil. I'm passionate about Twitch. I'm passionate about people, and I'm passionate about Black people and us fighting for our lives, fighting for equality. So, originally I was in an event as a runner to do 2 runs on Saturday, but I was fortunate to have the ability to host, to read donations and things like that, and passionate about streaming as well. It's something else I'm passionate about. So to kind of like put all those things in one thing, in one, and to be able to like be the most of myself, it was really awesome. But I noticed afterwards, after I streamed, because I was one of the first hosts for the marathon. It began with G Virus. He's one of the founders of NoReset. He hosted the first run, and I believe I was originally to only host the first 2 runs, but I guess it was received well enough that I was able to host the next 2, and that was really nice. And it was at least 3 hours of runs, and I was awake for like a day or so at that point. I only had 1 hour of sleep, but the amount of support that I had from the viewers, from reading the donations, just all the support. It kept me energized. It kept me up and pumped, and like, let's do it. Let's spread this awareness. Seeing this on front page, knowing that the potential of people. I mean, as much, it doesn't bother me if everything I have to say, if nobody gets the message, it's unfortunate. But like I said earlier, you just got to do your part. All you can do, we can only control ourselves and hope everybody, we got to do the best we can and hope everybody do what they can. Because the more time you spend worrying about what everybody else isn't doing, it's taking time away from what you could be doing. But don't ignore what they aren't doing though. Pay attention. But anyway, and so yeah, I hosted those, and then I came back the next day. But after I hosted, I realized that there's not a lot going on in relation to, in the commentary from the runners and the hosts and things. Not because they don't care, but just because it's not as easy for them to speak on the topic as I am. We do the best to educate ourselves and to fight for what's right. But there's gonna be people that it comes easier to. So it was unfortunate. I wish I could have stayed. I could have stayed longer and like been in chat and like just been a part of it. But we're only human, and we can only do so much. So any opportunity that I can to like get on the screen and to make it happen, I'm really appreciative of it. And when I did my first run, by the time that I did my speed run that I actually was scheduled for in the event, I probably had more time, as a host and everything else than I was, as a runner in the event. And I wanted to make sure that when I did my run, that I turned my camera on, because we need that representation. I think it's very important. You have a stream like Black Lives Matter in the title. We fighting for the Bail Project to help all these people, and to you got to have black faces present, and not to say that you can only fight for what's right and to fight for this movement if a black person's involved. But I think but if you can, it's good to have that perspective, because it's experience. Otherwise you're speaking from someone else's experience. You're speaking from knowledge that you try to understand. But to have somebody who when it hits a lot different. If it hits a lot different if you're raising money for cancer and you have somebody who's actually been directly affected by cancer, someone who has cancer or who's lost someone who had it. It hits different to have that experience. There's a different kind of power behind the words, and you can see it in their gestures and their face and their voice. Like it's
powerful.
So I think it's important, and I'm glad, and I wanted to do that. And so like right now, and I'm glad I had the chance. We have like four or so hours to talk about the black experience, talk about Black Lives Matter, talk about equality, talk about inequality and things like that. So I'm glad that as a black man in an interracial relationship, that's something we can talk about as well, because a lot of people don't understand. They don't understand what it means to be in an interracial relationship. And what I'm trying to explain is that it's in a if the world was okay, yeah, if everything was right in the world, it wouldn't be a problem. It's not a problem because I'm black and she's Mexican. It's a problem because
people.
Huh? No, it's a problem because it's an experience that you can't understand. And from coming from some, and when you're a relationship, especially an intimate relationship, you know, loving and understanding one another is super important. And the fact that it's hard, it's always gonna be hard for her because at the end of the day, she can't feel what I feel. She can empathize, but she can never experience it. And so I wanted to share that with you guys. And back to what the story I was trying to tell. So, you know, a few nights ago, you know, I was trying to get some rest, and I recognized that the more of this information that I've been consuming, of this information I've been consuming, you know, it's affected me. It's affected me very strongly, and to the point where I can't sleep. I'm constantly, you know, I'm trying to educate my friends. I'm trying to educate my family and things like that. And you know, I start to find it kind of funny that I'm the only one losing sleep over this. And so, you know, her and I are, you know, laying in the bed one night a few nights ago. And so I indirectly, you know, I start telling my stories and trying to be like, I tell her about, you know, the time when I was 7 years old. When I was 7 years old was the first time this old white man hit me with a hard R, the N word with a hard R, while I was just walking my dog. You know, telling her about the times when I first used my camera on Twitch, and you got to worry about trolls coming in and call you a monkey and all kinds of things. Telling her about, you know, when you work retail and it's your job to help people load their car, and they don't want you to help because they think you're up to no good. Or, you know, you have people, and again, I'm gonna go to speak to, it's on different levels from everybody. It's evil comes in all shapes and forms. Again, you know, I know not all black people are for what I'm saying. I know not all Mexican people are what we're saying, but, you know, you have a black person, you have a Mexican person, and, you know, we're for it. But you know, from my experience, living in a predominantly white, Asian, and Hispanic city, you know, a city where the black is a 3% population, you know, you see things, you feel things. And fortunately, I got the less aggressive, or the less dangerous, whatever you want to call it, side of it all. But, you know, there were times when, you know, I'm talking to people and they don't know what I'm about. You know, they want to pretend that they don't know English or whatever, because, and now this is kind of assuming, but it's something that I noticed that it didn't happen with all my other coworkers. You know, I had Mexican coworkers who would get spoken to by other, and I worked at Sam's Club specifically. Specifically, and for 2 years. And if you guys are familiar with, if you don't know what Sam's Club is, it's like a wholesale club, but owned by Walmart, Costco, Sam's Club, BJ's, all of it. So you'd see the same people all the time. You pay for a membership, and so we'd always see the same people. And so I'd see some people, they would, you know, they try to speak Spanish to my Mexican coworkers, or, you know, and then when they'd be like, oh, you know, I don't speak Spanish, sorry, they'd switch to English and be like, oh, you know, that's fine, you know, and then have a conversation. They help them out. I was a cart pusher. It was my job to load the cart corrals or whatever. And when we had elderly, when we had, like, you know, pregnant women, or people who just had a hard time, you know, handicap, whatever, people who had a hard time loading their cars themselves, one of our jobs was to help them load their cars. And I took a lot of pride in my job. It was really nice knowing that, you know, maybe the people at this business don't care about me, you know, as they should. But at least I'm out here helping people, and it's something small, but you know, we need people in grocery stores and things like that. As terrible of a job as it is, we need people to be at the register. The way the world is right now, we need those people. So you know, don't don't feel bad. Don't feel bad if you work at a grocery store or anybody like that here. You know, we need you. But it's the systems that are put in place that keep you there. That's the problem. People shouldn't be working at grocery stores and, you know, doing registers, whatever. I feel like businesses should do things to make sure, you know, people are getting to schools or people becoming educated and they're moving on. Like the entry level jobs should be exactly what they are, entry level. Like you're coming into the job whatever market or whatever, and like this is what you do until you to help get you on your feet, and then you know you move on. If it's something you love to do, then you know do that. But it's not intended for people to be, you know, hating their jobs and hating themselves, like getting up every morning and go do that. But that's another topic. But it's a part of these same instances of, you know, racial injustice, inequality, and white supremacy and things like that in the world. Like these systems, they're meant to benefit a certain people, and that's, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. As hard as it is to hear, that's what it is. But yeah, so back to the story. There be people, and they, as soon as they speak Spanish to my Mexican coworkers, and then my Mexican coworkers, they say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish. I only speak English." Then they'd switch to English, and they would have that conversation. And then, you know, the next day or so, you know, I hope that same person, they try to speak Spanish to me, and I say, sorry, ma'am, sorry, sir, I don't speak Spanish. And they continue to speak Spanish as if they don't know how to speak English. That's racism. That's prejudice. It might not be systemic prejudice or systemic racism, but that's racism. Treating me differently because I know damn well you speak English. And now here's the kicker, right? Some of those same people, I have a Mexican girlfriend. We lived in the same house with her Mexican family for a few years, so I know a thing or two. I start speaking Spanish. Oh, you speak Spanish? I thought you didn't know English. And so we continue to have a conversation, and I don't diss him because that's not what I'm about. I recognize and I keep it moving, and it doesn't make any sense to blow it up every single time, because if somebody feels that it's comfortable to do that, then it's, you know, there's a deeper problem that, and so like, you know, that's the kind of things we got to deal with. Even on the lower end of it, that's the kind of things that we got to deal with that people don't think about.
Can I add a little something
Go ahead,
to that
go
language
ahead.
thing? So I also worked customer service jobs. I worked at a gas station, and I was running the register. I had people come in to the store. I'd speak in English. I'd say hello, and I'd ask them what they needed and things like that. And they would try to respond to me in broken Spanish as if I wasn't just speaking in English. And these are people that will try to say a few words in Spanish, trying to make me understand what they're trying to do, and then say goodbye or reply in English after they realize, oh, you know, she can speak English, even if I was just speaking English. It's just this assumed. It's assumed that I don't know, which is very infuriating.
Mm-hmm. And I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something. I mean, maybe not on that scale, but that's an experience that I don't necessarily have to deal with. Maybe for me, it might be something like, oh, they probably don't think somebody of that, nature probably don't think I know any language. So yeah, what was I gonna say? It was something that had to do with what you said. I can't remember. I don't want to hang on to the thought too long, but it's one of the reasons why I thought it important to have, just as a black man. So not only do you get the experience from a black man, but also a Mexican woman. So those are two different topics, and I'm glad you're here to have you.
Well, I know some people in chat are saying that they might be doing it out of respect, but the tones that they use are as if they're looking down on me. It's not. I do understand some people will try to speak Spanish out of respect, and I do get that, and I've met people like that. But the people the customers that would come in, some of them are doing it just because they assume that I don't know anything else, and it's very difficult because a lot of my coworkers that I did work with are Spanish speaking only, so it's very tough, trying to say that you know both languages or that you understand both languages, but also trying not to seem like you're someone that's, I guess, an illegal.
Yo, peace out, E-Man. Hopefully I said that name properly. I appreciate you sticking and listening. You have a good night, and yeah, thank you. Good night / morning. What I was gonna and what you were saying, dark sky exe. Yeah, but well, I know from my experience, it's different than somebody speaking a different language. Because if there's a person who, from it's good. So here's a scenario, right? Like I described. There's a person who I know speaks Spanish and English because I've seen them speak Spanish to someone, and I've seen them speak English to someone fluently, perfectly. Like it's not one of those things. I completely understand people who feel uncomfortable with their second language because that might not be they're not comfortable with it. There's a lot of people in NoReset, they come from Canada and parts of Canada where like French is the primary language. So for a lot of them, French is their first language, and they do speak English, but it's not to the point where everything can be articulated and things like that in the same way that somebody is but might be more well versed or more fluent. So I completely understand that. But I'm talking about scenarios where I know for a fact these people are fluent in both languages because I've seen them have conversations with them, or maybe it's a team lift where I help with that carry out, and like he's speaking English to this person, and then huh?
Are we ever gonna get back?
I don't know. But I don't really care about the game too much right now because I think this is more important. If I feel like we're running out of things to say, then I'll. But yeah, so dealing with the person, and it's like, they speak Spanish and they speak English, and so when I greet them, hello sir, they speak Spanish. Sorry, I don't speak Spanish. From that point of interaction, once I acknowledge I don't speak this language you're trying to speak to me in, it's up to you as like another respectful. It would be the respectful act to switch to that other language if it would help the other person, right? Just the same way how if I were to address a customer and I say hi, because you shouldn't assume. I feel like it would be wrong to assume that a customer, just because they look Spanish or they have brown skin or whatever, and I hear them speaking Spanish, even if I hear them speaking Spanish, it would be wrong to assume that Spanish is their only language. So I say hi, and if they say hi back, then cool, we have an English conversation now. But if they say hola, or and then I say necesitas ayuda, or see, and then lead the way. I'm not. My Spanish isn't perfect or whatever, but it's that mutual respect that you should have. So when you're looking somebody in the eyes, knowing you're wrong in them is you gotta stomach it because you got a job to do. You can't go calling out everybody who does something racist. Well, I don't want to say unfortunately. There should be something in place for that to where customers, can't. Maybe not on that scale because, like I said, there will always be prejudice. Like not everybody's gonna like you, but if people don't like you simply because of this and this, then that's a problem. So there should be more in place for that. And I had a lot of people who I believe truly love me at my job. A lot of people we working outside in Southern California, by the way, where sometimes it'll reach 120 degrees and we're like struggling to get water from our employers. Walmart sucks, by the way. Anyway, 120 degrees sometimes, and you out here pushing carts, lifting sometimes couches and TVs, things that are up to like 200 pounds, and like day in and day out. Like it's a hard job, and some people appreciate it. Some people don't even have the audacity or the respect to put the cart in the corral or whatever. So, but some people take you aside and be like, yo, I really appreciate this. I used to do this once upon a time. Or, if they look at you and be like, yo, it's a shame people can't put their carts where they're supposed to as they're putting their carts where they're supposed to. And it's appreciated. It's and I know there's a lot of things. It's just because you don't know you're doing it, you can be subconsciously or unconsciously, unintentionally racist. It's possible, but it's your job to, and that's why it's so important for people to speak up about their experiences, because maybe this talk I just had telling that story, maybe somebody's done the same and they didn't think, I never thought about it that way. Even if it wasn't intentional what these people were doing. Like I said, it's okay to have assumptions, but it's not okay to act on them. Remember that. It's okay to have assumptions, but it's never okay to act on them. That's when problems arise. So yeah. So that's why I'll never be like, oh, that dude, he's evil. He's trying to kill me, or he hates me and my people. But it is a feeling in it, and if the same way she could walk through a store populated with Mexicans and not have to think about any of this, I should be able to as well. And that's what Black Lives Matter is about. That's what the fight for equality is about. I shouldn't be having to think, is this racist or not? And people don't think about that. We shouldn't have to. You shouldn't even have to. Cause I need sleep. No, it's okay. I mean, if you need, appreciate you speaking your thoughts on all of what's going on. Difficult thing to ever single to just one point. Yeah, it really is. There's a lot of topics to cover, and again, I'm fortunate enough to have this time and this platform to speak to a bunch of people and to see there's people who really care. It's the bail project, this cause that we're donating. I mean, it's part of it. This money that we're donating, it's to help people who were wrongly imprisoned, or sorry, not imprisoned, but wrongly incarcerated. I don't, maybe I'm getting the words wrong.
Detained.
Thank you. Arrested. This it's for innocent people. And then the craziest part about it, it's helping innocent people, and the fact that there's innocent people in the jail in the first place, that's bad. And so if there's innocent people making it to the jails, think about the number of innocent people who didn't even make it that far. Right? We're donating to help people who are in jail. But there's a ton of things that still need to be done to rectify people who are innocent who didn't even make it that far. Honest question, why doesn't Black Lives Matter get all up in arms over black on black crime? Is it just not as public as their activism after white on black crime? It's because from what I understand, and coming from a black man, black on black crime is it's the result of inequality and a broken system. Why does black on black crime exist? Right? Think about that. Where does black on black crime come from? Is it drugs? Is it gang violence? Why do we have drugs? Why do we have gangs? You know what gangs were originally for? Look it up, dude. So and that's why it's not dealing with to eliminate a problem and to find a solution for a problem. You have to know the origin, right? Think about this. The bathroom stinks, right? Why does the bathroom stinks? Let me spray some Lysol. It's cool for a second. It smell like lemons and roses. You come back the next day. Why does the bathroom stink? You spray some more Lysol, lemon and roses again. You're gonna have to keep coming back and spraying that Lysol until you get rid of whatever it is that stinks in the bathroom. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. So until we are willing to trace the origin of issues, then if that's what this stuff is gonna keep on happening. You got to take it back, and a lot of people are afraid to take it back and to trace to the origin. They're afraid to do so because it's going to lead back to people that look like them, and is true. It's true. We don't like to see the same way I look on anytime I see on TV. Thug, and I'm not even going to get into it deep how black people are portrayed on TV, but anytime, I've given you guys no reason to believe I'm a bad person. If you guys think I'm a bad person by the end of this conversation, I don't know, maybe you need to.
They haven't been listening.
You ain't been listening. Thank you.
You need some Q-tips.
You need some Q-tips, yo. Thank you. But anytime as a black man, anytime I see somebody doing wrong that looks like me, I'm like, man, why do you have to be black? Why did it have to be black? Because it's pushing a narrative and a stereotype, and I know it's already hard enough, and then you just making it easier, right? So I know as a black person, seeing somebody who looks like me do bad, it feels bad. So as a white person, it probably hurts to hell to go into the history and see, white people enslaved other people for hundreds of years. We stole this country and things like that. And even if it's not them, even if it's not you personally, but you feel it. I'm sure you feel it. I mean, you can, and I'll ask, Enigma. I didn't go into the school system. I was taken out of school when I was in pre-K, but I was homeschooled and I was talking about African American history and things like that. A question to you as a white male in America: what did you feel when you were being taught about, America's history, and you were learning about what people like you, the injustices that occurred due to, people who look like you? Could you speak on that a bit?
Well, I grew up alternatively, I'm from Georgia too. I grew up alternatively going to a Christian private school, and it wasn't really so much for the religious purposes because my parents weren't really like that. It was just because they didn't like the public school system. It didn't have a good reputation. So it wasn't really for the religious stuff. It's just that's where I grew up in. And I remember it's been a while for me. I'm old. I'll go admit to you that. I was born in '84, so it's been a while. But I remember some of the things that I would learn about like slavery and history and stuff like that, and I would just be I was kind of confused, I think, about a lot of stuff, and I just wasn't brought up to believe in any of that, and my parents weren't like that either. But I would see it, and a lot of it's hard to explain, and it's a very good question because I've never been asked this, and I like questions like that make me think. A lot of that stuff, and if I've missed your question, by the way, or if this is what you were asking, correct?
Yeah, I to rephrase or to say it again, reiterate. I asked, how did it feel as a white person to learn about bad things that white people have done?
Okay, that's what I thought you said. I just making sure. I was very. It was a combination, but as a child, I was confused. I didn't understand how any of that stuff was allowed in the first place. And then once it kind of sinks in, it kind of, to me, it just kind of made me feel sad about stuff. It was a mixture between confusion and sadness. And I will say this as well, because of the environment that I was schooled in, it was all white kids. I can't remember. It was a very small group. I will say that as well, but it was all white kids, so there wasn't a lot of, I'd say, perspective. My only exposure to non-white kids were Little League baseball. I played baseball when I was a kid, and that was the only time I would have interaction with other kids who weren't white. But I would go back and remember the things that I was learning about in school. I think it was around like 5th or 6th grade is when they started really hitting us with the heavier stuff, and it just confused me. It was a mixture of confusion and just I don't want to say anger, because I don't think a child can feel anger when they're just learning from the outside. It was just confusion and a little bit of sadness. I just didn't understand it. I still don't understand it. I'll never understand it. How people can treat other human beings like that. But to answer your question, it was just it was a mixture of confusion and sadness for me, especially when I would go to the baseball field and it was nice to me because it was different, and I like different stuff. Like I was playing baseball with like black kids and Mexican kids, and it was for me, that was fun. Like I loved different things and things that I couldn't see at school because it was just different, and they were just like me. They were exactly like me, except they just looked different on the outside. Beyond that, I didn't see any difference, and they were all a lot of fun. I still remember the catcher on my. I still remember the catcher on the last team I played. His name was Dylan. I remember him. He was a Mexican kid, and he was the funniest dude ever. And then I'd go back and remember all that stuff that I'd be taught in school about slavery and things like that, and it was just a mixture of confusion and sadness. That's probably the best way I could articulate it, is just confusion and sadness.
Yeah, that's crazy. And that's a lot to take in. Like, and as a kid, like, you know, we don't completely learn the scale of things in the world, or we don't truly understand our emotions and like the feelings of others and stuff like that. So maybe learning it as a kid isn't as it doesn't hit as hard as when you learn it as an adult. And there's a lot of people who are adults and haven't learned it yet, or haven't, or are aware that bad things happen, but don't want to take that extra step to, they only go as far as what they're comfortable with. And I think it's just because of that reason. They're scared of that sadness and confusion, and whatever that comes along with it, that pain that comes along with it. Because the more you learn about it, the more you start to share that pain, the more you start to empathize with that pain. And it's such a heavy pain to bear, and people don't understand, dude. A lot of people don't understand the weight of it. And like, again, it literally keeps you up at night sometimes. And but you just got to deal with it. You just got to deal with it.
To jump in on that, like what I always do whenever I have a situation where I don't understand, because you say sometimes you just don't understand. What I would tell everybody else who's listening right now, if you're in a situation like, and even if you're in this chat right now and you're not saying anything, and maybe you don't understand everything that's being discussed, just observe and listen. That's the most that I try to do. I just try to observe and listen, and take in everything that I can. So if there's anybody else in here right now that maybe are I know this is a follower only chat, so you got to be following the channel and chat, but if there's even somebody that may not understand, my advice, just listen and observe. If you don't understand, just listen to people like Level. Just listen and observe. That's I just wanted to jump on that, because you said, some things you can't understand. Listen and observe. If you're confused about these issues, I just encourage you to go find every voice that you can and just listen and observe. That's my advice to anybody that may be confused right now.
And I appreciate that. And once again, I appreciate you offering your perspective, because there's a lot of people who think just because they don't look like this, or that they can't ever truly experience it. It's they feel like, well, because I can't experience it, then maybe I shouldn't give it any time at all. And I think that couldn't be further from the truth.
I agree completely. It is worth your time. It's worth your time. There's always a time and a place for things. And I mean, you told me, you mentioned me earlier, like we were talking about streaming stuff. Like, I'm a Twitch partner. This is my full-time
Okay,
gig.
pause you really quick. Smashing Zwan. I will get to that question you asked, by the way. But go ahead.
Yeah. Not a whole lot. I was going to throw it. I'm just saying, like, I can relate to what you were saying, and sometimes, and people notice my stats. Things are kind of going wild on my channel lately. It's become a big full-time thing. There's a time and a place for everything. There's a time for escapism, and then there's times where you gotta go head on with reality. And for me, that's exactly what this is right now. So I'm very, very happy to lend any kind of perspective that I can. So that's all I wanted to throw in there. So if you wanted to go to Smashing's thing, you certainly can.
I didn't personally notice anything that I personally felt was disrespectful. And also be mindful, guys. Once again, this NoReset is run by people who are primarily French, and that's also people who, as I said, we're all at different levels of education. I'm not the most educated person to be speaking on this topic, but I feel like I'm educated well enough to have the conversation. I wish I knew more about history outside of African American history and things like that. Growing up, I was taught about the things that directly affect me, and that created what got me here today talking about this. that's a lot of the history that I was taught, being homeschooled. I do wish I knew more about other cultures and things like that, and I strongly admit that I could do more to learn about that, because any point we're able to have a conversation, we block connections with people and things like that, and we block chances for change by not by limiting ourselves and our knowledge. But I will say though, a reason that I haven't gone like deep down into it is because it's such a big rabbit hole that, and it's hard to take in and try to understand I could, being with the same question I posed to her, like, what are you gonna tell, if we were to have a baby, between a black man and a Mexican woman, what do you do when that black Mexican child ask you about some of these things? It's as much her job to be educated about my experience, my struggle, and my culture, as it's my responsibility to be knowledgeable about hers. So I admit that I could do a little bit more on my part when it comes to that, not just for her because she's Mexican, but maybe because of my friend because he's Asian, or it just whoever. It's courteous and it's respectful to understand where everybody's coming from, where they speak, because there's potential reasons in their history that got them to that point. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right. Well, I'm not saying this is leading into a new segment. Period. I'm not saying it's right that a lot of people have hate and like malice toward certain people. Like for dude, to say back to mirror. I don't hate anybody. I hate ignorance, and I don't hate myself. There's a lot of white people that I love and adore, like these people here, any of you in chat, just willing to listen and not trying to be trolls or whatever. Y'all the homies. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. And I hope after I'm done talking, you do what it takes, and you research, and you stomach whatever it is that you learn, and you keep on learning, and you keep on trying to understand what it is people were trying to fight for, because it's deeper. It goes beyond me. It goes beyond you. It goes beyond me. It goes beyond you. It goes beyond her and everybody else. It's the whole world. And this is just, we're only covering a few topics. It's so deep, and it's a lot to hold on to. So you got to understand that simultaneously, while I'm still learning about my experience and trying to understand others and stuff, and why we're here and what we can do to change. You got to understand that you can't. Once again, we're only human. Nobody's perfect. It's hard to be about all this I'm talking about, and then at the same time, learning about what's happening in Mexico and things like that, or what's happening in United Kingdom or in Jamaica, or just things that may be indirectly affecting me, but don't necessarily, as far as I know, don't affect me at the moment. So yeah, I really do wish I was more educated on the history of the world and things like that, because maybe it would help fix some of this stuff. But all I know is all these any kind of war, it wouldn't have happened if people were just content with being. So however they got there, it's because living off the land and minding your business wasn't enough. Wasn't enough for them. Whatever it was, whatever it is, it might not be that black and white, but yeah. Smashing Swan asks a question: why are you bearing the pain of being black? Who taught you that pain? Was it your own experience, or wasn't your parents, in the media, in your schools? And the pain of being black it's something, and I'll say again, I personally bear, because the first time I had my Go ahead.
Okay, so I noticed a lot of back and forth in the chat with this question being asked. And I think it's important to note that this person is trying to educate themselves by asking this question to Level. And it's important to recognize that, yes, things might be better if worded a certain way or not, but I don't personally see it coming from ill intent. I think this person is just trying to better understand, and that's what we're here for.
Yeah, I had the chat scrolled up because I wanted to see that question. And I missed a lot of chat. So please give me a second to just scroll through, and I'll try my best to like address it all at once. Enigma or Atomic, if you wanna talk.
While he does that, is there any maybe we should talk about the charity that we're here for? Maybe have some donations read?
That's very good. Thank you.
There's actually there's a good bit that have come through. I think we got like 6 that are in the queue, so I'll go over them now because we certainly can. We've had a $10 donation come through. I apologize if I misaddress you, but the name looks like Where's NC, who says this. I think this is in regard to the podcast you were talking about earlier. Said randomly came across this video and loved the wisdom. I've had a black best friend for most of my life and had race talks with him all the time, given the opportunity to learn what it's really like. So I'm touched at how eloquently this young man speaks. Thank you very much for the $10.
Yo, thank you. And also, I know the game's been paused, but we have an incentive going. Any donation that has the message laser in it.
Just the word laser.
Just the word laser. You can use it, you can be funny. You can just write the word laser in the message. Myself, Atomic, DD Gaming, and I believe Willow Whisper, I believe that's his name. We'll all be donating an additional $1 to the fund.
Willow the Whisperer, yeah.
Yeah. An additional $1 from ourselves to the fund. So if you are going to donate, please do so and add the word laser in the message.
Yeah, any amount.
And we also sorry, go ahead. And can you tell them about the rewards as well? I'm going to keep reading.
Oh, I mean, did you want to read them?
Oh no. Can you tell them about the raffles after you're done too? Because I'm just gonna keep reading the messages in chat to catch up.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so it's funny you mentioned that because there was a $5. The next one is a $5 donation from Luca Longfire that says laser. Just laser. That's all it says. Thank you, Luca. Thank you for the $5. The next one is a $100 donation. From Raina May, who says, I'm listening. #integrity. #Black Lives Matter. Thank you, Raina. Thank you for the $100.
Let's give her. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can you read it one more time, please? I'm so sorry.
It was such a great message.
Read it again. Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Oh, you're good.
Level telling people to listen.
Yeah. Well, I was reading. Yes, I was listening to many people at the same time. But could you read it again? I'm sorry. I want to clap. I want to clap too.
It was a $100 donation from Raina May, and it says, "I'm listening." #integrity. #Black Lives Matter.
Yo, thank you so much, Raina May, for your $100. And I also I was scrolling through chat, and I smiled. I saw her earlier and smiled. Did we reach 8,000?
Did we?
We have not yet, but we did pass 7,700.
Okay, we're really close.
The 8,000 was talking about the viewership.
Okay.
Oh, 8,000 viewers. Hi, everybody.
Okay, yeah. That's a lot of people.
Hey, guys. While we have you here, I'm sorry.
What? 8 what?
It's 8.3K now.
Yeah.
Oh wow, those numbers are going up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have taken a break from talking just a little bit so I can catch up on chat. I'm trying to speak on my experience, trying to educate people, but I'm also, it's a stream. I'm reading. I'm a streamer. I like to read chat and engage with the audience because it's not fair to just constantly spew out, my beliefs.
It's not a conversation.
Yeah, it's not a conversation. I'm the only one talking. No, just
Oh.
high five. It's not a conversation. Not if I'm the only one talking. So I'm trying to take the time to absorb things from chat and hopefully cover them in the things that I discussed. And thank you guys so much. Please remember to support the Bail Project. Enigma, if you would like, after you're done reading the donations, to go over the bit from the FAQ again. I'm gonna
And the
keep.
raffles.
I'm gonna and remind people about the raffles and the laser thing. I'm gonna keep reading the chat. My name is TheLevelBest. I'm a streamer on Twitch. Used to be primarily survival horror, but right now I'm just kind of trying to find myself and what I am as a gamer. But I play all kinds of things, and I'm the same person. I'm the same in person as I am online,
I
and
can vouch.
and I'm the same here, if not more, over in my personal stream. You know, I try my best not to be disrespectful to people. The most disrespect you get out of me are some swears, but that comes from.
If you bring disrespect, you will be disrespected. No. Well,
I mean, no, I know. I don't even disrespect
no,
people.
not even,
I'm just
not even.
okay. Thank you for trying. Sometimes some of your chimes have been good, but what I'm saying is sometimes you might mistake swears or emphasis as or just me expressing my anger as disrespect. So if you ever read my tweets or you hear me talk about injustices brought on by people, and if we can prove that a lot of the reasons we experience a lot of these things, it's because a bunch of people in power who so happen to be white allow it to happen, or create a system and continue to empower a system that oppresses other people and keeps them down so they can maintain what they have. Then I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings, but again, keep in mind, if you're like an eternal enigma, I don't have any problems with them, because it's not because the hate doesn't come from people because they're white. It's because they're doing hateful shit. That's all it is. So so it ain't got nothing to do with skin color. If I see somebody who's black and he's stealing, or if he's killing, I'm gonna be just as mad if I see a white person or a Mexican person doing it. It's unfortunate that it's the reality that a lot the majority of our problems are caused by by a certain group, but you gotta, like I said, you gotta be honest. You gotta keep it real. Otherwise, we're never gonna move on. So I'm gonna read chat and
more donations.
read the donations. Please,
there's more coming in, and we'll talk about the raffles and everything too.
Okay,
I think we're up to 17 on the lasers, right?
I think it is 17. Dee, is it 17? Do you remember?
With the last one you read, yeah, 17.
Okay.
17. There you go. See, Atomic's got it. All right. So we had a few more come in. One of my mods, the Sanctus Nex, donated $10. It said BLM, Black Lives Matter. Thank you, Sanctus. Appreciate $10. We had a $5 donation with no name or no message, but thank you very much for your $5. Johnny Aki with a $20 donation that says, "Here's to a day when we won't have to worry about injustice or racism." I agree with you, Johnny. Thank you for the $20. We have another $20 donation from a cat-shaped cookie who says, "No message, no problem, except laser." Smiley face. So there's number 18. Thank you, cat-shaped cookie. And Lord Panda 666 with a $5 donation says, "You dropped something, your crowns, also lasers."
So that's 19.
So that is 19. Those crowns have lasers in them now. So thank you, everybody. And just to remind you, if you don't know what we're talking about with the laser reference, if you send in a donation message that has the word laser in it or some kind of laser pun, Level Best will match your donation for each dollar, or we'll do a $1 donation to match each message. So I think we're right now up to 19 on those. And just to kind of let you know of some other things that are happening right now while Level's kind of checking out the chat. There's also there's 2 raffles going on. The first raffle is for the PlayStation 2 Resident Evil Essentials bundle, which is offered by the man on screen right now, TheLevelBest. And there's also a Steam key for Resident Evil 3 Remake, which is offered by DDG. Every donation of $5 with the reward selected on the donation page will be eligible for the raffle. So if you donate and it's at least $5, you can pick the reward, the raffle that you want to be entered into. And there's also a link in the channel. If you do I think it's !raffle. You'll oh, there it is right there. DD just hit it. There you go. And also, one more thing, just to kind of tell you of what exactly we're doing here with the Bail Project. We had some people earlier kind of asking, what exactly does the Bail Project do? So right now, I'll take a moment to kind of go over that for you again. So this stream, this whole marathon, this Resident Evil marathon brought to you by NoReset is to benefit the Bail Project. What they do is they pay bail for people who are legally presumed innocent and whom a judge has already deemed eligible for release from jail before trial, contingent on paying bail. Their local teams receive referrals from community members and public defenders and conduct interviews in jails. They determine eligibility for free bail assistance based on a person's bail amount, their reliability of contact information, and a track record of prior court appearances, if applicable. They also conduct an individualized needs assessment to determine whether they can adequately support the person through their network of community partners and social service providers. The Bail Project does not disqualify people based on the type of charge alone. People held on cash bail are presumed innocent by law and have already been deemed eligible for pretrial release by a judge contingent on paying bail. At the point where they come in, the only factor keeping a person in jail at that point is their poverty. Their intervention allows people who cannot afford bail to return home to their families and communities while awaiting their court dates. This is something that a wealthier person or someone who can pay a commercial bail bond agency would be in a position to do. If you have any other questions, I encourage you to go to their website at bailproject.org and take a look for yourself. But that is who we are benefiting right now with this marathon.
And thank you so much for that. Very well spoken, very good voice. And once again, proud to have an Eternal Enigma here as a host. I feel like a lot of the things are, even if good things are being said, it definitely feels different coming from the people who say it, whether or not it's because that person connects better with the experience or because their voice, resonates better with you. So I feel like it's a great choice, and I'm glad to have you here now. It's like the stars. I feel like the stars have aligned for this particular
That's a good way to put it.
Conversation.
Yeah, the stars came together. Yeah,
so,
when they came to me for this spot, there was nobody, I think, on this. I think the schedule just said somebody, and
it did. It said someone. It said someone.
Someone.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, is that their name? Is there?
I asked the same exact thing. I was like, so for Darkside Chronicles, is this actually someone's username? Someone?
Yeah, because you never know. I mean, there was a dude named, it was like a basic name that did a run at AGDQ, and I thought it was a generic name, but it was his. But yeah, I think earlier today I looked at the schedule and saw you and Atomic were on, and I hit you up in DMs earlier in the day, just to be like, yeah, hey, what's up? Just let me know. And there you go. I think you were right. The stars did kind of come together because we did DreamHack. I speed ran Silent Hill 4 at DreamHack Atlanta, and Level was on my couch behind me. And we both enjoyed some lovely EDM music together. So that is something that we'll always remember. But yeah, everything did come together, and I have thoroughly enjoyed this.
Thank you.
Can I have you do a stars impression?
Oh my god,
Please?
the Nemesis?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's funny.
Why is it funny?
It's just a funny voice.
No.
All right, hold on.
No.
I'll put in a donation.
Put in a donation. And
I will.
I'll do
I
it.
will.
Oh, okay.
I
Now,
can't do it.
if
I
it
can't
comes
do
in
it.
a donation, do you want old school Nemesis or the new one?
Old school.
The old one, okay. Because
And
the
I'll
new
do one for you
I
too.
will put in the donation.
Okay.
I might.
Okay.
I might
The new
need
one.
to
The new one
get my
says
credit card.
stores. It sounds like so. I don't know about that.
I want to
Yeah.
hear stars.
They're looting stores.
I gotcha.
No, he says like stores. That's what he sounds like in the new one.
I know what he says. I'll get it on.
And then
I'll get
in the
old school
OG Nemesis, more like stars.
that dude, that was pretty boss right there.
Now don't ask me to do his roar because I can't. Anyway, just hold off a little bit on that stars thing because while it's fresh in my head, I want to address some things. Back to smashing Zwan. Man, I probably should have got a notepad or whatever and to keep it. Oh, he asked where did I learn the pain of being black and things like that. As I said so before, maybe you weren't here. The first time I experienced any kind of racial prejudice in my life is when I was 7 years old and I was walking my dog with my brother who's 2 years older than me and 9 years old, and it was in our apartment complex. And if you guys ever been in apartments and apartment buildings, there's not some of them they don't have yards. People's yards it's a porch. They have a porch that's like fenced off and it's like open to public spaces, so like walking trails or walking paths and things like that. And there was an old white man which I assume he was drunk or whatever. He got up out of his chair and he stood to his fence or to the rail and pointed at me and my brother. We're just walking our dog, like talking to each other, and he called us an N-word with a hard R, and followed by monkeys. Porch or the parking lot? No, it was on his porch, on his back porch, a porch that, and I say if you're familiar with apartment buildings, they open out to, because they don't have yards, it just opens out to public spaces. And yeah, he called us N-word with a hard R, and monkeys followed after. And that was the very first time that I personally experienced it. However, as sad as I was, I mean, I wasn't sad. It was unfortunate that it happened. And I told my parents. My parents told the people of the apartment complex. And he wasn't kicked out. That person wasn't kicked out. And every time we walked our dogs after that, sometimes we still see that same person. He never said anything to us again, but every time we walked past that house, and unfortunately it was when we took a trail. I mean, it's hard to paint a picture, but we took a similar trail or a similar path to walk our dog. If you ever had a dog, sometimes they don't do their business or in the same place. They sniff around and they keep on sniffing, so like the more places you can expose them to, the and it was a female dog too, so I don't even want to talk about walking boy dogs because they like to pee on everything. Anyway, so yeah, and having to see that person you had that experience with, who like it's wrong. It's wrong. It shouldn't have happened to us, and we shouldn't. I feel like with somebody that hateful, you shouldn't have to see him again. And it was a constant reminder. And we didn't move away from that apartment complex until I was 10 going on 11. So for 3 to 4 years, like, to see this person knowing that he wronged you in such a way just because of how you look, like, that's a pain that's just the beginning of it. But like I said, I wasn't surprised. I mean, I was surprised because obviously you're going to be surprised, but fortunately I had the conversation pre 7 years old with my parents because they wanted us to know that this happens. This might happen to you. You might have, it might not be today or it might not be tomorrow, but there will be a point in your life when the color of your skin dictates how people treat you. And we knew, and we knew. I'm glad that we knew of the word he used, because if we didn't know, if we were uneducated, we could have just been like, oh, this guy was yelling at us. It was racially driven. No one uses that word without ill intent, or especially towards a person of color. It's not a nice word by any means. And if you are unfamiliar with the word, you're so far beyond uneducated, I can't help you. So yeah, that's where my pain began. And it was something. There was a time again when my brother, my oldest brother, he was in a relationship with a girl across the street from us, and she was white, Dominican, and Puerto Rican. But she comes from a line of gingers. Is that the proper term for red-haired people? I'm sorry if I offense, or I didn't mean any offense.
I think redheads would be fine.
Redhead. I don't know what the. I'm learning. Please tell me.
I think ginger is used as a slur.
I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry, but I don't know. Okay, so his girlfriend's redhead person. I honestly don't know. But, and again, nobody's perfect. If you have, hopefully, but immediately I looked to see if it was the right term. But if you feel like I meant any hate by that through after everything I've said, I sincerely apologize. But I believe there's even an emote on Twitch.
Yes.
That has that word in it.
It is. It's like angry, I think, with the.
If I'm not mistaken.
No, it's there. I saw it just yesterday.
Yeah, it's called Ginger Power. It's a global emote.
Yeah. So if it is a slur, I apologize, but I assure you, I have reason to believe I had reason to believe otherwise. So but I know from that, and part of life is learning from your mistakes and moving forward. But yeah, so if the appropriate way to say it is redhead, or a woman with red hair, or what, I'm not sure, a line of people with red hair. And so even though she's both Dominican and Puerto Rican, if you ever looked at her father, you would, he was maybe somewhere between the complexion of Atomic and I, but she could pass for white. So that was the first time in my life, that was my first experience with seeing an interracial relationship like close to me. My three of my nieces and nephews came from that relationship they had, and I love them to death. I've been seeing them like once every week. I beat them in Mortal Kombat pretty often. They're gamers as well, I'm proud to say. And I love their mom too. She's a real one. But
speaking on the interracial relationships, my family, when meeting Level, they were so shocked by the fact that I brought a black man home. They would be totally okay if they even told me, "Oh, I never expected this from you. I thought you'd get with a white guy." I don't believe they had any ill intentions, but it did feel weird hearing that.
When I told my parents, as I mean, you have you had any bad experiences with them personally?
Your parents are lovely people,
Right?
and they treat me like family, and I appreciate that.
Right. And so now you have those words from her. But when I told my parents, coming from a black family, I told my parents, no, my girl, so here, set the stage. So, there's a lot of people, if you guys have done long distance relationships and things like that, have relationships online, whether it be intimate or friendly, there's a large group of people, especially older people, who don't believe that those relationships can be genuine. I'd like to say with personal proof and experience that I met AtomicL on Twitch, on this platform. As much slack is or Twitch gets, and Twitch does need to change a lot of things, it is a streaming platform that we are using right now to spread this message that we're able to. I met my girlfriend of 5 years on Twitch, so there's a lot of things being done wrong, but it's a free platform where we have the opportunity to have these conversations and things like that, at the very least. So yeah, there's a lot of older people who don't believe. For the longest time, my dad would tell me, like, those people ain't your friends, or it's having a relationship or finding love, but from one screen to another isn't the same. And which in some regards I agree. I feel like you have to experience something with the person to truly call them a friend. Trust has to be earned, and friendship has to be earned. So I agree to some extent, but unless you had, I can honestly say on Twitch, as a young man on Twitch, not even a black man, just a young man on Twitch, it is a story for another time. I as well as a bunch of other people were basically, we were once like unknowingly I wouldn't go as far as to say being enslaved, but there were actions we were taking. We were unknowingly being taken advantage of for the financial gain of another. So whatever that's called, that's what was happening with us. And I'm proud to say that, being 15, even at 15 years old, I was eventually able to recognize what was happening. And this is still during the time when I was pretending to be older than I am. I'm 22, going on 23, by the way. But as a 15-year-old teen, wasn't even a man at the time, 15-year-old young man, whatever you want to call it, I was able to acknowledge what was happening and stop it. There was a lot of adult people involved in it. And I was able to acknowledge around people like, yo, something ain't right. And I'm proud to say that the particular channel, after all those wrongdoings, hasn't recovered since, because what was happening, it wasn't right. But that's a conversation for another time.
And just like that, we as a people need to gather together and help and hope and change things, so we can recognize that what's not right and stop it from continuing to do bad.
Mm-hmm. Yes, anytime you see something, I don't care if it's your friend, it's your brother, it's your sister, it's your mom, and it's your dad. I had an argument with my dad the other day because I was defending gay rights. We were having an argument. I'm not gonna get into the things about it, but even sometimes, as knowledgeable, my parents educated me to be and helped me to be the person I am today. But again, no one's perfect. We all have our flaws, and so they educated me well enough to be able to be here and to speak up for myself and for other people. So the fact that we had that kind of conversation, it was hurtful, and unfortunately, I don't want to go there.
We were talking about our relationship and what you're.
I want to go there because it's uncomfortable, and I can't say challenge people to be uncomfortable if it's something, as uncomfortable as it is to challenge these parental figures and things like that. Everyone has their right to an opinion, but there's only one right, and and we can only handle issues one at a time. So it becomes, the more you get into it becomes complicated. But I will say, for those of you who are trying to get behind this Black Lives Matter stuff, and you have parents, threaten. I've seen stories of people with parents threaten them to kick them out the house if they support black people and things like that. It happens. People don't want to do it because they're afraid of sometimes the repercussions, and the response from their friends or their family and things like that. A lot of people are afraid of that. They might be able to stomach the struggle themselves, or stomach learning and understanding, but they're afraid that if there was a word for it, and there still is a word. It's inward lever. that's what they would call people who try to, and then the more and more you support others, they begin to treat you as, and when I say they, I mean the people who are for, no, inward, as in the slur that we don't use and nobody should use. What's saying? Oh, so the more and more you educate yourself, and that's like, you decide that's what you want to be about, people start to treat you differently. They start to treat you the same way they treat everybody else, and people are afraid of that. And it's hard. It's on different scales. Like I said, some people, sometimes that means for me, I'd say that for me, the conversation I had with my dad, like, there's a small part of me that was like, and we argue all the time. But there's a small part of me is like, maybe I shouldn't start anything, because this is my livelihood. I left my life in California. I had a job. I quit my job. I was working for 2 years, and as hard as it was for me to get full time, and trust me, back to racial inequalities and things like that in the workplace. I had a coworker. Her name was Lafina. If you ever see this, I love you. She and people can probably attest to this. She worked registers. Lafina worked registers, and she worked there for several years. And anytime we'd have new employees to work the registers, and in a retail store, if you guys ever work retail, cashiers come and go like that. Like, cashiers, they never stay. But anytime we got new cashiers, a black woman, was the designated trainer for these people who, like, new employees and things. Despite that, having her work there for years, and that's the thing that she does, and there's an actual position for people who do that. They never gave her the opportunity for that position. They never gave her a raise. They never said, thank you for all that you do here. When you work in retail, they say, yo, thanks. Can you come in Saturday and Sunday? Can you come in on your day off? Thanks, but can you do this? Like, it's almost, it's a system of vampires. But and I say it's off topic, but it's all connected. All of it's connected. But you got to start somewhere. So and right now we're trying to deal with the people who are getting killed out here. We're trying to deal with the people who are getting killed for standing up for what they believe in. That's what us supporting the Bail Project is. That's what these people going out for Black Lives Matter are doing. That's the top priority. Is to try and we trying to limit the deaths. Nobody should be dying, but definitely nobody should be dying that don't deserve to. And I forgot what I was talking about before that, but
You're talking about your parents and me.
My parents, you? Oh,
Yes.
So so yeah, older. There's a lot of people, especially.
Say something.
Huh?
There was someone in chat that said old people are stuck in their old ways and they can't change, or to some extent that's what they said, and I feel like that's just an excuse for not wanting to learn, because you can teach a dog an old dog a new trick, you know. It's a matter of just educating yourself and the willingness to want to change. And people are changing constantly. Like right now, we're here to educate each other. To help me out here.
No, go ahead.
We're here to educate each other to become better people.
You gotta get the people skills. Like I don't know if you guys did it in public schools or again. I was homeschooled. You know,
no,
our dad always made us like stand up in front of the class, and my dad wore earplugs. He was our teacher. He was a stay-at-home web designer, and that's why he was able to homeschool 5 kids all at the same time. But he would wear earplugs. And again, me and my dad disagree on a lot of stuff, but I can't deny or disregard any of the education that he's taught me that I'm putting towards good things. So yeah, he would wear earplugs, and he would say, if you're not talking loud enough for me to hear you with my earplugs, then you need to speak louder. And that should be the standard for when you're in a place and when you have a platform to speak out. And that actually, I'm probably going it sucks, but like he taught me that. Yeah, that's part of preparation for what we're doing right now. Like, I just like right now, I know it's just you guys on the stream or whatever, but when I'm looking at this camera, I imagine like a crowd of people, because that's what it is. This is me like being on the platform, like, hi, that's activism. That's blacktivism.
That's what I was saying. Yes, you can teach an old dog new tricks. It doesn't matter what age someone is, because Level and I have a 2-year difference, and Eternal.
I gotta clarify. Smashing Zwan, the experience of it is, it's some certain acts of systemic racism. It's happening and you don't even know it, and that's why I'm bringing it to your attention, so you can so you can pay attention and realize it. There's no reason and maybe it is bad. It's a bad manager, right? It's a bad manager because that manager isn't picking the right person for their job based on skill. It's based on, it's based on this. That's what it is. That's why the manager is bad. Sometimes in your situation might be different, but you can't tell me a person who has worked in a position for 7 years, right? And then you have people coming through, can't do the job, get promoted, still doing the job poorly, creating a hierarchy of more bad managers whilst ignoring that one, and the only difference between them is this, then what reason would I have to think otherwise? And but yeah, go ahead. What you were saying?
Oh, I kind of lost it. Oh, I was just saying there's many differences amongst the people here, hosting this event and the people watching the event. Like I was saying, Level and I have a couple years between us. We're different genders. We're different races. We came from different states, and yet we're coming together, trying to. Well, I'm trying to better myself because I, admittedly, am still kind of ignorant to what is happening and to what was happening, and I'm here trying to learn and to get better. And I hope that you guys are here and trying to do the same. And I know that our ages aren't what's going to be stopping us from doing that.
And very, very well said.
Thank you.
And to tap in on that and her not being educated and things like that. And I never finished the story. Basically, and I'm not gonna do the whole thing over. But when we first met 5 years ago, and she was in California, I was in Georgia. We hadn't even met each other yet in person. The first time we met was TwitchCon 2015. Once again, Twitch has a lot that they need to do to get things together. However, it's been a platform. It is a platform. It's been a platform, and this, if without it, I probably wouldn't have met her. We've been together for 5 years, and we're here together to try to combat these injustices. So and so I can't knock that. But anyway, we first met TwitchCon 2015, but before we met and we were engaged in a long distance relationship, I told her, you love me, I love you, but and there's a world that you're gonna have to, it might make you uncomfortable, but you're gonna have to accept it by us being together because this bothers people, and not everybody's taught that. And so when we had that and from that point on, her continuing this relationship or continuing to be a part of this relationship was an agreement that she made to me that anything that happens to you happens to me. And because if we have kids, and that kid's not just gonna be Mexican, that kid's gonna be black as well. So she has a responsibility as a mother to teach him as much as I have as a father to teach him about the things that are going on. And despite us having that conversation 5 years ago, I kind of let a lot slide leading up to a few nights ago, and I was talking to her and telling her about some of my experiences and explaining why I've had such a hard time sleeping, and it bothered me so much that I couldn't sleep at night. And then, I look away from my phone or I look away from my computer where I'm constantly learning and trying to be educated. And I'm like, what? So I'm going in, got crust in my bags, it's way, way down. I wish I had my phone with me because I took a picture of actually, let me go get it right now.
Well, while he does that, maybe we talk about the charity and some donations.
Yeah, there's a
and the lasers.
yeah, the lasers. Yeah, speaking of, there's a $5 donation here from someone named AtomicL.
I wonder who that could be.
I don't know if you know them.
This is a pretty great name.
It sure is. It sure is. They said Nemesis shooting lasers while hunting down Stars members. that was all right. That was all right for 7 a.m.
Yes, I know. It's very early. Thank you guys for being here with us. Thank you for listening to what we have to say. And not even just listening to us, but talking back and keeping this conversation going.
Yeah, it's been I can say for me, this was completely unexpected, but a very welcome discussion for me. And we also have a $15 donation from Maul Balboa. No message, but Maul, thank you for the $15. We do appreciate it as well. Our total right now, as it stands, is
20.
7. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, we're at 20 lasers.
I mean, we're at 20 lasers now.
20
Oh,
20
we're-
lasers.
20
That's-
lasers.
You're at
Pew,
20
pew,
I
lasers.
remember
pew, pew, pew,
every
pew,
time
pew,
that we
pew,
mentioned
pew, pew,
lasers.
pew, 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 pew. That's like 20, right?
About.
Also, by the way, I'm sure you guys have shower thoughts and things, toilet thoughts. I just had a bathroom thought. To Smashing Swan, or however you say your name. I realize that as we continue this conversation, the things I say, I appreciate you listening, and I appreciate your feedback. Like I said, we can't engage in a conversation if only one side's talking. We're only banning people who are being disrespectful and things like that. People who come to be trolls and people who come with ill intent, right? You can't lead with malice, right? So if the first thing you say in chat is something super bad, then of course you gotta go. I appreciate that you asked questions, you tried to find the origin, and I appreciate and I understand it. And I feel like we're at this fork in the road that we always come to when we do our part to explain the situation as Black people, and then when you have an experience that's similar, it becomes, I feel like people start to get confused and stop caring as much, because they're like, okay, wait a minute, you're going through all these problems, but we go through these too, so what are you really saying? And I think, and that's why it's important for other people to speak up. That's when you need other white people to be like, yo, I've seen what he's saying. It's true. Listen, let him speak. Like, cause and pay attention. That's why it can't just be us, because it's something that affects everybody, and everybody needs to speak up and pay attention and be a representative of righteousness. So and yeah, that's just, it's as simple as that. And that's why I'm glad, like I said, that's why I'm glad we have a woman here. Not only a woman, we have a Mexican woman, we have a Black man, we have a white man, and we have a French or Canadian man.
Canadian?
Like there's so many different perspectives and things like that, and it's important just to find that common ground, and that's where it starts, and then you go out from there. It's really important that we do that. Yes. So
Continue on the donations then.
Oh yeah, go ahead and finish the donations, and I'll get back to the Atomic Level Best story.
Yeah, we have one more donation in the queue, $5 from Rev Milet. I hope I said that right. Who simply says hugs. Thank you for the $5.
With the hugs.
And just to kind of remind everybody, our total right now, we're currently sitting at $7,767. We're $233 away from hitting $8,000. And if this marathon reaches $10,000 before the conclusion, they will add a Resident Evil 2 tofu run to the schedule. So make sure at the very least we get this. We got to get to 8,000 before we get to 10,000. So we're 233 away from that. But thank you all very much for getting us to $7,767. Very, very much appreciated. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's French. It's pronounced Maye. There we go. Okay. Rev Maye. There you go with the $5. Thank you very much, Rev. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that too. I hate misaddressing people.
I don't know if you have more to read, but I do want to say something. Yo, shout out to Big John. I saw your name in chat. I don't know if it was just an email or whatever, but I do recall seeing your name. He hosted another Resident Evil event earlier in the month. I believe it was February. He has a series of marathons called Nothing But, in which he plays a particular like theme of game. The same way this is dedicated to Resident Evil. He's done Nothing But Resident Evil. Maybe it was like Nothing But Mega Man. I'm not sure what else he's done for that particular series. But Big John, very charitable person, very well known in the Games Done Quick community, and just the speedrunning community and the Twitch community. He's giving. Uh, thank you so much for being here and supporting this, and thank you for letting me have that opportunity back then. And yeah, I appreciate that. And one more thing in regards to, I hope that when we have like, bigger names in the chat, or just anybody, I hope everybody is spreading awareness and being knowledgeable. And if you hear something you like, send it to your friends and things like that. But especially to those who already have a platform and are already established, because you already have people to come and see you, and you already have people who like what you have to say. So it'll surely be better received by people who are already familiar with you. And again, still question everything. I mean, listen and try to understand. But I mean, don't literally question everything. Like every time somebody says something, ask a question. But I mean, make sure what you're hearing is the right thing. So all this stuff that I'm saying, even if you like, if it resonates with you, still go do your research and look it up. Because I feel like a lot of times we find people where don't take every word as law, things like that. Because we find a lot of people who we're comfortable listening to, whether it be like celebrities or internet personalities, influencers, and things like that. And that influence can be used poorly. That can easily happen. So just because you trust somebody and things like that, like I said, my parents, it's a lucky stream, yo. But yeah, like I said, my parents, they taught us a lot, and they taught us well, because that's why I grow up. And me and my dad, as well he taught, I believe he taught me and my brothers and sisters. We still have opposing views, because I did what he taught me, and I challenged what he tries to teach me. And I personally believe they're both coming from a decent place, but at the end of the day, not everybody's the same. We all think differently. And I saw Squee, shout out to Squee65. As a person of Caribbean/Indian descent, growing up in the suburbia, I have faced racism my whole life. It comes off so subtle and most people won't even notice it's taking place. I've been stopped and questioned by cops when waiting for a bus to school, and more times than I can count, I've been stared at and gawked at when at the grocery store with my light-skinned mixed daughter. Hashtag Black Lives Matter, and we are no better here in Canada. We need global change. And I thank you. And I thank you for speaking from that perspective as, from Indian and Caribbean descent. Speaking from the perspective of someone with a mixed daughter. Interracial couples represent, I guess. I mean, I'm not trying to start no movement about this, but what this means is this is something we shouldn't have to worry about. It shouldn't matter what color my skin is. It shouldn't matter where her color skin is. It shouldn't matter where I'm from, where she's from. But unfortunately, right now, it does. And somebody said way back, I don't know if he got banned or whatever, but there are people arguing in chat. He said something along the lines of saying things like, black people, white people, and things like that. They say it's pushing like the narrative of like diversity and things like that, and it should be that way. And again, I said I agree, it shouldn't be that way, but that's what it is right now. And we have to address it as such until we're at a state where it's not something we have to worry about. But right now it is. Diversity is here. We're not everyone's equal. Until everyone's equal, we can't it'll just be, we can't be just people until everybody's equal. And unfortunately, that's just the situation. Maybe hopefully one day where the playing field's leveled, and I'm a person, she's a person, and the only thing that keeps us apart is
physical distance.
Yo, I'm proud. I'm proud because we had back to the two of us. We had a conversation. We were laying in bed, and I was telling her about my experiences and things like that, and I could tell that it was so hard for her to bear. Despite if you guys were following, we met 5 years ago when we had a conversation. I told her it was going to be a point when she had to address the fact that I'm black and she's not. So I was telling her about my experience, and she couldn't look at me. She couldn't look at me while I was telling my stories because, well, you talk. Why couldn't you look at me?
It was, I didn't know how to process all of it because he told me the story of when he was 7, and having never, it pained me that he had to go through it, and two, that I could never understand what it felt like, and I just didn't know how to process anything. My emotions overcame me before my rationality, and I couldn't. How do I put this?
Got you.
Thank you.
And
I just didn't want to
wait,
face.
hold on. And I hope y'all listening because this is real. This is real. This is when we talk about Black Lives Matter and things like that. This is the kind of thing that we shouldn't have to have this conversation. We shouldn't have to, but we need to because ain't nothing gonna change otherwise. But go ahead.
I couldn't face the problem. Quite literally, I turned around. I faced away from him because I just didn't know how to handle it. But I realized that wasn't the right thing to do. But here I am trying to make it better. I'm trying to learn, and I'm trying to face these things. It is difficult, and it's a problem that I don't want to deal with. But
Can I pause you?
Yeah.
I love what you're saying, but yo, Smashing's one. If it's not about race, for the next week the next week, I want everything you do in your life. So I want you to get your electricity, your internet, your cell phone, your food,
Groceries.
your groceries, your clothes, all of it. See how hard it is to get it from a black owned source. And if that's not racism, then you're not ready for this conversation. Go ahead.
I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Despite how difficult things were, and despite how emotional I was, I've decided that I can't solve a problem by trying. So here I am trying to listen to Level's words, trying to hear what you have to say in chat, and trying to learn and better myself, and hopefully better the future with that knowledge.
And thank you, and I appreciate that. And there's more to the story. So after that happened, I'm upset because I can't sleep at night, and here she is sleeping. I can't get 1 hour. I see her day out getting 8 hours. And once I lay down and try to open myself up about it, and it's when you're at this point in a time like this, people need to be together far more than ever, because it is insane right now. I mean, it's always been crazy, but it's excessive. It's always been too much, but you gotta admit, it's a little different. It's a little bit different. It's been covert, some of it overt, but a lot of it covert. But the fact that it's out in the open is no matter where you go, it's the conversation that so many people have been trying to avoid because of how uncomfortable it makes them. You can't avoid it. So you have to actively try to avoid the conversation now. Whereas a few weeks ago it was just kind of like the consensus that nobody wants to talk about this. So coming up off of that, it's important. It's when I was in that time of pain and in need, visibly, I would say visibly, and that's why I went to get my phone, because I took a picture of what I looked like before I started hosting for the event. Like 20 minutes before I hosted the event, I took a picture of like what condition I was in, and despite how I felt and despite how I looked physically, I still came and I still I put on a show and I did what we needed to do to spread the message. So being so low and so angry, the person like that you love, you're supposed to call your girlfriend, or no matter who it is. So it hurt me. It pained me so much to be like, okay, well, I'm trying to seek this support, and then it just turns away, like literally turns away from me. So we got into an argument. I suggested, I don't know if Shokushu's still around, or if anybody have
I'm here.
that link that I posted. If you can post that podcast into the chat,
Yeah, I got
really
you. I got you.
appreciate it. I suggested to her, watch this podcast, and as I was watching the podcast, it was like maybe a 6-hour time spent. The podcast is 3 hours. I watched it live, and then I posted the link to my community, and I said a lot of stuff to them. I could probably read the message if you guys would like to hear it, what I said to my community, and how I carry myself outside of Twitch, and not outside Twitch, but outside of this marathon. I'd more than love to read that to you guys, because it showed that this ain't a front. I'm about this like day in and day out, like and I'll admit, like, I haven't always been like this assertive about it, but I don't like to waste my energy. So if I feel like what I have to say is falling on too many deaf ears, then why I say I can put that towards taking the money I receive to like supporting a black business, or or something like that, instead of speaking if I'm speaking to the same circle of people. But now this is an opportunity to speak to people who either never heard it before, or just people who just need to open up a little bit more, find out who our allies really are. So
You're gonna read the message?
No,
Go ahead.
no.
Read the message if you want.
Oh no. I'll read it after I'm done talking about the two. The podcast. The podcast. So I watched the podcast live. It's a 3-hour podcast. I watched it live, and I'm not sure if I told you about it as it was happening live, but
I believe we posted it in Discord.
Oh yeah. So I posted it in my Discord. I told everybody, hey, go watch this podcast. It's live. And I not only did I post it, but I spammed all my channels with like at here or at everyone. And I said afterwards, I know, forgive me for spamming, because everybody goes into Discord and you see the red number of, no one likes at here or at everyone. So, I apologize to say I'm sorry for spamming, but, I think this is really important, and I don't want to hear anybody say, well, I didn't see the link when it's time to have a conversation. So, I posted it, watched it for 3 hours. After the 3 hours is over, I posted the same way Shoku posted the link in chat. I posted the link in my Discord with a really long message behind it, and then I waited, and then 3 more hours passed, and then when it was time for bed or whatever, I had asked her, did you watch that video? And as powerful as that video is to anybody, if any of you guys watch it, you will see. She was like, I watched like an hour or something of it, and immediately this was done. This was done. That's how I felt, because being with me means you're for, and it's not because, oh, we have the wrong beliefs or whatever. It's not even about that. It's that people are literally being killed, murdered, and on top of everything else, people are being murdered. And if that's not enough to get your attention, or to seek guidance on the matter or seek education, then I don't I don't this can't you can't truly love me if you choose to avoid that, because that's a part of who I am. So that night, and this was a couple nights ago. This was either Thursday or Friday.
Friday.
That was Friday. That was the same day that the first day of the marathon. So I got all this stuff going on in my head. I got all this stuff going on with my relationship, but I still take the time to come through and do this because it's something I care a lot about, and it's a really great opportunity, and I hope you guys feel and understand that. So so uh I slept on the couch. We couldn't share the same bed that night because I was just so fed up. And then the next day, no, that was I don't remember what days. Don't matter the days. But the next day, before I went to bed, we had a conversation. I asked her. I said, "Did you watch that video?" She said, "Yeah." It's a 3-hour video, by the way. 3 hours. That's like an Avengers movie, right? Like imagine coming out of this conversation after you guys have been here so long, right? 3 hours. I'm sure you guys, whether you received it positively or you received it negatively, um, you must have felt some type of way about this conversation in the last 3 hours, 2 hours, 15 minutes, whatever. So I told her, I asked her, I was like, "So you watched that podcast?" She told me, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, tell me about it. What'd you think?" She couldn't tell me anything about it. So I'm like, how can you ingest like so much of this? Like even if she even if she completely disagreed with what they were saying, like how could you ingest so much, so many? That video features 5 different creators, 5 different backgrounds and stuff like that. You have black females, you have black male perspective, you have New York male perspective, you have black gay male perspective, and it was a podcast. It was a white male hosting the podcast. So you have all these different experiences and all these words coming from these creators, and for 3 hours straight. And how can you have nothing? How can you have nothing to say about it? So things got heated. I'm not gonna go into super detail, but there were a lot of tears, and at that point it was like, this is the term. This is it. We had a conversation 5 years ago, but it's right now. It's either you're for this you have racism. Educating yourself about racism is a choice. I saw something. I may have put it in a tweet, or no. Let me find it, and I'll get Discord ready so I can read that message. By the way.
Will you do this third time?
And no, I'll get to it quick.
Okay.
It was a picture, and it said, I put in my thing today. "It's a privilege to educate yourself about racism instead of experiencing it." And what that means is that everybody on the outside who's, they're trying their best to learn and things like that about racism, like at the end of the day, it's your choice. Like you can choose to ignore it, or you can choose to try to get to fight against it. But it's a choice, right? Whereas on the other hand, you have people who are actually being affected by it on an hourly basis, day in, day out, daily, 365 days a week, right? no matter whether or not they educate themselves or not. So there's a power behind that, and just being able to have that choice, which is why, again, I really appreciate the people who do fight for these fight for righteousness and things like that, and try fight for equality, because it's a choice. You don't have to. You can turn the other cheek and walk away from it, and you know you'll have problems in your life. You might have issues. You might not get that promotion or whatever, but you can live peacefully, and you can sleep at night knowing that it wasn't because of this. That's what that means. And that's why we push so hard for Black Lives Matter. Because we want that same. We shouldn't have to wonder if it's about this. That's the thing. There shouldn't be a thought in anyone's mind. It's a system that was created from and stems from a long time ago, and it just carried on, and we never truly eradicated the problem. Think about, like, within the last 100 years or so, people used to say things like, black people bleed black blood. People would treat their pets and their dogs better than they would treat black people. Think about that within the last 100 years. I don't want to go too deep on civil rights movement and things like that, because you should learn. I mean, I can have that in the future. I don't want to stray from what we're trying to do right now, but people who actually you have so many people talking about rioters and looters and things like that, right? What about people like everybody knows Martin Luther King, right? That's a peaceful protest. What happened to him? What'd he do wrong? Think about that. So it's at the end of the day, it's a choice. It's a choice for people who don't look like us to acknowledge the problems that we have, and it affects our relationship as well, because she has that choice and I don't. And so if she chooses to ignore those problems, then this can't happen. But if she's for it, then let's do it. Live or die, let's do it. Because at the end of the day, it's beyond us, dude. Life is forever. Like, I mean, we get old, and it's about the world we leave behind. So with me talking about this stuff and doing this, people give me nasty looks or want to argue with me or whatever. People gonna be looking at me nasty anyway. So so what I got to lose, right? So but yeah. So we almost broke up a couple of days ago over this, and I tried to make her talk about it, and she didn't, and I'm glad we had a little time, because she left the room, like, mid conversation, because she didn't want to talk about it. Again, there were a lot of tears and a lot of emotions. So I went and talked to my parents, like, just to let them know, because I was so upset. When she left the room, I was ready to start. I don't know if I told you, I was ready to start packing for you. I was ready to start packing for you. You said, like, I love you, but if you're not really here for me, it would be so amazing if we lived in a world with all that mattered was here, and not this. It would be amazing, and that's what we're fighting for. And unfortunately, it's not there yet. So I talked to my parents about it, and I let them know, I was like, we might have to fall out because of this movement, because we all have a job to do, and her ignoring it, it prevents me from doing my job as a future father and or a future parent or whatever, if this relationship goes that far. That mentality and that attitude, it'll affect everything I believe in. So we can't. So, but I came and I told her, I was like, came downstairs, she was sitting by herself. I was like, so what you want to do? And obviously you guys see what her answer was, and I appreciate that. I love you.
Thank you for allowing me the chance to.
Anybody else want to talk a little bit? And then I'll go back. Sorry about that. Sorry, I offered it. Before, I want to read this things that I said to my community, and then I'm gonna be quiet for a bit, because clearly it's about the conversation right now.
Again, thank you to everyone who's here with us, listening. Not only listening, but conversing and allowing this conversation to continue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let me read this. It's two things that I want to read, and I said this to my community with an @everyone. So even if they weren't present or online, I made sure everybody get the notification. This is on June 5th. When did the event start? What day? I don't know. But I say, hey everyone. I'm sorry.
We started Friday at noon.
At noon, yeah.
What's that? The 5th?
I don't know.
Yeah,
that'd be Friday, June 5th. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So all this happened. The story I just told you guys. All this happened Thursday and Friday, June 4th, and in June 5th.
Mm-hmm. Like the night in the morning.
Yeah. And at the end of
yesterday as well.
No, not the end of the yesterday. It was the night and morning of June 4th and 5th. But anyway.
So what we're emphasizing,
this was all going on while I was hosting for NoReset, while I was, doing my runs yesterday and things like that. Like, all of this transpired, and that's why it's been so rough. And, I've been telling Dee Dee and Shoku and things, people that I've spoken to, like, that, I got a lot going on right now. I'm sorry that I can't, that I'm not all here, but, and I'm glad, thank you for being here and not just allowing me to talk about our experience, but like offering, because this stuff, some people might find it embarrassing or, whatever, it makes you uncomfortable, but that's what we're here. It's good to be uncomfortable, because that's where change comes from.
I mean, if I felt shameful knowing
we got to step out of our comfort zones. Go ahead.
I felt shameful knowing that I was ignorant, but also like wanting to willingly be ignorant to the problems just so I didn't have to face them. But I mean, I realized that I'm not. It's more than just me. It's more than just Level. It's more than us. Especially when he brings up the possibility of us having children and thinking about our future generation. Like, I don't want my kids going through all this shit either. You can read your message now. I'll cry.
Oh, give me a hug.
Ah, my headset.
we're touching bars.
The streams.
I'm sorry.
Don't trust the lasers.
But yeah, so I said to my community Friday morning, hey everyone, I just wanted to take some time to say I take this movement and this cause very seriously, and if I've ever given y'all reason to believe otherwise, then maybe I'm not doing my job as an influencer, a black male, or even as a human being. I understand the importance of breaks and relaxation from these matters, but even as we relax, we must always remember that those affected by the injustices in this world have to deal with them no matter how tired they are. If my participation or action towards not only recent events but the status of Black lives in America bothers in any way, then you need to take a look in the mirror and realize you don't truly support me or my community. I've always had the goal of creating an environment where people feel comfortable to speak freely and be themselves. And though there have been times in our 8 years of existence, because I started streaming in 2012 when I was 14 years old, there have been times in our 8 years of existence when I failed to meet that goal. I've done my best to address it and continue to constantly learn and grow as a person to make sure I'm remaining true to my intentions. So the same way, when we're addressing my brother's girlfriend with red hair, like that, whatever you wanna call that, like I acknowledge it and I try to learn from it. There in life we'll make mistakes, but it's a bigger problem if you don't learn from those mistakes and you continue to make them. If you don't know what I'm about already and would like to have a conversation, my DMs are always open, as well as the Lean On Me channel. It's a channel that I have in my Discord server where people can talk about more personal matters. Sometimes I do understand, like, this stuff is really important, but breaks and relaxation or having some kind of sanctuary is really important. That's why a lot of people come to Twitch and come to our favorite entertainers and stuff, because it's a distraction. Unfortunately, racism, white supremacy, and every other kind of injustice and inequality in this world we're experiencing right now, it's sleepless. Humans, as human beings, we can only do so much. Like, we need rest and things like that so we can come at it and combat these things strongly. But as we're sleeping, things are still happening, and we have to remember that. So I said, if you don't know what I'm about already and would like to have a conversation, my DMs are always open, as well as the Lean On Me channel. But please do your research, I put in bold letters, before engaging in the topic. Recently, a very well-versed and experienced group of broadcasters gathered to cover a lot of topics that have been relevant for a very long time. So if you truly care about myself and people who look like me, I implore you to watch it in its entirety. I love all of you guys, and I appreciate any kind of support you've had to offer me over the years, but I can't tolerate silence or a lack of action anymore. And then people, and then I left another series of messages today. I said, yesterday morning, I say there are plenty of resources for educating yourself about racism and the Black experience, including websites, Twitter threads, books, seminars, etc. If you have to wait for your close Black friends to explain it to you, that's a problem. Then I post a picture. It's a privilege to educate yourself about racism instead of experiencing it. And I say, I've not once in my life had a bad interaction with police or had one of my family members killed, but I empathize so much with those wronged on a hourly basis. That shit keeps me up at night. If these recent events don't bother you enough to disturb the peace within your daily life, you're ignorant, undereducated. Take some time to learn more, because this is serious and it affects everybody on this planet, whether directly or indirectly. The fact that so many of y'all are too uncomfortable to have a conversation about this is BS. Bro, get uncomfortable. That's the very least you could do, because so many people who've had to be buried, as well as their families, wish that was the extent of their worry. I love and appreciate everyone who's doing whatever's in their power to change things. These are topics, morals, and injustices I've always felt strongly about, and despite what it's taken me to open up about it, I'm happy I waited, because I now not only have knowledge but experience as well. And to close this out, I could care less about anyone who doesn't care about the things I've been saying, because if you read these words and feel they apply to you directly, then that's your choice, something not everyone has. And I say, this is my opinion. And then people so after all those things that I wrote out, there's some people who they'll react to the message, kind of similar to what you guys do in chat, like you put the king crown, or you do a thumbs up and whatever. And some similar things happened in my chat, or in my Discord server. And I said, this here is just my opinion, but I'm personally very invested in the topics I discuss when I write these lengthy paragraphs. And even though I'm sure it's not intended to be disrespectful, I'd appreciate if you guys took the time to articulate your feelings into words instead of, or in addition to, leaving reactions. I think there are people who feel uncomfortable about speaking. Maybe it would help to have some perspective, because sometimes it feels like I'm all alone here. And that's it. You guys have the floor. I'm gonna get some water and just take a break from talking and stuff for a bit. Maybe you want to play the game?
Yeah, maybe we should play the game.
What's the even time? What time is it?
You got about 15. You would have had 15 minutes left on your estimate.
Oh, should we even play? No.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah? Okay, go ahead. You guys go ahead and talk.
Get some water.
Thank you guys for listening. We'll still be here, obviously, but just gonna take a quick break from talking.
I'm just gonna say a few things before I let Eternal Enigma take over. First of all, this menu screen is great. Also,
yes, it is.
Shout out to AtomicL, who managed to keep the screen going for the entire time.
Yes.
As you say that the screen goes black.
Yeah. And also, TheLevelBest, I don't want to talk for everybody else, but I do feel like you might have changed a few people's minds today. Because I've seen people having different opinions like 2 hours ago than they have right now on the chat. And props to you. That was insanely interesting, and this is really important. So you've been talking about the 3 hours podcast, and you just did your own.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And, hey, but by the way, though,
yeah.
I will say it wasn't alone. You know, it's important that I'm so glad I had Internal Enigma, and I'm so glad I had my girlfriend Atomic, because, you know, for some people, it appears as like, you know, crying wolf or something like that when we talk about the black struggle and the black experience and Black Lives Matter. So it really helps to have that backup. Like, yo, we ain't black and we saying the same thing. Now what?
Yeah.
So,
exactly. Now what? Yeah.
So yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say, well, thank you for sharing all of this. This was really touching, actually.
And thank you for allowing us to have this platform to say these things to all these people, to have this conversation going, and just for listening, you know.
Oh, well, the pleasure was all ours. So, Mr. Enigma, you want to take over?
Yeah,
Thanks,
we actually.
I like water.
And let him drink. There's 2 more donations still coming on in. Kerwenia donated $6.21. Said, just something small to show appreciation, even if we can't do much right now. Thank you, Kerwenia. And Capsation JT with a $5 donation says, super proud of TheLevelBest and AtomicL for having this conversation with us, and Enigma for hosting. Here's to a better world. You're very welcome, Capsation. Thank you for the $5. We're currently sitting at $7,788.21, marching ever so closer to $8,000. And again, if we get to $10,000, we will add Resident Evil 2 Remake, a tofu run, to the schedule if we get there before the end of the marathon, which is there's still a whole day to go. And Resident Evil 6, there's a big block of Resident Evil 6 coming up after this, approximately in about 10 minutes or so. And just a reminder that there's also some raffles going on at the moment. If I can find the message here. I thought I had it here, but it just kind of scrolled off. Let me see if this little chat command will do it here.
There, you got it. I just posted it.
There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we currently have 2 raffles going on. One is presented thanks to the gentleman on the screen right now, TheLevelBest. It's a PS2 Resident Evil Essentials bundle. That'll be nice for, as he mentioned earlier, that'd be nice for your Resident Evil collection if you have one. And if you don't, it'd be a good way to start one. And there's also a Steam key for Resident Evil 3 Remake being offered by DD over here as well. And every donation of $5 with the reward selected on the donation page will be eligible to the raffle, and there is a link right there to it. So definitely make sure you get in on that. Chance to win something as well and support a great cause, the Bail Project, which is a nonprofit organization that we're supporting here, designed to combat mass incarceration by basically disrupting the money bail system one person at a time. And if you want to find out more about the Bail Project, you're welcome to go to bailproject.org and see what they're all about. And so we're sitting at about, I'd probably say about $211 and some change, $211.79. We did have another donation come through, a $20 donation from Last Six, who says, thanks for the discussion. Last, thank you for the $20, and thank you for listening to the discussion as well, because that is just as important as initiating it, as people listening to it as well. And Level, you had a lot of ears on you. I just got to say, I was watching that viewer count.
Oh man!
If I may echo what DDG said, as well as maybe changing some minds, I'll tell you what, you probably did open some eyes as well, because that viewer count was climbing a lot, and I think a lot of people listen to this, and I can tell you right now, as a host, I kind of really, and Level, I mean, I contacted you before. I always kind of try to get a little feel about what's going to happen, and this was not something but dang was it needed and appreciated, and I was very, very happy to be a part of this. I'm very open about what side I'm on about everything. Anybody can go to my Twitter and see. I always let it all hang out there. So, but here on this platform, I do find a little bit of strangeness, maybe not strangeness, but a little bit of trepidation, because I'm known as the escapist, and when it gets brought up, I don't run away from this at all. But at the same time, I know some people try to escape. But this is an issue that we just can't escape, and it's one of those things you can't put a lid on. You can't put a gag order on. You got to talk about it. It's just one of those things. And I think this was the absolute perfect way to have this kind of injected into a Resident Evil marathon. It just couldn't have worked out any better. It just listening and hearing everything that was coming out, like Dee said, basically your own podcast for the last 3 hours. And I think people will highlight that and go listen to that, and they'll listen to everything you said and the things that some of us had to contribute to it. Just fantastic. I'm so glad that like you said, the stars kind of aligned a little bit, and we kind of came together on this. I'm just
the stars. The stars aligned, everybody. The stars aligned.
I think you need to turn a little more, but it's okay.
And they were just as shiny as Enigma's coat.
Yeah, the sequin jacket. By the way, I'm getting a brand new one made. It's on the way. I'm getting it done, so I'll have a brand new one here soon. I know there's going to be no conventions for the rest of the year, but at least I'll have one ready to go for when we get back to normal.
How much? I'm sorry to cut you off. How much more time do we have left? Because I had a couple things.
I'd probably say. I mean, the clock says like 6 minutes, but I mean, that's Dee Dee, you could probably answer that a lot better than me.
I'm gonna go through the old 5:30 because the next runner is waiting. So sadly, we cannot really go over. But you can end up on showing the game for the last 5 minutes.
Okay.
For maybe many people who did not get to see it.
Okay, let's play a little bit, and I can still talk because I just want to say thank you and things. So
sure, go ahead.
So well, firstly though, a round of applause for everybody who engaged in this conversation, everybody who talked, everybody who listened, and stuff like that, because you guys need it. It's hard being uncomfortable for any reason, and something a reason as like powerful as this one. It's good to know that you have people on your side, so you don't always feel alone. Maybe the people, maybe your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, your boyfriend or your girlfriend might not be for it, but I just want you to know that there's a ton of people, and it's shown time and time again with like all the money that we're able to raise for these causes and things like that there's people, we're here for you, and there's good people all over the place. You just got to find them. And thank you.
That is the truth. Yeah.
There was a couple names I saw in chat. After the stream's over, I'll go in there and I'll thank you there, because I don't want to miss out on
I think
anybody.
we'll be in chat for a while, right?
Yeah. But Cap Station, I saw a couple names that I remember off the top of my head. A couple people who were, that I really like what they had to say. Cap Station, thank you. Squee65, thank you so much for opening up like more about your personal life and sharing that with us, because that's something people really need to hear. There was another guy. He had toxic in his name, I believe, and I liked some of the things he had to say as well. But I can't remember what the entirety of his name was, but I thought he was pretty cool as well. And thank you to
quite a lot of people.
Yeah, thank you to those of you who asked questions, but asked them in a respectful manner, and didn't do so to cause trouble, but actually in an effort to educate yourself better. I really appreciate it. If all conversations went like the one we had here, minus the trolls and things, which we honestly didn't have too many of, considering how many people were watching. If every conversation went like this, the world would be better real fast. So yeah, thank you guys. It's an honor to be here and to be able to speak to so many people, and just I don't know. My mind's in a lot of places right now, so I just appreciate you guys, and know that I do.
We don't know what's down there.
Yeah, absolutely. And one more thing I just wanted to throw in there, again, to thank everybody for your donations to the Bail Project. We just exceeded... Oh, there's another one that just came in. Another $5 from Maul Balboa says, had to throw 5 more towards the cause. Thanks to everyone to what they do. And Maul, thank you for what you're doing as well. Thank you for the $5. And I was just going to say, we've just exceeded $7,800 for the Bail Project. So we're getting closer and closer to the big $10,000 goal, but we can't get to 10,000 without getting to 8,000, and we're less than $200 now away from that before this very memorable shift of Darkside Chronicles concludes. So thank you again for everybody for donating, and stick around in a few moments once this is over with, because we got a big block of Resident Evil 6 coming up next. So,
people are gonna be like, bring Darkside Chronicles back.
Yeah, right. Then
I'm going to point out, you still got 2 minutes to send donation with lasers in it, so
yeah.
donate more.
Yes.
And that's 4 of us, right?
Yeah. Would you want to talk a bit about that, Enigma?
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure Mr. Enigma is going to read all of them if they come in the next 2 minutes during the transition.
Yep, I've got it right here, 100%.
Oh,
so just send in your donations with the word laser in it, and they'll match. They'll throw $1 in for each one you do.
That's right. Myself, AtomicL, DD Gaming, and Whisper as well. Or no, Willow Whisper. Yes. All the 4 of us will be matching any donation that includes the word laser.
We're currently at 21.
Yeah, we're currently at 21 donations with the word laser, and it's 21 and counting. You have until the end of our shift to donate with that message, that word in the message, and we'll match it for everyone. So if you guys want to help us raise more money, to throw some on the table.
Lasers might throw it over the 8,000.
Yeah, if we can get the 8,000 by the end of this shift, whoo, man, then I'll let myself cry.
Is that a donation incentive?
Yes.
Yeah. Just a little cry stream.
Oh man, cause dude, it's been so many people when they say, especially when people like, just like shouting me out directly, and speaking about like how well spoken and things like that. It's great, because like I don't just feel that for me and like as a representation of my people, but like of my parents. My parents always taught me, and you guys notice, despite some of the things I don't agree on with my dad and like his views and stuff like that, I can't contest that they raised us well. And
oh my goodness.
I forgot what I said. Oh, you know, my mom always taught us, especially my mom. She was all about like public appearance and things like that, and she taught us that, you know, anytime you leave the house, you're representing your family, and I feel like that's something that you know, in Western culture isn't as thoroughly represented as it is like on the East Side. Like, you know, family names and stuff like that. I don't think people really consider that. So
we got any donations that came through?
I'm glad that I was able.
We sure do. We have hit time on the segment, according to DD in chat. So, but we do have a significant two. Sciensomnia with a $5 donation says nice lasers. So there's number 22. Kerwinia, and by the way, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Kerwinia with a $90 donation. Says double it laser. So
Wow.
We just exceeded. We're less than $100 away from $8,000 now. About $81.79 away.
Wait, how much money left?
That's enough for us to push it over the 8,000.
Actually, we do.
Yeah, we do. Plus you got +1. Remember,
all right.
so you're at 23.
All right, so this is done. Is just to, I guess, to wrap this up. We hit time. Sorry we couldn't finish the game, but you know,
it wasn't about the game.
Yeah, ultimately these events, they're.
After some quick math, I think we're gonna get to like $8,001.21.
Yo, DD Gaming is all about the quick math. Shout out to mathematician DD Gaming. You know, it's these marathons always, you know, whether it be games done quick or nothing but Resident Evil, Scarathon, anything like that. It's, you know, it's the cause first and the entertainment second. So you know, we do these things to entice people and to, you know, to show and to have a platform, and you know, we're trying to raise money to these nonprofit organizations and things like that because we want to help people. We're trying to encourage other people to help people through the use of video games, and that's something really powerful. So I hope you guys take away at the end of this, you know, you come away from this more knowledgeable, and you know, you get uncomfortable. That's my new hashtag, get uncomfortable.
All right. Well, thank you so much, TheLevelBest, for this incredible shift. This was absolutely insane. Even though you did not play the game that much,
we played like half an hour of the game.
You did focus on what's important.
Yeah, thank you.
It's definitely going down into NoReset history for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I was glad to be a part of it too. Thank you, everybody, for letting me be a part of this.
No, thank you for being here, man.
Yep.
The stars aligned.
They sure did. Stars aligned. So there you go.
I got him to see it. I put the donation in earlier.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So yes, much love, peace, and hair grease, everybody. Black Lives Matter. We love you.
Yeah, so Mr. Enigma, do you want to read the last donation before we go to the transition?
Yes, absolutely. It's from DDG, $23. And
says,
let's
do our donations.
Promised, lasers. Does it still count?
Yes, it still counts. Well, no, we stopped the timer.
We stopped the timer.
Yeah, we stopped the timer.
Plus, I don't.
Laser section.
I know. I was just kidding. So yeah, we're gonna go to a quick transition. We're gonna get the thing set up for the very first part of Resident Evil 6, which is gonna be Leon by Soulless Persona. So yeah, we're gonna be right back.
Yeah, and I'll be handing
wait. Let's end. Let's end with this on the camera.
Yep, and I'll be throwing the hosting microphone over to Tex and Red Wolf as well. They'll be taking over for Resident Evil 6, the Leon campaign first.
You got too much hair.
And